Albany, Ohio. It's being reported one person is dead and 5 others wounded after a shooting at a cosmetics warehouse there in Ohio. Police in the city of New Albany responding to an active shooter situation Tuesday night with, quote, multiple victims. The New Albany Police Department says 5 people were taken to a hospital. Police continued their search this morning for a person of interest and say the shooting appears to be targeted. Police say they do not have a motive for the shooting. Take a listen.
Okay. My name is Greg Jones, the Chief of Police in New Albany, Ohio. This has been a very tragic situation. Our thoughts go out to the victims, their families, and everybody that works at this facility. This is something that we hope that would never happen in our community, but we prepare for it, and this is where we are now. To give you a little bit of background, it's a large building, and that at this point, we have 1 confirmed fatality. We have 5 that were transported to hospital. Their conditions, I'm not able to comment on their conditions at this point. We have a person of interest, and we are working to locate them and bring them into custody. And again, this is quite a tragedy, and it's really a fluid situation and the investigation has really just begun.
Is the person of interest an employee?
I can't really comment at this point on that.
You said 5 people transported. Did that include the person who passed away?
No.
So 6 people with
6
gunshot
total.
wounds?
6 total.
With gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Okay, one of those.
Yeah, and
6.
again, this is fluid, this is very preliminary information, so some of it might change as we learn more, obviously. Again, it's a very large building, and we've just begun to really start the investigation.
Is the person who died an employee of the warehouse?
The person who passed away was in the building. Their identity has not been confirmed yet.
Are you able to share the ages of the victim or victims or the age range?
No, not at this point. We're still gathering information. They went to different hospitals. We have officers at those hospitals. At this point, our focus is on making sure that we have this building secure, that we're able to obtain the proper search warrants to search the location and get that investigative process started. But again, we have officers with all the victims, so we'll have that information hopefully soon.
Is this suspect believed to be in an area that would put other people at danger they should be aware of?
Again, this is very preliminary, but the person of interest, we believe we may know their location. We don't have any reason to believe that they are a general threat to society, more than it appears at this point to be a targeted type of attack.
Do you know if that person is armed? The person of interest.
The person of interest, we did recover a firearm at the scene.
What kind of firearm?
I really can't comment at this point, but I'll be able to provide that at a later time.
Any indication of where this person is now?
We do have a location. However, they are not in custody. We do not have them in custody, so I really can't add much more at this point. Just for the simple fact that we need to make sure they're in custody before we can comment anymore. For nothing else, for the officer's safety.
Do you know if this was a domestic violence-related situation?
We don't have a motive at this point.
It seemed like there were a lot of people that were still inside the building, and they were getting them out. Can you talk about the process of getting all those people out and about how many people there were?
Yes. When we arrived, there were people that were self-evacuating the building, and then we have obviously a lot of people in the building. Some of them in the facility, the noise level is pretty high, so some people were unaware of the situation. Again, it's a large building, so we were able to muster everybody and take them to a neighboring building where they are all gathered now.
Have families of the victims or the employees that are being held been notified?
They all have, we have officers with them, so I don't know exactly. We haven't had time to notify the family of the injured or the deceased. We're working to do that now. As far as the people that have been taken to the other building, we're talking at least 150 people, and we have officers there working with them. I'm not sure where we are with that process. Again, it's a neighboring building. It's about 400 yards away.
Are any of those employees giving any information as to what they witnessed?
Yeah, there are witnesses that have provided information to us.
Can you explain where this took place in the warehouse? Was it in a very open space, a closed off area?
I don't have that information. I know that when we cleared the building, we obviously had officers that located the injured and the deceased. I don't have that location. I can tell you that the nature of the building, it has a lot of open spaces.
You said there were 150 people in the building?
I was estimating. So, I would say that about 150 people were evacuated to a neighboring building.
What time did the call come in?
I don't have that exact time. I can get that for you.
The people who were evacuated, are they still being held on site right now, or have they been released?
The people that were evacuated are still on site. Okay. The officers are in the process of making sure that we have all their information to contact them at a later time, and also interviewing them. With a number of them, there's a language barrier, so it's taking a little bit longer than you might expect.
If families are watching right now, worried about their loved ones, knowing that they were here at the time of the shooting, what would you say to them?
I would just say that, look, we had the ones, the one that's deceased, and we have the ones that were transported. Everybody else seems to be in good health. Again, a lot of them didn't know what happened. They weren't aware of it until they were evacuated. We have them, they're in a neighboring building. They're warm. They can contact their relatives, and we're doing the most we can to make sure they're comfortable.
Are you actively looking for more than one suspect at this time, or just the one?
No, at this point, it appears to be, our information we have now is that there's one.
And is New Albany the lead agency?
Yeah, we'll be the lead agency. I can also just tell you that you can probably see from the scene that we have got a tremendous amount of help from our neighbors, the Franklin County Sheriff's Office, the Licking County Sheriff's Office, Pataskala, Gahanna, Johnstown, and I probably have missed some agencies, but we've all come together. We have in both counties. The city sits in both counties, and other agencies in both counties have been tremendously supportive.
Are you aware of any sort of altercation that happened inside the facility, either before or during this?
We've not had any reports of any altercation beforehand or afterwards.
Anything we didn't ask you that we should have?
No, it's just that, again, this is a tragedy that we had, obviously, it's happened across the United States. We had hoped it would never happen here, and that we're working to make sure that the victims are taken care of and that the suspect is apprehended.
Just for our knowledge, how do you plan to give updates moving forward?
I think we'll work with Josh Pullen, our PIO, and I would assume that at some point in time it would be we'll have a press conference. But I think we'll work with our PIO. I think everybody has his contact information, and we'll kind of give you a plan moving forward after that.
One more logistical question, because I have seen families showing up trying to pick up their loved ones.
Yeah.
Are they able to do that? When are they able to do that, if you know, just to get people that information?
Yeah, we have multiple detectives with the employees. We have no intention of keeping them any longer than we have to. If they once they gather their information and they're able to interview them, I'm sure they'll be released at that point.
And other than the deceased victim, you don't know the status of the other victims that are in the hospital?
No, I don't have the status on the other ones. I think that we'll have that in relatively short period of time as far as the general status goes.
So that was the very latest from authorities there in New Albany, Ohio. Tragic news. We're learning one person is dead, 5 others wounded after a shooting at a cosmetic warehouse there. Police in the city responding to an active shooter situation Tuesday night with, quote, multiple victims. The New Albany Police Department saying 5 people were taken to a hospital. At this time, police continue their search for a person of interest and do say the shooting appears to be targeted. Police say they do not have a motive for the shooting. As you heard in that quick press briefing, there is expected to be a press conference today with more updates. He says he does need to confer with the public information officer. Of course, once that gets underway, you'll get it in full right here on Live Now from Fox. 6:07 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and of course, your live events of your Wednesday morning. We'll be right back. 6:09 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue with your breaking news headlines this Wednesday morning. Learning from the Associated Press, a U.S. military plane carrying 104 deported Indian migrants arrived in a northern Indian city this Wednesday, the first such flight to the country as part of a crackdown ordered by the Trump administration, that coming from airport officials. The Indians who returned home had, quote, illegally entered the U.S. over the years and came from various Indian states, end quote. AP goes on to report the move came ahead of Indian Prime Minister's visit to Washington, which is expected next week. U.S. President Donald Trump and Modi discussing immigration in a phone call last week, and Trump stressed the importance of India buying more American-made security equipment and, of course, fair bilateral trade. India has cooperated with the U.S. and says it's ready to accept the deported Indians after verification. New Delhi says it is against illegal immigration, mainly because it's linked to several forms of organized crime, and it has not objected to the U.S. deporting its citizens. We do know that U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said earlier this week the deportation flights were an effective way to stem the flow of illegal migration, which he says is destructive and destabilizing. The State Department says such deportations send a message of deterrence to other people considering migrating illegally. We do know that India's junior External Affairs Minister told India's parliament that 519 Indian nationals were deported to India between 2023 and October of 2024, citing U.S. government data. The U.S. government carries out deportations through commercial and chartered flights. Media reports saying there are about more than 7 million undocumented Indians in the U.S., mainly from areas compromised about 3% of an illegal border crossing in the U.S. in 2024. The Indian Express newspaper saying there were 20,407 undocumented Indians as of November last year who are either facing final removal orders or who are currently in detention centers of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Again, this news just now coming in from the Associated Press as they report more than 100 Indian migrants deported by the U.S. arriving home. 6:12 here on the East Coast. We're going to take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in this Wednesday morning, a lot of breaking news to share with you. The Associated Press letting us know that United Airlines is restarting service from New York and Newark, New Jersey to Tel Aviv next month, going on to say it is the first U.S. airline to resume service this year. The announcement comes on the same day Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with President Donald Trump at the White House. United's daily flights to Israel resume on March 15th, with a second daily flight planned to begin March 29th. A press release from the airline confirming that with our content partners over at Fox Business. We do hear that the release goes on to say this resumption follows a detailed assessment of operational considerations for the region and close work with the union to represent flight attendants and pilots. The flights between the U.S. and Israel will be on Boeing 787-10s. The airline says passengers can also connect to Tel Aviv through partners of other airline groups. And of course, they will evaluate restoring additional flights, quote, based on demand. Now, this Wednesday morning, the airline did not immediately respond to a Fox Business request for more information. American Airlines flights to Tel Aviv have been halted until September, according to the Times of Israel. The media outlet reporting back in January that Delta announced it would resume services to the Israeli city on April 1st. The U.S. airline industry suspension of all direct flights to Israel was in the wake of the October 7th terrorist attacks. And of course, you saw that breakdown, of course, throughout the duration leading up to the ceasefire here on Live Now from Fox. Now, to provide some perspective, unlike in 2014, when the FAA directed all U.S. carriers to suspend flights to Israel due to safety concerns amid rocket fire toward Tel Aviv, American, Delta, and United decided on their own to stop all direct flights from the U.S. to Israel since the October 7th attacks, absent of an order by the FAA. So I wanted to provide that perspective. Again, United Airlines restarting service from New York and Newark, New Jersey to Tel Aviv next month. So providing that information with you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. As we do so, giving you a live look here at 6:16 on the East Coast, out at a very cloudy, overcast Jerusalem, Israel. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Before the break, we were sharing with you breaking news as relates to the U.S. and Israel. And if we look back in time just a few hours ago, we know President Donald Trump welcomed his first world leader in his second term when Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House. This is where the two discussed the future of the Hamas ceasefire, more hostages released, and if Gaza can be rebuilt. Fox's Caroline Shively reporting now from Washington.
In a news conference Tuesday night, President Trump said he wants the U.S. to take long-term ownership of the Gaza Strip, saying the war-torn territory could become the Riviera of the Middle East.
Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area.
To do it, the president said he wants all Palestinians to leave Gaza.
If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
Arab leaders strongly oppose Palestinians relocating to other countries, saying it would allow Israel to take over the territory. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who joined Trump at the White House, gave his backing to the plan.
I think it's something that could change history, and it's worthwhile really pursuing.
Jordan and Egypt have repeatedly rejected Mr. Trump's plan to relocate Palestinians to their countries. Jordan's King Abdullah is coming to the White House next week.
Bring them home now!
Outside the White House Tuesday, protesters pushed for the release of the 40 remaining Israeli hostages. Over the second phase of the ceasefire, all remaining captives are supposed to be released, and Israeli troops are to withdraw from Gaza.
We'd like to get all of the hostages, and if we don't, it will just make us somewhat more violent.
Although initial projections estimate it will take 5 years to rebuild Gaza, White House officials say it could take 15. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you so much for that detailed update. And as we go to our final break of the hour, giving you a live look at the White House. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Don't go anywhere. 6:23 is the time, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we were sharing the very latest from Fox's Caroline Shively, reporting from Washington. As we know, yesterday that President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met at the White House. Well, looking ahead today, we know U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth will also meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That is slated to happen today at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Of course, if we get a camera inside, you will get that right here on Live Now from Fox. Getting back to the very latest as relates to President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, which is what sparked this trip in the first place. Again, we know that this is President Trump's first world leader in his second term. This is the first time he's inviting someone in his second term to the White House. Again, discussions including future of the Hamas ceasefire, more hostages released, and if Gaza can be rebuilt. If you weren't able to see what unfolded with that joint press conference, I want to play it for you now.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of press. Congratulations. You bring them out. You really bring them out. Today, I'm delighted to welcome Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu back to the White House. It's a wonderful feeling and a wonderful event. We had fantastic talks. And thank you very much with your staff. He's the first foreign head of state to visit during our administration. And Bibi, I want to say it's an honor to have you with us. Over the past 4 years, the U.S. and the Israeli alliance has been tested more than any time in history. But the bonds of friendship and affection between the American and Israeli people have endured for generations, and they are absolutely unbreakable. They are unbreakable. I'm confident that under our leadership, the cherished alliance between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever. We had a great relationship. We had great victories together 4 years ago. Not so many victories over the past 4 years, however. In my first term, Prime Minister and I forged a tremendously successful partnership that brought peace and stability to the Middle East like it hadn't seen in decades. Together, we defeated ISIS. We ended the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, one of the worst deals ever made, by the way, and imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the Iranian regime. We starved Hamas and Iran's other terrorist proxies, and we starved them like they had never seen before. Resources and support disappeared for them. I recognized Israel's capital, opened the American embassy in Jerusalem, and got it built, by the way. Built it too, just not only designated it, but got it built at a price that nobody's seen for 40 years. We got it built. It's beautiful, all Jerusalem stone, right from nearby, and it's something that's very special. And recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, something that they talked about for 70 years, and they weren't able to get it, and I got it. And with the historic Abraham Accord, something that was really an achievement that was, I think, going to become more and more important because we achieved the most significant Middle East peace agreements in half a century, but the Abraham Accords in particular, and I really believe that many countries will soon be joining this amazing peace and economic development transaction. It really is a big economic development transaction. I think we're going to have a lot of people signing up very quickly. Unfortunately, for 4 years, nobody signed up. Nobody did anything for 4 years except in the negative. Unfortunately, the weakness and incompetence of those years, those past 4 years, the grave damage around the globe that was done, including in the Middle East, grave damage all over the globe. The horrors of October 7th would never have happened if I were president. The Ukraine and Russia disaster would never have happened if I were president. Over the past 16 months, Israel has endured a sustained, aggressive, and murderous assault on every front, but they fought back bravely. You see that, and you know that. What we have witnessed is an all-out attack on the very existence of a Jewish state in the Jewish homeland. The Israelis have stood strong and united in the face of an enemy that has kidnapped, tortured, raped, and slaughtered innocent men, women, children, and even little babies. I want to salute the Israeli people for meeting this trial with courage and determination and unflinching resolve. They have been strong. In our meetings today, the Prime Minister and I focused on the future, discussing how we can work together to ensure Hamas is eliminated and ultimately restore peace to a very troubled region. It's been troubled, but what's happened in the last 4 years has not been good. I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for working closely with my transition team, the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who's here somewhere. Steve? Stand up, Steve, please. What a job you've done. What a good job you've done. Proud of you. Done a fantastic job. National Security Advisor Mike Waltz. Thank you, Mike, for working so well with us. Thank you. We have, in addition, Marco Rubio, who is on the phone right now, listening to every single word that we say, and he's going to be great. And Pete, congratulations. And Scott, congratulations. I see you're here. And Caroline's been doing a great job. She's really probably talked about more than anybody here. She's done a fantastic job, and thank you very much, Caroline. We're proud of you. But we'll only be satisfied when all of these problems are solved, and we have the team to solve them, and that's going to happen. And it's going to happen, I think, very quickly. I also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades and so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there, and frankly, who's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time. Being in its presence just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there and lived a miserable existence there. Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this, and build various domains that will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck. This can be paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12. It could be numerous sites, or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace, and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. I'm hopeful that this ceasefire could be the beginning of a larger and more enduring peace that will end the bloodshed and killing once and for all. With the same goal in mind, my administration has been moving quickly to restore trust in the alliance and rebuild American strength throughout the region. And we've really done that. We're a respected nation again. A lot's happened in the last couple of weeks. We are actually a very respected nation again. I ended the last administration's de facto arms embargo. on over $1 billion in military assistance for Israel. And I'm also pleased to announce that this afternoon, the United States withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council and ended all of the support for the UN Relief and Works Agency, which funneled money to Hamas and which was very disloyal to humanity. Today, I also took action to restore a maximum pressure policy on the Iranian regime, and we will once again enforce the most aggressive possible sanctions, drive Iranian oil exports to zero, and diminish the regime's capacity to fund terror throughout the region and throughout the world. We had no threat when I left office. Iran was not able to sell oil. And nobody was buying oil because I said, don't buy it. If you buy it, you're not doing any business with the United States. And Hamas was not being funded. Hezbollah was not being funded. Nobody was being funded. There would never have been an October 7th. 2 weeks ago, I once again designated the Houthis as a terrorist organization. They're trying to destroy world shipping lanes, and that's not going to happen. And over the weekend, I ordered airstrikes against senior ISIS leaders hiding in the caves of Somalia and took them out. Here in America, we've begun the process of deporting foreign terrorists, jihadists, and Hamas sympathizers from our soil, just as we have people that are extremely evil, and we're sending them out of our country. They came from jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they were dumped into our country. They're gang members. We're getting them out at numbers that nobody can actually believe. And every single country is taking those people back. They said they would never take them back, and they're all taking them back, and they're taking them back very gladly. And I recently signed an executive order combating the vile wave of anti-Semitism that we've seen in the aftermath of the October 7th attacks. Together, America and Israel will renew the optimism that shined so brightly just 4 years ago. It was really a bright, beautiful light. We will restore calm and stability to the region and expand prosperity, opportunity, and hope to our nations and for all people in the Middle East, including the Arab and Muslim nations. Very important. We want the Arab and Muslim nations to have peace and have tranquility and have great lives. I'd like to now invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to say a few words, and we'll take some questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored that you invited me to be the first foreign leader to visit the White House in your second term. This is a testament to your friendship and support for the Jewish state and the Jewish people. I've said this before, I'll say it again. You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. And that's why the people of Israel have such enormous respect for you. In your first term, you recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. You moved the American embassy there. You recognized Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. You withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. I remember we spoke about it. You said, this is the worst deal I've ever seen. I'm elected, I'm walking out of it. That's exactly what you did. And I think it speaks loudly for just common sense, just looking at things and seeing them as they are. And of course, you also brokered the groundbreaking Abraham Accords in which Israel made peace with 4 Arab states. We did this in 4 months. Nothing happened for a quarter of a century, but in 4 months, we were able, working together under your leadership, to have 4 historic peace accords. And now in the first days of your second term, you picked up right where you left off. Your leadership to help bring our hostages home, among them American citizens. You freed up munitions that have been withheld from Israel. They had been withheld from Israel in the midst of a 7-front war for our existence. And you just freed it. You ended unjust sanctions against law-abiding Israeli citizens. You boldly confronted the scourge of anti-Semitism. You stopped funding, as you just said, international organizations like UNRWA that support and fund terrorists. And today, you renewed the maximum pressure campaign against Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, all this in just 2 weeks. Can we imagine where we'll be in 4 years? I can. I know you can, Mr. President. For our part, we in Israel have been pretty busy too. Since the horrendous October 7th attack, we've been fighting our common enemies and changing the face of the Middle East. On that infamous day, Hamas monsters savagely murdered 1,200 innocent people, including more than 40 Americans. They beheaded men, they raped women, they burned babies alive, and they took 251 people hostage to the dungeons of Gaza. And after this worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust, Iran and its henchmen in the Middle East were absolutely ecstatic. Haniya praised the massacre. Sinwar said that Israel was finished. Nasrallah boasted that Israel was, here's what he said, as feeble as a spider's web. Well, Mr. President, Haniya is gone. Sinwar is gone. Nasrallah is gone. We've devastated Hamas. We decimated Hezbollah. We destroyed Assad's remaining armaments. And we crippled Iran's air defenses. And in doing this, we've defeated some of America's worst enemies. We took out terrorists who were wanted for decades for shedding rivers of American blood, including the blood of 241 Marines murdered in Beirut. We accomplished all this with the indomitable spirit of our people and the boundless courage of our soldiers. The Bible says that the people of Israel shall rise like lions, and boy did we rise. Today, the roar of the Lion of Judah is heard loudly throughout the Middle East. Israel has never been stronger, and the Iran terror axis has never been weaker. But as we discussed, Mr. President, to secure our future and bring peace to our region, we have to finish the job. In Gaza, Israel has 3 goals: destroy Hamas's military and governing capabilities, secure the release of all of our hostages, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. I believe, Mr. President, that your willingness to puncture conventional thinking that has failed time and time and time again, your willingness to think outside the box with fresh ideas will help us achieve all these goals. And I've seen you do this many times. You cut to the chase. You see things others refuse to see. You say things others refuse to say. And after the jaws drop, people scratch their heads and they say, you know, he's right. And this is the kind of thinking that enabled us to bring the Abraham Accords. This is the kind of thinking that will reshape the Middle East and bring peace. We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President. They tried through their proxies to kill me. And we're both committed to rolling back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Israel will end the war by winning the war. Israel's victory will be America's victory. We will not only win the war, working together, we will win the peace. With your leadership, Mr. President, and our partnership, I believe that we will forge a brilliant future for our region and bring our great alliance to even greater heights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, baby. Very nice. Thank you. And J.D. Vance, everybody. J.D., please, Vice President, stand up. He's been doing a good job. He's been working very hard on all things, but this in particular. We'll take some questions, please. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. President, can a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia be achieved without the acknowledgement of a Palestinian state? That question for you too, Mr. Prime Minister. And Mr. President, given what you've said about Gaza, did the U.S. send troops to help secure the security vacuum?
So Saudi Arabia is going to be very helpful, and they have been very helpful. They want peace in the Middle East. It's very simple. We know their leader and their leaders very well. They're wonderful people, and they want peace in the Middle East. As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that peace, and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of. But everybody feels that continuing the same process that's gone on forever, over and over again, and then it starts, and then the killing starts, and all of the other problems start, and you end up in the same place, and we don't want to see that happen. So by the United States, with its stability and strength, owning it, especially the strength that we're developing and developed over the last fairly short period of time, I would say really since the election, I think we'll be a keeper of something that is very, very strong, very powerful, and very, very good for the area, not just for Israel, for the entire Middle East. Very important. And we'll, again, have thousands of jobs, and there'll be jobs for everyone, not for a specific group of people, but for everybody. Okay, please.
I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia is not only feasible, I think it's going to happen. I think if we had another half a year in your first term, it would have already happened.
True. Many, many more, I agree, many more nations.
I think you can't prejudge and pre-guess how we'll achieve it, but I'm committed to achieving it, and I know the President is committed to achieving it, and I think the Saudi leadership is interested to achieve it. So we'll give it a good shot, and I think we'll succeed.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
First of all, President Trump, did you hear from Prime Minister Netanyahu at your meeting guarantees that a ceasefire will go, including phase 2, and Prime Minister Netanyahu why are you refusing to set up a national commission to investigate failures of the process?
Well, I can't tell you whether or not the ceasefire will hold. We've done, I think, a very masterful job. We weren't helped very much by the Biden administration, I can tell you that. But we've gotten quite a few hostages out. We're going to get more out. But we're dealing with very complex people. And we are going to see whether or not it holds. We certainly want to have more come out. They've come out damaged in many ways, very damaged people. But they're going to get better, and they're going to be strong, and they're going to have a good life. And we hope to get as many as possible out. Whether or not it holds, I don't know. We hope it holds. We hope it holds.
I think that at the appropriate time, which I think will enable us to really investigate what happens, what were the causes of the failures, by an independent commission that will be accepted by the majority of the people. We don't want it accepted by one half of the people and not the other. I think we should have it, and we should find out exactly what happened. I'm insisting on it. And believe me, it'll surprise a lot of people when it happens.
Kelly, go ahead.
You are outlining something that is really quite striking tonight. You are talking about... Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister. You are talking tonight about the United States taking over a sovereign territory. What authority would allow you to do that? Are you talking about a permanent occupation there, redevelopment? And Mr. Prime Minister, do you see this idea as a way to expand the boundaries of Israel and to have a longer peace, even though the Israeli people know how important that land is to you and your citizens, just as the space is inherited by the Palestinians as well?
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know. Nobody can look because all they see is death and destruction and rubble and demolished buildings falling all over. It's just a terrible sight. I've studied it. I've studied this very closely over a lot of months, and I've seen it from every different angle, and it's a very, very dangerous place to be, and it's only going to get worse. And I think this is an idea that's gotten tremendous, and I'm talking about from the highest level of leadership, gotten tremendous praise. And if the United States can help to bring stability and peace in the Middle East, we'll do that. Bibi?
I mentioned again tonight our 3 goals, and the third goal is to make sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again. President Trump is taking it to a much higher level. He sees a different future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism, so many attacks against us, so many trials and so many tribulations. He has a different idea. And I think it's worth paying attention to this. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with his people, with his staff. I think it's something that could change history. And it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Right.
Question for you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So before rebuilding Gaza again, obviously take out all the hostages, and one of them is Sedan Alexander, an American soldier who is alive. How will you be assured that you will take out all the hostages and then rebuild?
We're working very hard to get all the hostages. The word is all, and we are working very hard. So far, it's been moving along fairly rapidly, pretty much on schedule. I'd love to have them all out at one time, but we're taking them out, and tomorrow more are being released, and over the days more, and then we'll go into a phase 2. But we'd like to get all of the hostages, and if we don't, it will just make us somewhat more violent. I will tell you that, because they would have broken their word. Mr. Witkoff and his entire group have been working 24 hours around the clock, and they want them out, and promises have been made to them, and we'll see whether or not those promises will be kept. But we want all the hostages, that's right.
How much time do you think it will take?
Do you support, Mr. President, do you support Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria, areas which many believe is the biblical homeland of the Jewish people?
Well, we're discussing that with many of your representatives. You're represented very well, and people do like the idea, but we haven't taken a position on it yet. But we will be we'll be making an announcement probably on that very specific topic over the next 4 weeks. Go ahead, please. Please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. You just said that you think all the Palestinians should be relocated to other countries. Does that mean that you do not support a two-state solution?
It doesn't mean anything about a two-state or one state or any other state. It means that we want to have, we want to give people a chance at life. They have never had a chance at life because the Gaza Strip has been a hellhole for people living there. It's been horrible. Hamas has made it so bad, so dangerous, so unfair to people. And by doing what I'm recommending that we do, it's a very strong recommendation, but it is a strong recommendation. By doing that, we think we're going to bring perhaps great peace to long beyond this area. And I have to stress, this is not for Israel. This is for everybody in the Middle East, Arabs, Muslims. This is for everybody. This would be where they can partake in terms of jobs and living and all of the other benefits. And I think it's very important. It just doesn't work the other way. You know, you can't keep trying. They just has been going along for so many decades, you can't even count. You just can't keep doing. You have to learn from history. You can't keep doing the same mistake over and over again. Gaza is a hellhole right now. It was before the bombing started, frankly. And we're going to give people a chance to live in a beautiful community that's safe and secure. And I I think you're going to see a tremendous outflowing of support. I can tell you, I spoke to other leaders of countries in the Middle East, and they love the idea. They say it would really bring stability, and what we need is stability. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you still committed to imposing sanctions on the ICC despite the move being stalled in the Senate? And please, a question for the Prime Minister as well. The President has been very clear about his desire to achieve a deal with Saudi Arabia. How do you settle this if Israel is required to renew the war against Hamas in the future?
Go ahead, baby.
I think everybody understands that just as the President fought and defeated Al-Qaeda and ISIS, that we can't leave Hamas there because Hamas will continue the battle to destroy Israel. They'll do, you know, when in this temporary ceasefire, one of their leaders comes out, you know what he says? We're going to do October 7th again, except we'll do it bigger. So obviously, you can't talk about peace neither with Hamas or in the Middle East if this, toxic, murderous organization is left standing. Any more than you could make peace in Europe after World War II if the Nazi regime was left standing and the Nazi army was left standing. You want a different future? You got to knock out the people who want to destroy you and destroy peace. That's what we're going to do. I think that will also usher in, actually, the peace with Saudi Arabia and with others. And I think there will be others, too.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
As a high expectation from you. Do you have any plan to change Afghanistan situation? Are you able to recognize Taliban? Because I'm an Afghan journalist, Afghan suffered woman. Any comment about Afghanistan? What's your future plan for Afghan people, especially Afghanistan?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Oh, actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying. But I just say this, good luck. Live in peace. Go ahead, please. That's okay, yeah, please.
Prime Minister, you said earlier today that it was tough for you to implement these sanctions on Iran, but you did indicate that you were willing to negotiate with them. What would that look like, and are you in conversations with them? And the same for the Prime Minister, sir.
I hated doing it. I want Iran to be peaceful and successful. I hated doing it. I did it once before, and we brought them down to a level where they were unable to give any money. They had to survive themselves, and they had no money. They were essentially broke, and they had no money for, as I said, Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for any form of terror. The 28, if you call it, the 28 sites of terror, they had no money for any of it. They had to do their own and focus on their own well-being. And I hated to do it then, and I hate to do it just as much now. And I say this, and I say this to Iran, who's listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. Incredible people, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran. And I know them well, have many friends from Iran and many friends that are Americans from Iran, and they're very proud of Iran. But I hated to do it, just so you understand. And I hope we're going to be able to do something so that it doesn't end up in a very catastrophic situation. I don't want to see that happen. I really want to see peace, and I hope that we're able to do that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I'm not putting restrictions. They cannot have one thing. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if I think that they will have a nuclear weapon, despite what I just said, I think that's going to be very unfortunate for them. If, on the other hand, they can convince us that they won't, and I hope they can. It's very easy to do. It's actually very easy to do. I think they're going to have an unbelievable future. Yeah, please, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You just laid out your plan for Gaza.
Yes. Can
you lay out your plan for Ukraine and also...
For Ukraine?
For Ukraine, yes. You consider yourself a strong leader. You blamed your predecessor for letting Russia to take over Ukraine. Will you demand from Putin to get out of Ukraine, from sovereign territory of Ukraine?
So we're dealing right now in the subject. I don't want to spend a lot of time because we're here for another reason, but we are having very good talks, very constructive talks on Ukraine. And we're talking to the Russians. We're talking to the Ukrainian leadership. It would have never happened. That would have never happened. It should have never happened. I get reports every week. The number of soldiers, mostly soldiers now, the cities have been largely demolished. You talk about a very sad sight to see. We talk Gaza. Well, many of these cities look as bad as Gaza and worse, what's happened to them. And I want to see that end. And I want to see it end for one simple reason, the life of young people being absolutely obliterated on both sides. You probably have 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers dead, 800,000, maybe more Russian soldiers dead. It's very flat land, and the only thing that's going to stop a bullet is a human body, in this case, usually soldiers. And the numbers are staggering when you hear the real numbers in Ukraine, what the numbers are. And this doesn't include the cities that have been demolished and all of the people that were killed. So I want to see it stopped. We're having very good talks, and I think we're going to get it. I think something will be hopefully dramatically, it will rise above everything. You can't let this continue. This is an absolute slaughter that's taking place on the beautiful farmlands of Ukraine, and we have to stop it. We can't let this continue. It is a human tragedy, and we're going to try very hard to stop it. Yeah, please, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Okay. Mr. President, what's your view about Palestinian leader Abbas' role in all the regional changes you want to do? And the question for the Prime Minister, what's your view on President Trump wanting to reach a deal with Iran and not a much more active military stance towards it?
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
I think the president just said something that I think is the pivot of everything that we're talking about. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we fully agree with that. If this goal can be achieved by a maximum pressure campaign, so be it. But I think the most important thing is to focus on the goal, which the president just did, and I fully agree with him.
Well, I said it, and he said it very well. It's a campaign of pressure to see if we can get something done. He doesn't want to do what some people think will automatically happen because they're very difficult people to deal with, as you know. But if we could solve this problem without warfare, without all of the things that you've been witnessing over the last number of years, it would be, I think it would be a tremendous thing. Go ahead, please.
Do you have any plans to visit Israel soon?
To visit where?
Israel and Gaza.
Oh, well, I love Israel. I will visit there, and I'll visit Gaza, and I'll visit Saudi Arabia, and I'll visit other places all over the Middle East. The Middle East is an incredible place, so vibrant, so it's just one of the really beautiful places and with great people. And I think a lot of bad leadership has taken place in the Middle East that's allowed this to happen. It's just terrible. And that includes on the American side, by the way. We should have never gone in there a long time ago, spent trillions of dollars and created so much death. So that includes Americans. But yeah, I'll be visiting a lot of different places in the Middle East. I've been invited everywhere, but I will be visiting some, yeah. Okay. Let's go. Caitlin, go ahead. Caitlin.
Thank you so much, President Trump.
Caitlin, go ahead.
On what you were saying there.
Say it. Go ahead, please.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza, going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision a world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work. And you have to learn from history. History has, you just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about. And I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we need to get this done, and people can live in harmony and in peace. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So that was the very latest as President Donald Trump welcomed Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to the White House. And then on the left side of your screen, top stories we are following this Wednesday morning here on Live Now from Fox. And as we further discuss the very latest of this visit of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we do have a quick content reminder for you here on Live Now from Fox. Take a good look at your screen. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today at 3 o'clock Eastern. And of course, if we are allowed a camera inside, you'll get that right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also following the very latest of President Donald Trump. We are learning from the White House, this put out on X this morning by Jared Halpern. He says President Trump has separate meetings today with Governor Greg Abbott of Texas and Governor Gavin Newsom of California. He says the press secretary will hold a briefing this afternoon, so we are keeping a close eye on that. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Wednesday morning, 7:06 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. We are following some breaking news at this hour, which takes us out to Sweden. I want you to take a good look at your screen. This news we first brought to you this time yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. We do have an update from the Associated Press, learning Sweden's worst mass shooting left at least 11 people dead, including the gunman, and at least 5 seriously wounded at an adult education center west of Stockholm. The gunman's motive has not yet been identified by this Wednesday, as the Scandinavian nation, where gun violence at schools is very rare, continues to reel from the attack. If you take a look at your screen, you're getting a live look there at the shooting as people are coming out in real time, building makeshift memorials and mourning just this tragic loss that happened. Officials saying on this Wednesday that 3 women and 2 men, all with gunshot wounds, underwent surgery at a local university hospital. All were in serious but stable condition after being admitted to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Another woman was treated for minor injuries, and we're told she is stable. The regional director of Health and Medical Services saying that 2 of the gunshot victims were in intensive care this Wednesday, all of the victims over the age of 18. No other patients related to the shooting were admitted to the hospital overnight. Now, the school where this tragedy happened, it offers primary and secondary educational classes for adults aged 20 and older, Swedish language classes for migrants, vocational training and programs for people with intellectual disabilities. The Justice Minister calling this shooting, quote, an event that shakes our entire society to its core. The King and Queen were in this area to visit the school district and attend a memorial service in the city. That's according to the palace. We're also told there will be soccer teams that will wear black armbands at a preseason match this Wednesday evening and hold a minute's silence before kickoff. If you're unfamiliar with what happened, we know the shooting started Tuesday afternoon after many students had gone home following a national exam. Students sheltered in nearby buildings and other parts of the school were eventually evacuated following this shooting. Authorities are still working at this time to identify the deceased. Police saying that officers discovered the gunman dead at the school when they arrived. It's unclear how the gunman died, but you can see based on the emotion ongoing in real time on your screen, just people in this area mourning, tears falling from their face as they are embracing one another. This tragedy happening, not something you would imagine as you wake up to head to school. This happening in Sweden. The Associated Press saying this is Sweden's worst mass shooting, leaving at least 11 people dead. This is an ongoing investigation. Of course, as we get more information in, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. Here is 7-Eleven on the East Coast. We are going to a quick 2-minute commercial break, our second of the hour. When we come back, heading out to the Peach State of Georgia, giving you a live look outside of Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. We'll be checking in with Fox 5 Atlanta's Caitlin Pratt as we continue with your top stories and headlines of the day. 7:13 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we continue with your top stories and headlines of your Wednesday morning, we're learning as President Donald Trump continues his crackdown on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, Atlanta's largest employer says it's not backing down from that commitment. Delta pledging to continue its DEI practices. Fox 5 Atlanta's Caitlin Pratt joining us live this morning at Atlanta's airport to explain the very latest. Caitlin, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you. Okay, so Delta is Atlanta's, Georgia's airline, and it employs about 36,000 people here in the metro area alone. It says its people are an asset, and that's why they are remaining steadfast in their commitment to represent, to support them. Delta Airlines is Atlanta's largest employer, and the company is defending diversity initiatives as good for business.
We are steadfast in our commitments because we think that they're actually critical to our business. Sustainability is about being more efficient in our operations, and really DE&I is about talent, and that's been our focus.
That statement from Delta's chief external affairs officer coming during the airline's earnings call. A reporter at the Wall Street Journal asking executives if the airline was rethinking its pledges to sustainability and DEI.
The key differentiator at Delta is our people.
Delta's commitment to DEI coming as President Donald Trump ends programs in the federal government through an executive order. That order also aiming to deter companies and large nonprofits from continuing with inclusive programs.
It means no more funding for illegal DEI programs. It means no more funding for the Green New scam that has cost American taxpayers tens of billions of dollars.
Delta and Costco have said they'll stick with the programs. Others have rolled theirs back. Walmart, Target, Amazon, and McDonald's, some of those companies. So will a company's stance on diversity impact the consumer, their loyalty, their commitment? That remains to be seen. We, of course, will keep you updated on that. That's the latest here live at Atlanta's airport this morning. I'm Caitlin Pratt for Good Day Atlanta. Back to you.
All right, Caitlin Pratt, always a pleasure to have you join the show. Thank you so much for this detailed breakdown as a lot of eyes are on President Donald Trump and his latest executive orders. You enjoy the rest of your day. And I want to give you another live look outside of Hartsfield-Jackson Airport there in Atlanta. Here at 7:16 on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, we have some live events to get to. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, a live event underway, which takes us out to London, England. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer taking questions from lawmakers during regular questioning. Let's listen in. And of course, I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Wednesday morning.
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, she's right. The new runway at Heathrow can boost economic growth across the whole of the country. It would boost the economy by billions and create over 100,000 jobs across the UK, with 60% of the economic benefits outside London and the South East. It is, Mr. Speaker, good for Scottish passengers and Scottish businesses, particularly Scottish salmon, which is the #1 export passing through Heathrow, worth £970 million over the last 5 years. I'll obviously happily make sure that she gets a meeting with the relevant minister.
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I can assure the honourable member for Rugby that Reform want healthcare to be free at the point of delivery. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. There appears to be some panic on that side of the House. I'm not surprised. To ask the Prime Minister, I'd like some advice, please. What do I say? Oh, they really are panicking, aren't they?
Order. I want to get this question over with. All you're doing is ensure it goes on forever. Quick question.
To ask the Prime Minister for some advice, what do I say to 25,000 constituents in Clacton, including...
Either get on. No, you've got it. No, we're not both standing at the same. Look, I need a quick question, then I can get you the answer. Come on.
What do I say, Prime Minister, to 25,000 constituents in Clacton, including 99-year-old Jim O'Dwyer, who flew a full set of missions on Lancaster bombers as tail end Charlie, as they're losing their winter fuel allowance, feeling the pinch, whilst at the same time we're prepared to give away a military base and pay £18 billion for the privilege of doing so.
Mr. Speaker, he talks of panic. The only panic is people using the NHS who know that under his policy he wants to charge them for using the NHS. And what he should say to the people of Clacton when he finally finds Clacton is that they should vote Labour because we're stabilising the economy and boosting the jobs.
Mr. Speaker, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents in Folkestone and Hythe are expressing their frustration at the previous Tory government net migration figures, which quadrupled, increasing by nearly 1 million. But unbelievably, the Shadow Foreign Secretary has admitted that her party is proud of their open borders experiment on Britain. So will the Prime Minister explain what he is doing to bring these numbers back under control?
Well, I'm grateful to him for raising this because we know that the Leader of the Opposition personally lobbied to remove annual limits on student and work visas. The Shadow Foreign Secretary still thinks they got a great record on immigration, forgetting that they quadrupled immigration, reaching almost 1 million a year. Our Borders Bill will give stronger powers than ever to tackle people smugglers. We've already removed 16,000 people with no right to be here. The question for the opposition is, will they walk into the lobby with us next week to secure our borders?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After she was kidnapped and shot, Emily Damari was held in captivity by Hamas in UNRWA facilities, confirming many of our fears that UNRWA is riddled with Hamas sympathisers. So, the British people do not want our aid being stolen by Hamas. So will the Prime Minister agree with me that we should stop funding Hamas, follow the example of other nations and divert our aid to other, more trustworthy agencies?
Prime Minister.
On the question of Emily Damari, I've spoken with Mandy on many occasions. including when she didn't know whether her daughter was alive or not. And just listening to her was to really understand the torture that she went through. I spoke just the other day to Emily herself about the conditions in which she was held, and of course will continue to do so. But to be absolutely clear, and he knows this, we're not funding Hamas. Never will we condemn Hamas, and everybody in this House should condemn Hamas.
Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 54,000 women a year lose their jobs when they are pregnant or on maternity leave. 1 in 10 HR managers say they would be reluctant to hire a woman whom they thought was might start a family. Law has not solved this. Will the Prime Minister please meet with me, Dad Shift and Pregnant and Screwed to discuss the ring-fence paid paternity leave that is needed to bring about change?
Prime Minister.
She raised a very important issue in relation to maternity pay and maternity leave. The Leader of the Opposition thinks that maternity pay is excessive, and that's the difference. We know that workers' rights are pro-growth, and I'm proud that our Employment Rights Bill will introduce parental leave from day one, which means 1.5 million more employees will be entitled to unpaid parental leave and 30,000 more fathers to paternity leave. I'm happy to ensure that she gets the meeting with the relevant minister.
Gaga Mahindra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that, like everyone in the House, the Prime Minister is an honourable member. On that basis, can he repeat his assurances that all rules were followed while the country was in Tier 4 lockdown in December 2020, not just by him, but as his team as well, but also his voice coach, Leona Mellinger?
Mr. Speaker, in December 2020, I was in my office working on the expected Brexit deal. With my team, we had to analyse the deal as it came in at speed, prepare and deliver a live statement at speed on one of the most important issues for our country in recent years. That's what I was doing. What were they doing? Suitcases of booze into Downing Street, partying and fighting, vomiting up the walls, leaving the cleaners to remove red wine stains. That's the difference. I was working, they were partying.
Louise Haig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the whole House will support the Prime Minister's comments and send our thoughts to the family and all those who loved Harvey Wilgoose after his tragic and senseless death on Monday. I support the government's actions to tackle the sale of certain knives online. But before national media attention moves on from yet another tragic death of a young person, I know the Prime Minister will agree with me that in order to tackle the scale of the crisis engulfing too many of our communities, we need a whole system, cross-government approach to tackle the root causes of violence. Will he commit his government to tackling such a national strategy?
Prime Minister.
This incident was horrific and senseless, and I thank you for raising it. I think the thoughts of the whole House are with the victims' family, friends, and the school community and the wider community who've been impacted by this. We're all grateful to the first responders, the police officers and the medical staff who attended the scene, and it's right that South Yorkshire Police are given the time and space to carry out their investigation. We do need to do everything we can to bear down on knife crime. It is too easy to get knives online. It's too easy to carry knives without proper consequences, and that's why we've made it an absolute priority in government, and I hope it's a cross-party issue to absolutely bear down on knife crime.
James McCreary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Prime Minister will share my deep concern that families in my constituency of Lewis, particularly those with disabled children, face agonising waits for essential adaptations to council housing. In my inbox, I have cases where delays have left people unable to use a bathroom or even access a kitchen to simply make a cup of tea. Will the Prime Minister meet with me to discuss how we can ensure councils have the funding they need urgently to build and retrofit homes to ensure that all children have the start in life they deserve?
Minister.
Look, can I thank him for raising this really important issue for his constituents and actually so many constituents. I'm pleased to confirm that we've put down £69 billion for councils. That's a 6.8% cash terms increase, including up to £3.7 billion in vital additional funding for social care. We've doubled the funding for the Disabled Facilities Grant, an additional £86 million, to allow 7,800 more disabled and elderly people to make improvements that enable more independent lives, and will continue to do so, working across the House.
Ruth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 83 proud pottery workers woke up on Monday morning with no job following the collapse of the 200-year-old Royal Stafford pottery firm. It is a crisis in our ceramics industry. Escalating prices for energy and fake and foreign imports is causing a real problem. So could I ask the Prime Minister if he, through his offices, can arrange for the energy companies to meet with Ceramics UK and the GMB as the voice of the workforce so we can hammer out a new deal? And can he promote, through public procurement, buying British so that proud manufacturing jobs in Stoke can be protected?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to him for raising this really important issue, and it is obviously a question of jobs, but it's also a question of identity and a sense of place. And of course, we'll work with the energy companies, and of course, we'll have the relevant meetings, as he suggests.
Colin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agnes lives in my Bicester and Woodstock constituency. In 2019, when she was 9, she was referred by her GP to Child and Adolescent Mental Health Services, CAMS. Agnes has had to wait over 9 years for an assessment for the neurodiversity that has caused her crushing mental health problems. Last year, when Agnes's dad, Jim, sought to accelerate her appointment, he was told that CAMS could not see her or prioritise her appointment, and I quote, unless Agnes is actively trying to kill herself. Jim asked me to raise this case today because he wants to ensure that no other child goes through the same experience as his daughter. Will the Prime Minister meet with Agnes, Jim and me to hear their story?
Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this issue in that way, and pass on to Agnes and Jim just how impactful what he has said is, and how important it is that he continues to raise this issue, because far too many children and young people are waiting far too long to receive the mental health support that they need, and we're determined to ensure more children and young people can access high-quality mental health support in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Llandudno is a beautiful seaside town, a wonderful place to visit, but businesses are struggling with the rise in shoplifting. In many cases, thieves are stealing full view of staff because they just don't fear the consequences. The recent funding boost for neighbourhood policing is very welcome, but could the Prime Minister please tell my constituents what more this government is doing to tackle retail crime and deter repeat offenders?
Prime Minister.
Well, for far too long, crimes like shoplifting have been written off as low level. That's wrong, it's devastating, and the party opposite left us with rising crime and effectively told the police to ignore shoplifting under £200 worth of goods. We've got rid of that shoplifters charter and working hard to make sure that we take a grip where they lost control.
William.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, I wanted to raise an equally troubling case. My constituent retired from the police force to care for his wife, working a part-time job to help pay the bills. As his earnings were not consistent, there were times he was above the carer's allowance threshold, causing later payments to be withheld. He's now owed thousands of pounds, and recently he's been diagnosed with grade 4 glioblastoma, which has made the situation even more serious. Will the Prime Minister agree to look at this situation and ensure the Department for Work and Pensions supports rather than penalises carers?
Prime Minister.
Again, we've obviously set up the independent review into exactly what happened in these cases, which was the right thing to do. We will look at individual circumstances, so again, if she's willing to pass the details to me, we'll look at them.
Joanna Baxter.
Mr. Speaker, Audit Scotland recently exposed the incredible funding crisis facing our councils in Scotland. £759 million of a funding gap. They also reported that the 12 councils that make up the Strathclyde Pension Fund are reducing their employer contributions from 19.3% to 6.5%. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that instead of taking money out of workers' pensions, that the Scottish Government appropriately fund our councils?
She's absolutely right.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are live in London, England. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, he's there on your screen now, taking questions from Parliament. On the right side of your screen, happening now, that top right box, a live look out in Sweden, a memorial underway following that deadly mass shooting. And then that bottom box, we're following the latest out of New Albany, Ohio. At last check, at least one person dead, 5 wounded in a shooting at a warehouse. We are getting word that an updated press conference is about to take place out in New Albany, Ohio. So we're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, heading out there to New Albany for the latest. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. At this hour, we are following breaking news. It takes us out to New Albany, Ohio. We're learning at least one person is dead, 5 others wounded after a shooting at a cosmetics warehouse in that area. Police in the city of New Albany responding to an active shooter situation Tuesday night with, quote, multiple victims. The New Albany Police Department saying 5 people were taken to a hospital. Police do continue their search this morning for a person of interest and say the shooting appears to be targeted. At this time, police say they do not have a motive for the shooting. Right now, we see the public information officer and authorities are coming together to do a press conference about the latest in this investigation. Let's listen in now.
You're a coworker who's clearly in need. But even then, we live in a country based on the rule of law, where we agree to a set of social norms in support of the greater good. And when individuals take matters into their own hands and disregard the law in our society, we must hold them accountable, and we will do so here. And with that, let me introduce Chief Greg Jones from the New Albany Police Department.
To give you a little bit of background, the incident occurred about 10:30 last night. We received a call of a shooter. KDC is a light manufacturing facility, but it's a very large building. Upon arrival, first off, our officers were able to get here very quickly, and we are fortunate to have great law enforcement partners from Franklin and Lincoln County who responded as well, along with the fire department. Once we made entry into the building, again, it was a large building. We eventually found 6 victims. 5 of them were transported to the hospital. I can't release their condition at this point. The 6th victim was deceased in the building. The suspect, we had learned, had left the building or left the area before our arrival, or left the immediate area before our arrival. We quickly evacuated approximately 150 other employees to a neighboring building. And then, again, with all of our local partners, not only other cities and counties, but our state partners and federal authorities immediately began to try to track the suspect down. We are doing so as we speak, and it's we hope to have news for you soon. Again, this is a tragedy that to be honest with you, I never thought we'd see in our community, and unfortunately, it's hit home. So we just want our community to know, and just the community as a whole, that we're doing everything we can to bring this individual into custody, and also to ensure the safety of our citizens and the people that work in the community.
Chief, I know it's early. What are you able to say in terms of a motive here? Obviously, this is highly unusual in New Albany. A lot of concern about something like this happening. What do we know about what led this to occur?
Yeah, that's we don't have a motive at this point. From everybody we interviewed, which was quite a few people, obviously, with a facility this size, there's no reports of any type of confrontation or any type of dispute that would have brought this about.
You said it was a targeted attack overnight. What leads you to believe that?
Because it was at his place of work. So all the victims, all the people that were injured, or the person that is deceased, worked in the facility.
And I heard you correctly that the suspect did work here. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Do you know how long the suspect worked there?
We do not know that.
Do you know his exact position here?
No.
Is there any threat to the public at this hour?
We don't believe so. Like I said, I think that the suspect has left the area. We have information that is taking us to certain addresses that we are working to check and try to find him. And another thing, too, is that there was a weapon recovered at the scene. And we only received reports of one weapon.
And as far as you know, just the one shooter involved in the incident?
Correct. You know, and as you guys probably already know, when this originally happens, there's all kinds of reports that you receive. Originally, there was reported that there was 2 shooters. We were able to quickly determine that's not true.
If the shooter sees the coverage, what's your message to him?
To turn himself in. We have New Albany sits in 2 counties. We have municipal jurisdictions, both sheriff's departments. We have state officials, the U.S. Marshal Service, ATF, all working to check these locations where he might be and to bring him into custody. And I would recommend that he turns himself in. I think it's going to be a matter of time before he's brought into custody.
I know you said it's a really large...
Are local?
No, I'm not able to say that. I'm not sure their address. We interviewed and we also ID'd all the people that work in the building that we evacuated. I can tell you that the person that is deceased is not local to New Albany.
This is a large facility. I know it's early in the investigation, but can you give us any sort of sense of how this took place? Was he scheduled to be at work and it occurred then? Did he come into an area he not normally is in? What do we know about the circumstances?
So he had been at work for some time when this occurred. We don't have any reports that there was any issue that he was in an area that he wasn't supposed to be, or he was in trouble in any way, or there was any conflict. We have not to say that there wasn't something, but after interviewing everybody we have and supervisors at the company, we don't have any reports of anything like that.
Any victim update?
What's that?
Any victim update right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't give that to you right now. We can follow up and provide that soon.
Can you provide any details on males, females, how many injured in regards to that?
As far as the victims go, no, I don't have that at this point.
Do you have information about the security at this building? What type of measures there are? Do people have to scan in? Are there, metal detectors when people go in the building?
I don't know the details that I can provide you. I know that we had to use key fobs and different ways of accessing different parts of the building. So I know there is a level of manual security, but I'm not sure of the details.
What else are you able to tell us about the firearm in this case? What type of weapon was it? Can you tell us more?
It was a handgun. I really can't go into it any further than that. And again, our partners at the federal government, ATF, has responded and are helping us track that firearm.
Can you provide any updates on the suspect search? I know there were several scenes earlier today. Can you talk about that any further?
As far as the suspects look, yeah. So we, we had addresses that we thought the suspect might be at, and that our officers and our partners went to those addresses, checked those addresses, obtained search warrants, and the ones that we've checked so far, that we've not been able to find him. But right before we had this press briefing, we even received more information about some other addresses that we can check.
Was there witnesses that saw him leave, or camera footage that saw him leave? There's a lot of massive buildings here.
Yeah, there is camera footage, and we know how he left the building. There's camera footage of quite a bit of his entrance and leaving the building.
Have you talked to leadership here at all? What are they saying? Do they know anything about this suspect? They
had a manager, actually a supervisor and a manager here, I can't, at this point, I can't release details of what they, their characterization of him as an employee. What they did say that nobody here noticed any type of confrontation or anything that one might expect that triggered this.
And this is in the early shift?
What's that?
This is the end of a shift or middle of a shift?
No, this was, he had been there for several hours. I'm not sure when his shift ended, but he had been there for several hours before this occurred.
How are you doing, Chief?
Good. It's been a long night, but I'll tell you, it's not me. It's particularly having to break the news to a family member of the family that lost somebody last night, and to the staff who I'm sure is traumatized, and to all the police and fire staff that have been out here all night working on this. So, but they're doing a great job, and they're truly professionals.
The staff at this facility, have they been allowed to go home, and how are they doing?
Yeah, so the facility's closed. It's a crime scene. Right now it's a large facility, so it's going to take, I don't know, it could be like 12 hours before this scene is actually processed. We have BCI, they brought out a tremendous amount of staff and resources. They'll process the scene. But the facility's closed, and it will be for some time. And as far as the employees go, I'm not sure how the company notified them not to come into work. Yeah, as I said, about 150 people were working in there, so I'm not sure how many they expected to come in the next shift.
Question for the mayor. You both mentioned that this was a tragedy you never thought you would see in this community. How do you believe that the community will rally together during this time of struggle?
Yeah, in New Albany, we're a very tight community, and everyone will bond together in a tragic situation like this. No one wants to have these types of mornings. And, I know an email went out to the school community this morning before students even got on the bus, talking about the situation, but also reaffirming that we're doing everything we can to make sure our community is safe. And I have a lot of faith in our community pulling together in this tragic situation.
Do you plan on releasing any video footage from this area soon, or suspect vehicle information?
So, the suspect didn't drive, so, and I really can't tell you his mode of transportation at this point. I can't release that yet, but there was not a suspect vehicle that we were looking for at the time. So we had a general description of a ride that he got, but the cameras, it wasn't of sufficient quality where we could get a plate, or if we can get things like a make and model off of.
Any clothes, anything that people would be able to identify them by this morning?
No, I can. There probably is, and I'm sure that we released it to other law enforcement agencies. I don't have that with me at this point. We can check.
So do you think that somebody helped him get away?
I don't know that anybody knowingly. I don't think at this point, again, this is a fluid situation. We're only hours into this, so it's hard to say. A lot of this information, as you know, can change, but we don't have any reason to believe that anybody was an accomplice by helping him get here or escape.
So you're saying he may have done this, ended his shift like nothing happened, got in the car and left? Is that kind of what you're getting at here?
Pretty much, yeah. I'm not sure how close to the end of his shift he was at, because I'm not sure what his shift was. But he had been here for several hours before this shooting happened.
He walked out casually, like nothing happened?
I don't know if I can characterize they're going over a tremendous amount of video, so I don't know that I can characterize or remember exactly the manner in which he left. I'm sorry?
You talked about the communication and coordination with other law enforcement to kind of get the word out, try to get on top of this once it happens.
Yeah, so before we were able to obtain a warrant for his arrest, we issued a cop alert through leads, which every law enforcement agency in the state of Ohio has access to, basically indicating that we were looking for this individual, information about him, and if you see him, obviously bring him into custody. But we're not taking not a passive way of handling this. We had several SWAT teams on the scene. We had, again, agencies from all levels of government, and they quickly deployed to addresses to try to locate this gentleman. As far as the other thing, too, is that, it was amazing on the number of agencies that responded, their level of professionalism. It really, and we were able to put all of them to work. It's obviously a very large scene, and again, they did a great job.
Thank you both.
Thank you
guys. Appreciate it.
So that's the very latest from officials out in New Albany, Ohio. Tragic news learning one person is dead, 5 injured during the shooting at a cosmetics warehouse in Ohio. They did share that the person of interest is still on the loose this morning as they continue to search for him. Of course, as we get more press conferences in and more information, you'll get it right here on Live Now from Fox. 7:50 here on the East Coast, and I do want to transition to other top stories and headlines we're following this Wednesday morning. Right now, giving you a live look at the White House here at 7:50 on the East Coast. As we now turn to your political headlines, a new move the Trump administration says is aimed at combating undocumented migrants. It's raising some legal concerns this morning. Besides trying to deport migrants accused of violent crimes, President Donald Trump is now suggesting convicted Americans also be sent to prisons abroad. Fox News' Ted Linder has the very latest on the deal with one Central American country that some say could partially outsource the U.S. prison system. Let's check in with him now.
Could the United States actually deport American prisoners to jails in foreign countries?
I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Well, there are a number of legalities. A new agreement between the Trump administration and the president of El Salvador could be paving a way forward.
That's an offer President Bukele made. Obviously, we'll have to study it on our end. There are obviously legalities involved. We have a constitution. We have all sorts of things, but it's a very generous offer.
Trump's Secretary of State Marco Rubio says El Salvador will accept deportees of any nationality from the U.S. Those include migrants with no legal status and U.S. citizens convicted of violent crimes and already behind bars.
He has agreed to accept for deportation any illegal alien in the United States who is a criminal.
If we could go a step further, in other words, we're talking about getting the criminals out of our country that come in through other countries illegally, right? The illegal migrants, as I call them. Well, we have people that are just as bad as them in our country. If we could get them out, I'd be very happy.
El Salvador's president says his country will only accept convicted criminals and will charge a fee for them to be outsourced.
It's no different than a prison system, except it would be a lot less expensive, and it would be a great deterrent.
This announcement comes in the wake of El Salvador's continued crackdown on gangs. In 2023, the country opened a massive prison that could house roughly 40,000 people. Officials rounded up hundreds accused of gang involvement, with the move triggering accusations of human rights violations. Ted Linder, Fox News.
All right, Ted, thank you so much for that detailed report. And as we further discuss the Trump administration giving you a live look out in Rafah, Gaza. As we know, right now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in the U.S. He visited with President Donald Trump on Tuesday. President Trump unveiling a stunning new proposal for the Middle East. He says the U.S. should take over the Gaza Strip, sending some 2 million Palestinians to other countries. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more from Washington this morning on the fallout.
The president sure surprised a room full of reporters from the U.S. and Israel with a plan that very few people saw coming. After more than a year of intense conflict, much of the Gaza Strip is a wasteland. President Trump says he has a plan.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too.
The announcement seemed to catch reporters in the room off guard, but it was made alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I think it's something that could change history, and it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
In Gaza, Hamas flatly rejected the idea, and it relies on countries like Egypt and Jordan taking in Palestinians, something they don't appear to be willing to do. The president would not rule out military intervention.
Didn't have that one on my bingo card.
The move stunned analysts and angered administration critics who say it upends the notion of a two-state agreement.
He just said that it will be United States policy to forcibly displace 2 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. That is ethnic cleansing by another name.
But the president argued that it could take years to rebuild Gaza and remove unexploded munitions. And he argues the area's fortunes could be turned around, and nothing else up to this point has worked.
I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
Now, under the president's plan, it's not clear who would ultimately live in Gaza, but he spoke of what he calls long-term U.S. ownership. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed report. Again, taking you back out to Washington, D.C., 7:55 here on the East Coast. You're getting a live look at the White House. As we further discuss the Trump administration, Trump's VP, J.D. Vance, spoke with Fox News about his first few days working as VP alongside President Donald Trump. Take a listen.
Mr. Vice President, great to see you.
Good morning. Thank you for
First of all, congratulations. All right, has it sunk in yet? Hillbilly elegy.
Yep.
Now the Vice President of the United States of America.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. No, it hasn't sunk in. And, you know, I joke that I took 2 wrong turns and I ended up, you know, a hallway down from the Oval Office. And it's just an incredible thing. You know, the first time I'd ever actually been to the Oval Office was with President Trump as his vice president last Tuesday.
Never been there.
Had never been to the Oval Office.
Wow.
And, you know, he always talks about, you know, you have these executives, foreign heads of state. The Oval Office just has a particular power, and I certainly felt it. And it was just amazing to stand in that room. And I remember at the time thinking, I wish that I had something profound to say. And I just stood in there saying, wow, this is crazy, right?
No, I had the same experience when I went in. President Bush was in office at the time, and I remember I thought it was surreal. I was like, is that really him?
Yeah.
And it is a special place. And then, of course, Trump has his little red button, which next to him, which is not the red button.
Which he screwed with me about that, actually.
Did he really?
Yeah, no, so we're just mid-conversation. I think we were with Senator Thune and Speaker Johnson, and he has this sort of beautiful, ornate wooden box on his desk with a red button, and he presses it.
Yeah.
And he just kind of looks over at me, and I'm like, sir, is that did something bad just happen?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I just ordered a Diet Coke.
That's what it is. It's the Diet Coke red button, and it comes running in. Then he'll ask you, would you like one?
Yeah, exactly.
I've known President Trump for over 30 years.
Sure.
I've had a close relationship with him in all those years. And he and I, when he was thinking about running, we had arguments for hours deep into the night about, I said, I'm not voting for you if you're not a conservative.
Mm-hmm.
You really are now getting to know him very well.
Sure.
What have you learned about him?
Well, it's interesting. One, I've learned that he has the most interesting decision-making process of any person I've ever met. And I think it's what makes him such an effective leader is that when he actually is thinking about doing something, he doesn't just ask, like, you know, his closest advisor or some policy person. He you know, if it's going to affect a business, he'll call the business's CEOs. He'll go and try to talk to the workers. He tries to take inputs from everywhere, and I think it's one of the reasons why he's so in tune with where the American people actually are. But it's also, I think, one of the geniuses of the way that he makes decisions is that he actually tries to talk to everybody. And that's something, honestly, I could write a book just about the way that he gathers information from all sources. Wow. And it's very unusual. I mean, in Washington, most politicians, you know, if it's a national security issue, they'll talk to their national security person and maybe, somebody else in their office. If it's a business issue, maybe they'll talk to a CEO. The president talks to everybody, and that's a very, very profound thing about the way that he actually operates in Washington.
I would describe him as a force of nature, and there's nobody else like him.
Yes.
And I think in many ways he's misunderstood as well, because I know the personal side of him and I know the business side of him. And as we've seen hundreds and hundreds of executive actions, and you've been here barely a little over a week now.
Yeah.
Pretty speed of light. It's speed of light.
We've, I think, accomplished, honestly, more in 8 days than the entire Biden administration accomplished in 4 years. And, of course, the things that we're accomplishing are actually good things, and the things they were accomplishing were mostly bad things. But the president has incredible energy. I mean, this is something you hear other people say about him, and it's hard to really appreciate it until you're up close and personal. I don't know how much he sleeps or if he ever really sleeps. I mean, you'll get phone calls from him.
I can answer that. He doesn't sleep a lot.
You'll get phone calls at 1 in the morning, and he'll just, he'll talk about policy, and he'll talk about your family, and he just, there's something incredibly energetic about him, but you sort of need that, actually. The federal government has become so sprawling, and the bureaucracy is so unresponsive to what the president actually wants to do that you kind of need somebody in there who's constantly on. It's all gas, no brakes. That's certainly what we've seen in the last, 8 days. I think it's what we'll see for the next 4 years.
When you look at, for example, the two biggest issues in this campaign, immigration and the economy.
Sure.
And because that's impacting the people in Ohio.
Of course.
Right?
Yep.
That's impacting their life hard. And
That's
a lot of Americans have been really hurt. There was a study that came out, like 56% of Americans can't withstand a $1,000 emergency.
Sure.
It would be devastating for them. That scares me. I've been there. I've lived there. I know you've been there.
Of course.
Not fun. Not where you want to be.
Not fun at all.
And when I think of, the issue of immigration in particular, I'm looking at, we have known terrorists in this country.
Yes,
we
do.
have known cartel members, known gang members. We have known murderers, rapists. And I'm watching the reaction of the left and the left-wing media and the Democrats. And, we're back to Nazi fascists, Hitler, Stalin, Mussolini. And I'm like, what part of these other people are you missing?
No, it's totally crazy, Sean. And if you look, there was the guy who went viral a few days ago that we deported, 17 violent criminal convictions, and was actually saying...
The guy from Haiti.
The guy from Haiti. Yeah. He was saying, I hate Trump, I love Biden because Biden wanted me to stay in this country. Is there a better endorsement of Donald J. Trump that a violent criminal who shouldn't be in this country doesn't like him because Donald Trump is actually enforcing the immigration laws of this country? And it's everywhere, Sean. It affects everybody from all walks of life. It's the drug epidemic. It's the crime. It's the fact that if you live along the southern border, you're affected by this cartel activity. I mean, we've seen, Sean, just in the last couple of days, multiple cartel members have fired at our own border patrol. And you ask yourself, why wasn't that happening a couple of years ago? Because they weren't empowered to do their job. The border has become so lawless that we're actually engaging in military-style engagements just to regain control of our southern border. And thank God we're actually doing it this time, because if we had another 4 years of Biden and the Democrats' wide open southern border, it would permanently and I think irreparably transform this country. So yeah, we're doing immigration enforcement in a big way. We're also doing things to lower the cost of energy, because of course if we can lower the cost of energy, we're going to make food and housing, groceries, everything else more affordable for American citizens. And that really is, you're exactly right. That is the two prongs of the Trump agenda. We want to create more prosperity and we want to create more security, and we're doing a lot. We're going to do a lot more.
I want to ask about the economy in a second, but we saw Tom Homan. I mean, I don't think there's anyone
Talk about a force of nature.
Yeah. I've tried to make him smile. I've had no luck. If you pull that off, that would be a miracle. But I've known him a long time. I have a great admiration for him.
Me too.
And almost 10,000 deportations, and some of the toughest criminals. Kristi Noem out on that ICE raid in New York yesterday. She was on TV with us last night. Amazing. 10,000 in a week. The president looking for, what, 1,800 a day?
That's right.
And you know, that's a pretty ambitious goal.
It's ambitious, but you need a leader who sets ambitious goals and actually holds people to meeting those goals. If you think we've got 20+ million illegal aliens in this country, we have got to get these people out of our country and regain control of our own border. And it's not just the people that we're deporting. If you look at the number of illegal entries on January the 19th, the last day of the Democrats' administration, I believe the number was north of 1,300 illegal entries. 5 days later, we had already cut that by more than 60%, and I guarantee we're going to cut it even further. Policy matters. Elections have consequences, and President Trump ran explicitly on regaining control of the border and redelivering American prosperity. That's exactly what we're doing. And it is funny, Sean, to hear the media and the Democrats howl about this and say, well, you know, this is bad, this is terrible, you know, this is, like you said, fascist, Nazi, blah, 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 blah. The president promised the American people he was going to do this. They gave him a mandate, so now he's doing it. That's how democratic politics in this country works, and thank God for that.
If I was in your position or President Trump's position, and I never will be, let's be clear, but if I was, I think what would keep me up at night is the fact that we have known terrorists in the country,
sure,
and we have murderers in the country, and rapists, and violent criminals, cartels, and gang members, as
right.
I said. I'm worried about an attack on the homeland, Mr. Vice President. How worried are you?
Well, look, I am worried, Sean, because we were given a country with hundreds, maybe thousands, maybe more of known terrorists that are in the United States of America thanks to the open borders of the last administration. So it's our job to worry about it so that hopefully we can prevent that attack. So it's something that does keep us up at night. It's something that the government is working on very aggressively. We've got great intelligence services. We've got great border enforcement. We're trying to identify the bad guys and get them out of our country because, look, what you don't want to have happen, Sean, is let's say we take a foreign policy action that some foreign terrorist organization doesn't like. Well, now these guys, they're not in Syria or some foreign country. They're in our backyards. They're in our cities. We have to get them out to make the homeland safer, but also to empower the president to do the things that he needs to do when it comes to national security. So it does worry me. But we also have a government that's actually tackling this issue. It's getting better every single day.
How do we find them? I mean, you have known terrorists, but you don't know where they are. Known cartel members, but you don't know where they are.
Well, it's crazy, Sean. Sometimes you're right. We don't know where they are. Sometimes we actually do. And that's one of the craziest things of the last week, just for me. You ask what is shocking to me, it's that many of these violent criminals, we knew their addresses, we knew their names, we just needed to send somebody to go to their house and get them the hell out of the country. That really should shock the American people.
We've known where they are?
Exactly.
And we've known they've had terror ties?
We've known at least that they had violent criminal backgrounds, and we haven't done anything until about 8 days ago when Donald Trump became the President of the United States again. It really should shock the conscience of the American people. One of the things you heard on the campaign trail, one of the criticisms of me and of the president was, well, yes, we have 20 million illegal aliens. We have, close to 1 million violent criminal illegal aliens, and we don't know where they are. It turns out we actually do know where a lot of them are. We just haven't had immigration enforcement, and that's what's changed so radically.
That actually gives me hope that we can protect the homeland, because I would imagine if you're a terrorist and you're in our country, you're not here to pursue a better life for you and your children.
Right. Yeah.
You're here to plot, plan, scheme the next attack on our homeland. And I lived through 9/11. I don't want to live through that again. I don't want to lose 2,977 Americans again.
Yep.
All right, when we come back, more of my exclusive interview with the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and Caroline Leavitt will join us after a spectacular opening press briefing.
So that was the very latest. VP J.D. Vance speaking to Fox News on Hannity about working alongside President Trump. Of course, he shared what it's been like his first few days as vice president. 8:07 here on the East Coast, giving you a live look at the White House. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your top stories and headlines. President Donald Trump says he wants to do away with the Department of Education. Instead, he wants to put states on a similar model to what is already in place in Florida. The switch could mean lost jobs and funding for local schools. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie joining us live this morning from the Orange County Education Building. Amanda, good morning to you. What are parents saying?
Well, parents and teachers are giving reactions across the board to the possible news that President Trump could be signing an executive order to do away with the Department of Education, and that could have a big impact on schools, jobs, and funding here in Central Florida. Now, the president says this is so that control can go back to each state, and according to Seminole County Moms for Liberty, he promised to do away with the Department of Education back in August when he was at the Moms for Liberty Summit. Feelings about the move are mixed.
We don't need the federal government to control our local schools.
We need people advocating for the kids, and we need more funding, more support for our schools, not getting rid of the Department of Education.
Our schools we need desperately. Not everybody can go to private schools or homeschool their children.
Now, there is no word yet exactly when this alleged executive order could take shape. Reporting live in Orange County, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
All right, Amanda, thank you so much for that detailed report. We're going to go ahead and go to another quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. .14 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, staying on top of your political headlines this hour and taking you back out to Washington, D.C. As we further discuss President Donald Trump and his administration, we know he recently signed some new executive orders within the past several hours. Take a look.
Hi, Peter. Thank you very much. We had a busy day. We're dealing with lots of different people and lots of different things. We had some terrific people in today and trying to solve some of the problems that are going on in the country and outside of the country. We're doing very well with respect to other countries really behaving on taking the criminals that they sent into our country, and we're getting them out. These are some some of the worst people on earth, and they're getting out and they're being accepted back in their countries, as you've heard, without exception. So a lot of people thought that was not going to happen, but it's happening very full force. Now we're getting some very, very dangerous people out of our country, which is very important. Will, perhaps we'll go through the first one, please.
Yes, sir. So earlier today, before the press came in, you signed a commission appointing Chris Wright to be your next Secretary of Energy. We have another commission prepared for your signature, sir. This is Doug Collins to be Secretary of the VA. Doug Collins of Georgia.
Two very good men. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Next up, in light of numerous actions taken by a number of bodies of the United Nations which exhibit a deep anti-American bias, we have an executive order prepared for your attention that would withdraw the United States from the UN Human Rights Council, would withdraw the United States from the UNRWA, which is a refugee organization, and would also review American involvement in UNESCO, which has also exhibited anti-American bias. More generally, the executive order calls for a review of American involvement and funding in the UN in light of the wild disparities in levels of funding among different countries that, as you've expressed previously, is deeply unfair to the United States.
So I've always felt that the UN has tremendous potential. It's not living up to that potential right now. It really isn't, hasn't for a long time. It has, there are great hopes for it, but it's not being well run, to be honest, and they're not doing the job. A lot of these conflicts that we're working on should be settled, or at least we should have some help in settling them. We never seem to get help. That should be the primary purpose of the UN, the United Nations. And again, it's got great potential, and based on the potential, we'll continue to go along with it, but they got to get their act together.
What would they need to do, sir, to get their act together?
Well, you got to be fair to countries that deserve fairness. They have some countries, as you know, that are outliers, that are very bad, and they're being almost preferred as countries to those that do their job and are doing a good job, and they have to really, they're going to end up losing, a lot of countries are going to end up losing their credibility like other organizations, and then they're going to be nothing. The potential of the United Nations, and not everybody agrees with me on this, the potential of the United Nations is fantastic if properly run. So we'll see what happens.
How much money are you willing to take away from them?
Well, we're taking away a little bit, but we're not looking to take away money. This is so important that we're really, as you know, the United Nations is largely funded by us. But, and it shouldn't be. It should be funded by everybody. But we're disproportionate, as we always seem to be. But it's something that if it ever lived up to the potential, in 10 minutes it would make up the difference. That's the kind of power it could have. Right now it doesn't have that power.
Next, sir, this is a national security presidential memorandum that seeks to impose maximum pressure on the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Many of these provisions are similar to actions that your administration took during your first administration. The basic idea here is to have every department and agency, or many departments and agencies in your government attempt to sanction and control Iranian activities, particularly relating to the Iranian nuclear program and the Iranian export of terrorism through support of various proxy groups abroad. And the intent here is to give you all of the possible tools to, I'd say, engage with the Iranian government to ensure that going forward they're less of a malign actor on the world stage.
So this is one that I'm torn about. Everybody wants me to sign it. I'll do that. It's very tough on Iran. It's what we had before the problem. Had the election gone the different way, which it should have. But this one, I think, more than made up for it. I think we're doing things, and it shows that more than made up for it, much more historic. The Iran situation, hopefully, I'm going to sign it, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it very much. We will see whether or not we can arrange or work out a deal with Iran, and everybody can live together, and maybe that's possible, and maybe it's not possible. So I'm signing this, and I'm unhappy to do it, but I really have not so much choice because we have to be strong and firm, and I hope that it's not going to have to be used in any great measure at all. It'd be great if we could have a Middle East and maybe a world at total peace. Right now you don't have that. When I left, you had peace all over the world, and now you have the world is blowing up. As you know, Bibi is coming in to see me later. Others are coming in to see me. We'll see what we can do. But I'm signing this, and hopefully it will be a document which won't be very important, will hardly have to be used.
So what kind of deal would you be prepared to make?
Well, we're going to see. I mean, we're going to see. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. With me, it's very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Do you support
we don't want to be tough on Iran. We don't want to be tough on anybody, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
Mr. President, are you going to engage in conversations with your counterpart in Iran?
I would.
Do you want to block the sale of Iranian oil to other nations?
Well, we have the right to do that, and that's what I did before, and they had no money. They wouldn't have had the money for Hamas or Hezbollah or anybody else. It could have been solved. This thing, it just, if things went the way they should have, this would have been over long ago, but it's not over.
How close do you think Iran is to developing a nuclear weapon?
I think they're close. I think they're close. They're too close. But again, you could go back 4 years, I would have said they would have had it during this intervening period. But they're pretty close, Peter.
And why say that you're unhappy to sign it if it's Iran and their proxies who have threatened to retaliate against you and your team by killing you guys for taking out Soleimani?
Well, they haven't done that, and that would be a terrible thing for them to do, not because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That'd be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated. There won't be anything left. And they shouldn't be able to do it. And Biden should have said that, but he never did. I don't know why. Lack of intelligence, perhaps. But he never said it. If that happens to a leader, or close to a leader, frankly, if you had other people involved also, you would call for total obliteration of a state that did it. That would include Iran. So I'm signing this, and it's a very powerful document, but hopefully we're not going to have to use it.
Mr. President, if the Prime Minister today were to ask your help in striking at Iran's nuclear facilities to prevent the kind of progress towards a nuclear weapon, would you give him the green light? Would it, either to do it himself or for the U.S. to participate with him?
I don't know that that's what he's going to be asking for. I have no idea that it is. You're telling me. We're going to have a pretty long meeting. We're going to be discussing a lot of things, not only that, but a lot of things. And I'll let you know if the time comes to let you know. But right now, that's not something that I can discuss.
Mr. President, when you said if they do it, they get obliterated. Just to be clear, you're talking about if Iran made an attempt on your life.
Yeah, that would be called total obliteration. And I can't imagine they do that. It should have been stated by Biden, but he didn't state it because he had no clue, as you know, as everybody knows.
What is your vision, actually, for relationship with Iran?
Do you have anything else?
No, that's all we have.
My vision for what?
A relationship with Iran, and would you?
I'd love to have a good relationship with everybody. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That was the only thing that was very important. They can't have a nuclear weapon. Beyond that, it would be very tough if they insist on doing that. They have some of their leadership, I can tell you right now, and maybe you know it, maybe you don't, but there are many people at the top ranks of Iran that do not want to have a nuclear weapon just for that very reason.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to China's retaliatory tariffs?
That's fine. It's fine. We're going to do very well against China and against everybody else. Right now, they've taken advantage of the Biden administration like I've never seen. I've never seen. The deficit with China is about $1 trillion. Think of it, $1 trillion. They're using our money to build their military. And Biden let that happen. You know, we're taking a lot of fires here. We came back. This is like a different place. The good news is we're doing very well. We're doing well with countries that nobody expected we'd do well with. We are respected again as a nation, maybe at a level that people haven't seen for many, many decades. But when I left, we didn't have any wars. I defeated ISIS, 100% of the ISIS caliphate, and now the world seems to be ready to blow up, but we'll see if we can stop it.
Mr. President, have the Iranians about any kind of deal? Have you reached out to the Iranians about any kind of deal to start those discussions?
I would reach out. I mean, I have nothing. I say I'm one that doesn't care whether I reach out or they reach out. A lot of people say, let them reach out, sir. And to me, it doesn't matter. It's just talk. But I want to see everybody do well. I want to see great countries, and I want to see peace in the Middle East and elsewhere. We're also working very hard with respect to Russia, Ukraine. That's a bloodbath. It's a total bloodbath. What's going on there is incredible. What's going on with the soldiers, young soldiers being killed by the thousands. I mean, literally by the thousands. And we want to see if we can get that stopped. And I think we've had some very good talks.
Any update on when you would speak to President Xi, sir? Any update on when you would speak to President Xi?
No, we'll speak to him at the appropriate time. I'm in no rush. At the appropriate time.
Do you think that conversation can lend itself to the type of freeze that it meant for the tariffs for Canada and
Well,
Mexico?
we'll see what happens. I mean, well, there's a short-term freeze with Mexico, as you know, and with Canada. But they've agreed to be very, very strong on the border, stronger than they ever were by far, by a factor of about 30. And in addition to that, as you can see, we've been strong because we've had numbers like you've never seen before. I mean, the border is now closed, really closed. And with that being said, we're letting good people come through, and we want good people to come into our country. But the border is closed.
In your talks with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, do you intend to press him about how many deaths there have been amongst Palestinians? Are you concerned about that death?
I talk about that too. You know, both sides mean a lot. I talk about that. I talk about the other side. I talk about everything.
What's your main message to him today during your meeting?
Well, I'm here to listen. He's here to see me, and I'm here to listen. So,
will you continue to press?
At the right time, I'll give him my message.
Mr. President, will you continue to press for this idea that Jordan and Egypt take Palestinians from Gaza?
Yeah, I would like to see Jordan. I'd like to see Egypt take some. Look, the Gaza thing has not worked. It's never worked, and I feel very differently about Gaza than a lot of people. I think they should get a good, fresh, beautiful piece of land, and we get some people to put up the money to build it and make it nice and make it habitable and enjoyable and make it a home.
They don't want to leave, though. Palestinians say they don't want to leave.
I don't know how they could want to stay. It's a demolition site. It's a pure demolition site. If we could find the right piece of land or numerous pieces of land and build them some really nice places with plenty of money in the area, that's for sure. I think that would be a lot better than going back to Gaza, which has had just decades and decades of death.
Where would those pieces of land be?
Well, they could be in Jordan, and they could be in Egypt, and they could be in other places. You could have more than two, more than one, but you could have more than two, and you'd have people living in a place that could be very beautiful and safe and nice. Gaza's been a disaster for decades.
Would the U.S. pay for that?
I don't think the UN would pay, but I think there's plenty of people that would in the area. They have a lot of money. They certainly have a lot of money. Some of the countries over there, they'd like to see it. I know that Saudi Arabia wants to see peace. I can see that. And many of the countries there, as far as I'm concerned, they all want peace. I think, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think Iran would like to see peace too. They've had enough. Don't you think they've had enough?
But the leaders of Egypt and Jordan have said bluntly they have no interest in doing this.
Well, they may have said that, but a lot of people said things to me. They said they wouldn't take anybody back in Venezuela, and right now they're flying them right back into Venezuela. And a lot of people, and they're doing the right thing in Venezuela. The Panama Canal is an active discussion right now. They said things about that. And virtually everything that's been said has been incorrectly stated based on the result.
Doesn't that amount to forcibly displacing, wouldn't that amount to forcibly displacing those people from Gaza?
I don't think so. I think if they had the opportunity, they'd love it. If they had an alternative to Gaza, they have no alternative right now. I mean, they're there because they have no alternative. What do they have? It is a big pile of rubble right now. I mean, have you seen the pictures of it? Have you been there? It's terrible to live. Who can live like that? And very dangerous. There's shooting all over the place. There's bombing all over the place on both sides. No, I would think if they had an option of moving to an area, either in a large group or various smaller groups, and take care of the close to 2 million people, I would think that they would be thrilled to do it. They have no, when you say about the Gaza Strip, they don't have an option.
To be clear, you're saying they'd be thrilled.
It's very dangerous.
They'd be thrilled to leave Gaza.
Oh, I think they'd love to leave Gaza if they had an option. Right now, they don't have an option. What are they going to do? They have to go back to Gaza. But what is Gaza? There's practically not a building standing, and they're very dangerous. Those buildings are shifting and they're falling down all over the place, and there's gunfire all over. It's going to be that way for a while.
Mr. President, wouldn't it have made more sense to evacuate people while the war was ongoing rather than now when there's a ceasefire?
Which is what you're talking about?
When it was more dangerous when there were strikes overhead than now.
Well, the strikes could start tomorrow. There's not a lot left to strike.
Exactly.
It's a demolition site. The whole place is demolished. It's unsafe. It's unsanitary. It's not a place where people want to live.
Mr. President,
Nobody's got. They have no alternative but to go back. If we gave them an alternative of living in a beautiful open place with some, nice quarters there, nice housing of sorts, and we have the money in the Middle East to build that.
Do you support Israelis actually moving back and creating setup buildings?
Not necessarily, no. I just support cleaning it up and doing something with it, but it's failed for many decades. And somebody will be sitting here in 10 years or 20 years from now, and they'll be going through the same stuff, the wars. And they've had civilizations on Gaza, many civilizations on Gaza, and they're buried in the sand.
Secretary
It doesn't seem to work.
Secretary.
Thank you, sir. On Elon Musk, how often are you talking to him? And have there been ideas that he's brought to you that you've said, oh, no, wait a minute, this is going a little too far?
Well, many ideas, but look, he's done a great job. Look at all the fraud that he's found in this U.S. AID. It's a disaster what the people, radical left lunatics, they have things that nobody would have even believed. The whole thing with $100 million spent on you-know-what, with money going to all sorts of groups that shouldn't deserve to get any money, with the money. I'd like to see what the kickbacks are. How much money has been kicked back? Who would spend that kind of money to some of the things that you read about and I read about and I see every night in the news and every morning when I read the papers? Who would spend money for that? I would say this, the people that got all that money, are they kicking it back to the people that gave it from government? No, that's, to me, very, very corrupt. The real question is how much of a kickback has there been? And one of the things I want to investigate rapidly, because I've never seen anything to this extent, the train that's being built between Los Angeles and San Francisco is the worst managed project I think I've ever seen, and I've seen some of the worst. Billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars over budget. In fact, I read where you could take every single person that was going to go on the train and get the finest limousine service in the world and take them back and forth with limousines, and you'd have hundreds of billions of dollars left over. It is the worst thing, and we're going to start an investigation in that because it's not possible. I built for a living, and I built on time, on budget. It's impossible that something could cost that much. And now it's not even going to San Francisco, and it's not going to Los Angeles. They made it much shorter. So now it's at little places way away from San Francisco and way away from Los Angeles. No, we're going to start a big investigation on that because I've never seen anything like it. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The worst overruns that there have ever been in the history of our country. And it wasn't even necessary. I would have said, you don't buy it. You take an airplane. It costs you $2. It costs you nothing. You take an airplane. But this got started, and if you have to, you drive. You can drive.
Are there other agencies?
They have hundreds of billions of dollars of cost overruns, and it's not even the same project. It's much shorter. It's way outside of San Francisco and way outside of Los Angeles. So we're going to be looking into
Who's
this.
going to investigate that? Is that DOGE who's going to investigate the train?
No, I'm doing that myself. No.
Some of these DOGE engineers that Elon Musk has helping him are as young as 19 years old.
That's good. They're very smart, though, Peter. They're like you. They're very smart people.
Thank you. Have you met any of these guys?
No, I haven't seen them. They work actually out of the White House. They're smart people. Unlike what they do in the control towers, where we need smart people, we should use some of them in the control towers where we were putting people that were actually intellectually deficient. That was one of the qualifications, is you could be intellectually deficient. No, we need smart people. Some are young and some are not young. Some are not young at all. But they found great things. Look at the list of things. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I'll read off a list of 15 or 20 things that they found inside of the USAID. It has to be corrupt. Nobody could approve that. They could only approve that if they were getting kickbacks. And you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars.
And it sounds like you're going to wind down USAID.
It sounds like it. I mean, I think so. Yeah.
So when that happens, which part of the government?
Well, I could see Marco Rubio being in charge, State Department, because they're giving money to. I mean, some of the money is well spent, I guess, but much of it is really fraudulent.
And on the Education Department, why nominate Linda McMahon to be the Education Department Secretary if you're going to get rid of the Education Department?
Because I told Linda, I hope you do a great job and put yourself out of a job. I want her to put herself out of a job. Education Department. So we're ranked number 40 out of 40 schools, right? We're ranked number 1 in cost per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world, and we're ranked at the bottom of the list. We're ranked very badly. And what I want to do is let the states run schools. I believe strongly in school choice, but in addition to that, I want the states to run schools, and I want Linda to put herself out of a job.
Do you think that's something you can do with an executive order, or are you going to ask Congress to do it?
I'd like to be able to. Look, if I could give the schools back to Iowa and Idaho and Indiana and all these places that run properly, there's many of them. I think, so if you look at the list, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, believe it or not, China's doing very well on that list, a list of well-educated, where they run their school system well. You have a lot of countries, not surprising names. I think that if you moved our schools into some of these states that are really well-run states, they would be as good as Denmark and Norway and Sweden and some of the other states. And then you'd have the laggards, and you know who they are. I don't have to go to it, but you'd have the laggards, the same laggards that are laggards with everything else, including crime. But even them, you'll break it into systems. As an example, if you went to New York, you go to Westchester County, you go to Dutchess County, you go to Suffolk and Long Island and Nassau and Long Island. You have maybe 6 or 7 locations, and you have New York City, which would include the 5 boroughs. And I think even that would run much better than it does right now. Same thing with Los Angeles or California. You'd have Riverside. You'd break it up into 6 or 7, but most of them would be states, and you'd have one. Like in Iowa, you give it to the state of Iowa. You give it to the state of Indiana. You give it. These are really well-run states. They don't have debt. They don't have problems. They don't have any crimes, relatively speaking, to speak of. And you would have education that would be the equivalent of Norway and Denmark and various other places that are at the top of the list. So we're at the bottom of the list, and we're the most expensive. We're at the top of the list when it comes to cost per pupil. We spend more money per pupil than any other nation in the world, and yet we're rated number 40. The last ratings came out, you saw them. So they talk about 40 countries. We're rated number 40. And I say that if we did this, we would go 20, 30 notches up. We could do great. And we would have some of the best districts in the world.
But are you looking to do that with an executive order, sir, or do you need to work with Congress?
Well, there are some people that say I could. I think I'd work with Congress. I think we'd have to work with the teachers union, because the teachers union is the only one that's opposed to it. Nobody else would want to hold them back. Look, we have to tell the teachers union, we're rated last in the world in education of the top 40. We're rated last. We were 38. Now we're 40. We went to 39. We went to 40. We're 37. But we're at 40 now. The thing just came out. That's under Biden. Remember that.
Secretary Rubio announced a deal this week that would allow potentially American citizens who are criminals to be put in a different country. Is that something you're looking to do?
No, I didn't know that he announced that yet, but if he did, it's fine, yeah. We have hardened criminals, horrible people. You see him pushing people into subways. The train is coming last week. Guy walking around, just sees somebody waiting for the train. Train's coming 40 miles an hour, and he gets pushed into the subway. And that happens all the time. These are sick people. If we could get them out of our country, we have other countries that would take them. They could. It's no different than a prison system, except it would be a lot less expensive, and it would be a great deterrent. Send them to other countries. If we could go a step further, in other words, we're talking about getting the criminals out of our country that come in through other countries illegally, right? The illegal migrants, as I call them. Well, we have people that are just as bad as them in our country. If we could get them out, I'd be very happy.
You would pay El Salvador to
El Salvador said that he would wanted you to pay a fee for that. Would you pay that?
Well, it's a very small fee compared to what we pay to private prisons.
But under what authority?
And a very, very small fee. I don't know. We'll have to find that out legally. I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I don't know if we do or not. We're looking at that right now. But we could make deals where we'd get these animals out of our country. And you know, if you take the shooters, the people that hit old ladies in the back of the head with a baseball bat when they're not looking, that walk down the street, the people that you see it, the people that take out a gun and shoot you for no reason at all. If we could get these animals out of our country and put them in a different country under the supervision of somebody that made a relatively small fee to maintain these people, because you know what? These are criminals. You call them hardened criminals. They've been in jail 40 times. There's one 42 times. And every time the person gets out, it's a he. Every time he gets out, he commits another crime within 24 hours. And it's a heinous crime. It's a rough crime. We don't want these people in our country either. We don't want them in our country. If we had the option to get them out and let them be based in some other country at a fraction of the cost, and frankly, they could keep them because these people are never going to be any good. That person that has been arrested 42 times or 22 times or 17 times and is all in for manslaughter and everything else and only gets out because of a very weak judicial system that only goes after people like Trump. They don't go after the criminals. They don't go after people like this. And they laugh at our law. If that took place, you would have a lot less crime automatically.
So, sir, you're exploring whether they allow this? On Guantanamo Bay, is there enough space there to accommodate?
There's a lot of space to accommodate a lot of people, yeah, so we're going to use it.
Can you talk a little bit
We
more
have
about
it. It's
why?
already up. We have it for nothing. But we can do less expensive and even more secure. We've had other countries come to us saying, we would love to do that. We would love to take your criminals and we'll maintain that. We'll be their jail. And I'm only talking for the most severe cases. Like, I watched that guy on tape pushing the man into the subway last week. That man that did that is a real bad guy. Many, many arrests. And do you think you're going to convince him someday to be good and a wonderful citizen for our country? It's never going to happen. I want to get those people out. I'd love to get them out along with the illegal migrants. The migrants are rough, but we have some bad ones too. I'd like to get them out. It would be all subject to the laws of our land, and we're looking at that to see if we can do it.
What other countries have offered to take American citizens to deport? What other countries have offered to take these American citizens?
Numerous, many. And Marco brought it up today. I'm glad he did, because a lot of people are thinking it. When I watch some of the crimes being committed in New York City and Chicago, look at Chicago, the volume of crime that they have and the viciousness of the crime. These people are horrible people. And if somebody thinks they're going to be wonderful citizens someday, they're wrong. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. They're bad. These are hard, tough criminals. In many cases, they're crazy. They're absolutely crazy. But they're very dangerous. If I could get them out of the country and be in some other country where they're glad to have them because they make a small fee compared to what we'd pay to a private prison, or to, put them in one of our prisons that costs even more money, I think it would be great. I'd love to get them the hell out of our country. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys. Thank you, guys. Let's go. Guys, let's go.
You're going to win the Super Bowl.
Thank you.
I don't want to say, but there's a certain quarterback that seems to be a pretty good winner.
And just last one, because you mentioned it many times. What do you think about Joe Biden signing on with a talent agency?
You got to be kidding. He signed on with a talent agency?
He does. He's got some entertainment agents now.
I think he's got bigger problems than that. I really do. I think he's got much bigger problems than that, but I wish him well. We inherited a mess. This place is a mess, but it's quickly being solved, the problem. We're going to make America great again. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, let's go. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So that was the very latest from President Donald Trump signing new executive orders. And then we have top stories and headlines for this Wednesday morning on the left side of your screen. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. .48 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Take a good look at your screen as we are days away from Super Bowl 59 on Fox, and fans are ready to see the Eagles and Chiefs battle it out. You're getting a live look there at the Superdome in New Orleans. Also in New Orleans, though, Fox 29 Philly's Hank Flynn joining us live with all of the excitement. Hank, I see the Mardi Gras beads around your neck. You are getting into the Cajun country spirit, correct?
I am. I'm doing my level best to Jeanne, and good morning to you. Yeah, we are right now out at Eddie Pinto's Marina and Seafood Market. This is kind of where the boats come in with things like crawfish and fresh blue crabs crawling all over, getting measured in 3 different sizes, crated up, bagged up, and sold either to you, Jeanne, if you come in the front door looking for a couple dozen crabs, or to one of the billion beautiful restaurants down in the French Quarter and elsewhere around this area where they do serve some of the best seafood that you've ever had in your life. But it's just been a fantastic trip. What you're looking at here now is, Gina, this is Chalmette. I think it's Chalmette. We just drove through Chalmette. It's kind of a spit of land. It's definitely bayou. But that's just kind of what we're doing today. A lot of what I've had to do here has had to do with sort of searching for the soul of New Orleans, if you will, the culture of it, through the different metaphors of things like food, music, art, and all these different things. So yesterday, I had an opportunity to sit with High Priestess Queen Cinnamon Black. She is a voodoo queen of New Orleans. She has a snake named Katrina, and I learned an awful lot about the different aspects of voodoo, but I had a ton more questions. A half hour is maybe a tenth of the time I needed to even get anywhere with her. The day before that, we were at the New Orleans Jazz Youth Orchestra, which is outstanding. And Gina, I tell you what, almost any time you want to come down here, you can go down Bourbon Street any old time, and most people do take a pass down there, but you can go almost anywhere in the city and look in the corner, look somewhere else, and there might be a 12-year-old with a horn. Or there might be 3 or 4 guys, maybe a 70-year-old man with a tuba slung around his neck. I've never been anywhere, and I think it was Ellis Marsalis, the father of the whole great Marsalis family, the jazz family, who said it best. The culture, the mojo comes up through the ground here in New Orleans. New Orleans doesn't import culture from anywhere, unless you want to say France 400 years ago or whatever it is. It comes up through the ground here like voodoo, and it is magical, it's mysterious, and I could spend the rest of my life down here, Gina, trying to find out about it and never really getting to any solutions. But man, the journey, are you kidding me? It's been an awesome couple of days, and I got until Friday down here. Don't get to stick around for the game, but we got lots of learning to do. Gina.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hank, I'm sure it's a culture shock. The cold temperatures you had in Philly, and now you're down there with the heat. You can actually wear a short sleeve shirt. And then you were speaking about Bourbon Street. I kind of got hungry thinking about all of the wonderful beignets at Cafe Du Monde. And then I saw you earlier with the crawfish in your hand. So, yeah, great seafood, great jazz, as you mentioned, just great culture being there. So always a pleasure to have you join us, Hank. Thank you so much. You be safe out there and have fun, of course.
All right, we'll do, Gina. Good to see you. Thanks.
Thank you. And as Hank was speaking about Bourbon Street, you see right there in real time a live look there on Bourbon. We do see some National Guard there in place, as well as security. As you can imagine, this area will have a lot of tourists and locals in real time coming out all week getting ready for Super Bowl 59. So, of course, they have security in place. People want to have fun, but also you have to do so responsibly. Also, a quick reminder as we continue to prepare for Super Bowl festivities here on Live Now from Fox. This live look courtesy of EarthCam, but we do want to share a content reminder here with you on Live Now, as the Chiefs and Eagles will both hold press conferences ahead of the Super Bowl at 9 o'clock this morning Eastern time. Super Bowl Chiefs Newser, and then at 11:30 the Super Bowl Eagles Newser. My colleague Christy Mattina will be in the host chair during that time, but of course we will share that with you right here on Live Now from Fox. And don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, Super Bowl 59, you can watch that streaming live on Tubi. You can catch the full game, pregame coverage, halftime show, and postgame, all in real time. I'm Gina Francine. We're going to take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we were looking ahead to Super Bowl 59. And as promised, I told you all coming up around the 9 o'clock hour, the Chiefs will hold a newser ahead of Super Bowl 59. You're getting a live look there as the podium and backdrop are set. Once that gets underway, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. As we wait for that to start, we're also following breaking news. This takes us out to New Albany, Ohio. Tragic news from overnight as we are learning one person is dead, 5 others wounded after a shooting at a cosmetics warehouse there in Ohio. Moments ago, the public information officer and other authorities shared in real time the latest in the investigation. Let's take a listen.
Who's clearly in need. But even then, we live in a country based on the rule of law, where we agree to a set of social norms in support of the greater good. And when individuals take matters into their own hands and disregard the law in our society, we must hold them accountable, and we will do so here. And with that, let me introduce Chief Greg Jones from the Albany Police Department.
To give you a little bit of background, the incident occurred about 10:30 last night. We received a call of a shooter. KDC is a light manufacturing facility, but it's a very large building. Upon arrival, first off, our officers were able to get here very quickly, and we are fortunate to have great law enforcement partners from Franklin and Licking County who responded as well, along with the fire department. Once we made entry into the building, again, it was a large building. We eventually found 6 victims. 5 of them were transported to the hospital. I can't release their condition at this point. The 6th victim was deceased in the building. The suspect, we had learned, had left the building or left the area before our arrival, or left the immediate area before our arrival. We quickly evacuated approximately 150 other employees to a neighboring building. And then, again, with all of our local partners, not only other cities and counties, but our state partners and federal authorities immediately began to try to track the suspect down. We are doing so as we speak. And it's, we hope to have news for you soon. Again, this is a tragedy that to be honest with you, I never thought we'd see in our community, and unfortunately, it's hit home. So we just want our community to know, and just the community as a whole, that we're doing everything we can to bring this individual into custody, and also to ensure the safety of our citizens and the people that work in the community.
Chief, I know it's early. What are you able to say in terms of a motive here? Obviously, this is highly unusual in New Albany. A lot of concern about something like this happening. What do we know about what led this to occur?
Yeah, that's we don't have a motive at this point. From everybody we interviewed, which was quite a few people, obviously, with a facility this size, there's no reports of any type of confrontation or any type of dispute that would have brought this about.
You said it was a targeted attack overnight. What leads you to believe that?
Because it was at his place of work. So all the victims, all the people that were injured, or the person that is deceased, worked in the facility.
And I heard you correctly that the suspect did work here. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Do you know how long the suspect worked there?
We do not know that.
Do you know his exact position here?
No.
Is there any threat to the public at this hour?
We don't believe so. Like I said, I think that the suspect has left the area. We have information that is taking us to certain addresses that we are working to check and try to find him. And another thing, too, is that there was a weapon recovered at the scene. And we only received reports of one weapon.
And as far as you know, just the one shooter involved in the incident?
Correct. You know, and as you guys probably already know, when this originally happens, there's all kinds of reports that you receive. Originally, there was reported that there was 2 shooters. We were able to quickly determine that's not true.
If the shooter sees the coverage, what's your message to him?
To turn himself in. You know, we have, you know, New Albany sits in 2 counties. We have municipal jurisdictions, both sheriff's departments. We have state officials, the U.S. Marshal Service, ATF, all
working to check these locations where he might be and to bring him into custody. And I would recommend that he turns himself in. I think it's going to be a matter of time before he's brought into custody.
I know you said it's a really large.
Are local?
No, I'm not able to say that. I'm not sure their address. We interviewed and we also ID'd all the people that work in the building that we evacuated. I can tell you that the person that is deceased is not local to New Albany.
This is a large facility. I know it's early in the investigation, but can you give us any sort of sense of how this took place? Was he scheduled to be at work and it occurred then? Did he come into an area he not normally is in? What do we know about the circumstances?
So he had been at work for some time when this occurred. We don't have any reports that, again, that there was any issue that he was in an area that he wasn't supposed to be, or he was in trouble in any way, or there was any conflict. We have not to say that there wasn't something, but after interviewing everybody we have and supervisors at the company, we don't have any reports of anything like that.
Any victim update?
What's that?
Any victim update right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't give that to you right now. We can follow up and provide that soon.
Can you provide any details on males, females, how many injured in regards to that?
As far as the victims go, no, I don't have that at this point.
Do you have any information about the security at this building? What type of measures there are? Do people have to scan in? Are there, metal detectors?
And those were some comments we heard this morning following this shooting where one person is dead, 5 are injured. This is out of Ohio. This all happened last night. We'll keep you updated when we do hear about another press conference. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. What we're going to do is we're going to go away for a 2-minute break because on the other side of this, I did want to show you this live image out of New Orleans right now. Louisiana, we are hearing from the Kansas City Chief Coach Andy Reid as we are getting this press briefing just days ahead of Super Bowl 59. That's coming up in just 2 minutes. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. I did want to take you back out to this live image of New Orleans, Louisiana, as we are hearing right now from the Kansas City Chiefs. They're holding a press conference ahead of Super Bowl 59. We are hearing from head coach Andy Reid, as well as quarterback Patrick Mahomes. Let's turn over there and listen in.
Morning, Adam. Your team has won, I think, 17 straight games by one score, which is a record, obviously, including the Buffalo game. How do you explain that you're the ones that make the play to win the game consistently like that?
Yeah, some of those were just how the ball bounced, literally, and
Others, I know our guys work hard at all the different situations that we've had, and during training camp, you pound those things out. Normally, you don't get to use them all. I feel like we used most of the situations this year. But I would also tell you that the guys, they obviously don't give up. They're going to play 4 quarters for you.
Andy, right here on your left, sir. Front row.
Gotcha.
Patrick, everyone knows about his physical abilities and the things that he does, but I don't necessarily think he gets enough credit for his mental acumen as a quarterback. Could you talk about that side of him, please?
Yeah, sure. Patrick's a real sharp guy, very smart. Spends a lot of time at the game and making sure that all these crazy formations that we have, that he can digest them first and then be able to spit them out in a short period of time. You know, he's able to see and anticipate what the defense is going to do. So there's some things there that you got to know where your guys are. You got to know where their guys are, and he's able to digest all that too. So he's a sharp kid.
Andy, a lot of the younger players talk about Travis's practice habits, and we see it during training camp, but what stands out, 20-some weeks into the year about just the way he is on the practice field?
Yeah, Sam, I mean, you see it every day, too, that he goes 100 miles an hour. He wants to be in on every snap. We monitor that, but he wants to fight you when he has to come out. It's the same way during games. So it doesn't matter if it's a walkthrough, if it's full speed practice. He wants to be a part of it and be in there. And it's not just when he's getting the ball or being dialed up there. It's literally all the time. So, but again, we try to monitor that so he can stay fresh through the season like we do the other players. But he lets it be known that he likes to be in there all the time.
Andy, DeAndre Hopkins was mentioning how much he's been revitalized by joining you guys midseason. What have you seen from him since he joined your team, and do you hope to be able to use him a little more in the offense against the Eagles on Sunday?
Yeah, I knew we were getting a good player. Played against him quite a little bit, and but I didn't know the leadership part. He's been tremendous that way. Just he hasn't complained that we're spreading the ball around or utilizing other guys along with him. He's willing to share in that way. So that whole senior leadership part that he's brought, I've really appreciated. And he's a unique route runner. He knows how to set things up. He's shared that with some of the guys, and I appreciate that part too.
As you think back to, and right here, as you think back to adding Steve in 2019, I just was wondering if you could put into words what he's meant to building the program in Kansas City.
Sure. Yeah, we appreciated Bob Sutton, all that he did. And then Spags was able to come in and jump into that spot and done a great job with the guys. I think the thing I appreciate most is watching the trust that the players have in them. That means that you're doing a whole lot of things right. These guys, you're not going to pull the wool over their eyes, and not for as long as he's been doing it. So they trust his scheme. He's a good teacher. They trust him as a person, knowing that he's going to try his best to put you in the best position for your skill that he possibly can, and try to highlight that part.
Good morning, Andy. Well, I'm Scott. No,
I got you. I'm going side to side. This is like a ping pong match. I got it.
That sounds good. That sounds good. Thank you very much. You guys are class acts anyways. Nevertheless, you've seen a lot of great quarterbacks over the years. You've been in this game a lot. Are there any particular legendary quarterbacks that Patrick Mahomes reminds you of? This guy is the most poised quarterback under pressure, and we know that his next stop after Kansas City is going to be Canton, Ohio. But I know that there has to be a few guys that come to mind that Patrick probably reminds you of.
Yeah, I've tried not to compare them. I mean, I've been blessed to have been around some great ones. And listen, you can take a little piece out of every guy and say he's kind of like this guy, he's kind of like that guy, but he's really rewriting it for himself. And that's what I noticed about being around the Brett Favres and the Don McNabbs and all these guys, you know, Michael Vick. I mean, all these guys, you know, Alex. The thing goes on. Jeff Garcia, I've been blessed to be around just a ton of them. And they all kind of put their mark on it, their own mark. And then somebody will ask that question down the road about some other quarterback, and he'll probably say the same thing. The coach will probably say the same thing I'm saying, that they kind of draw. You can draw a little bit from each guy, but it's really what makes him unique, is that he does so many things so well, and in a tough sport. You know, I mean, there's the mental part of it, and then there's the physical part of it too. And you're back there and you've got 300-pound men bearing down on you, and you got to make a decision in a split second. And sometimes those 300-pound men land on you, and you get a few of those hitting you. That's to be able to get back up and stand in that pocket again is something, some mental toughness that takes place there. So.
Hi, Andy. Jory Epstein with Yahoo Sports over here in the back.
Okay, here we go.
When Howie Roseman was asked this week about his philosophy of building through the trenches and investing consistently in offensive and defensive line, he said that conversations with you really shaped that philosophy. What do you remember about the conversations you two had, and especially if you have any examples of what you taught him?
Yeah, sure. I'm a Howie Roseman fan, so I think he does a great job. The way that he's replenished his football team, and it has been something to watch for sure. And he believes in that. He believes in the offensive defensive line. You kind of start there, and if they're not functioning right, then normally your team's not functioning right, that side of the ball, whichever one it is. So that's the way he's built that team, and you can see that in their strengths there. And then it's the coach's responsibility to take advantage of the strengths that each player has. So, but he's given the coaches an opportunity to be successful with the players that he's brought in, and it's Howie, and then it's the group that he's hired around him too. So that's also part of that job, and that you bring in the right people. And so he's got some good worker bees there, man, that go out and find these guys, which is important.
Yeah, Andy. Over to the other side here.
Yep.
You clinched pretty early the #1 seed, and you rested guys against the Broncos. Was that nevertheless tough to take as that game was playing out? And did you worry that you would lose a little bit of edge?
I wasn't worried about the edge, but I don't like getting my tail kicked either. So they got after us pretty good. I can't tell you I was liking that, no. But I didn't feel like we'd lose our edge, no.
Andy, looking at the stats, it appears maybe that 4th down might actually be Patrick Mahomes' best down this year. What does it say about him as a quarterback that he can perform so well on a potential turnover down, on the high pressure down?
Yeah, 4th downs have been good for us. You're seeing that more in this league now. Make sure I'm answering your question right. I think that's what you said, right? 4th down. So we have trust in our guys, trust in Patrick, and we trust the game plan. If we've got something there that we feel is a viable play for that situation, we're going to try to use it within reason. So I think that combination, but most of all, having trust in Patrick and the players, I think is big, and knowing Patrick will take care of the football the right way, whether we're running it or optioning or throwing the football.
Hey, Coach.
All right, giving you a live look right now at New Orleans, Louisiana, where the Super Bowl is set to be held in just a number of days. We were just listening in to the Kansas City Chiefs holding this press conference, and we were hearing from head coach Andy Reid. And what we're going to do is we are going to go away for a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we're going to head back to that presser. Excuse me. And we're also going to hear from quarterback Patrick Mahomes as well. We'll be right back. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back out live to this Kansas City Chiefs presser ahead of Super Bowl 59. We did just hear from the head coach, Andy Reid. Now we're going to hear from quarterback Patrick Mahomes. Let's head over there and listen in.
First to ask question, you guys might there ask
Morning, Patrick.
Morning.
Just curious, from your perspective, what does Travis Kelce bring to the Chiefs beyond what he does on game day?
I think it's a level of leadership, someone that comes to work every single day. And obviously with his career, he could take reps off. He can kind of wait to play the game. But that's not his personality. He wants to be out there. He wants to put the work in. And whenever you have your Hall of Fame guy putting the work in, it kind of bleeds through the rest of the football team.
Patrick, right here, front row to your left. From the Hunts to Andy, Spags players, everyone talks about the Chiefs and all that you accomplished, rightfully so, but maybe not enough talk about it's a pretty selfless group of people. It's more about the team than anything else. Could you talk about that side of your franchise?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I know how blessed I am to be in the organization and on the football team that I'm on from day one, and it's a culture that's been set by Coach Reid, and throughout the whole organization, it's about winning. It doesn't matter how it's done. It's about coming to work every single day, leaving it all on the football field, and winning football games. And I think that's what's kind of made us so successful these last few years, and hopefully we can carry on that tradition.
Good morning, Pat. Hey, the last year you sat at the table of Troy Aikman, remember? And you would be, what good represents to you would be at Montana's and Bradshaw table. And how do you keep that hungry to win? Thank you.
Yeah, I think more than anything, you see the opportunities that you get, and you never know what's going to be your last one. And to be able to be in the Super Bowl again is always special. And so for me, just being hungry to be as great as I possibly can be, not only for myself but for my teammates, and knowing how blessed I am. So it's been a heck of a run, and hopefully we can continue as my career goes on.
Hey, Patrick, over here to your left. I don't know if you saw the clip yesterday, but President Trump described you as a pretty good winner. I just wondered what you thought about that and how it's going to feel to play in front of him on Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, it's always cool to be able to play in front of a sitting president, someone that is at the top position in our country. And so I didn't see that clip, but obviously it's cool to hear that he's seen me play football and respects the game that I play.
Hi, Patrick. First off, congratulations on a great season. I've been sent on a mission by an elementary school teacher by the name of Mary Crippen. She's incorporated her entire curriculum in the NFL football this year and done a great job. The NFL community has showed a lot of love in it. Now, she has one student, okay, by the name of Joaquin, who's been rooting for the Chiefs all season, but he's in an environment that may not share those same sentiments. What message would you give to Joaquin?
Yeah, Joaquin, man, I appreciate the support. Just know that the Chiefs are rooting for you as much as you're rooting for us. So we're going to try to go out there and make you proud, and we appreciate that you're supporting us in a hostile environment sometimes.
Hey, Patrick, up front to your left. Can you just tell me how you're feeling mentally as the days get closer, and how you're able to stay level-headed when you're trying to perform your best, especially on the biggest stage this Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty much the same. I think you stay so busy here that you don't really realize the magnitude of the game that you're playing. But I think it comes with the experience, knowing what the week presents, knowing where you're going to be at, and then try to keep it as close as you can to the routine that you always have. So we're excited for the game, and we're excited to get back to more and more higher leverage, higher level practices, and get ready to go out there and play our best football.
Patrick, over here to this side. You guys, it's well known that you guys have had tough training camps to start the year and OTAs. How have you guys been able to maintain maybe that discipline, that hard work, even as you've won?
It starts with Coach Reid and the culture that he's built. But I think through this entire team, you have a lot of guys that love the process of starting from the bottom and having to build your way back up there. And we understand what it takes to get to the Super Bowl, and we know it's not easy. And so instead of just trying to go out there and go through the motions, guys know that they have to put this work in and to get to this position. And so, like I said, it starts with Coach Reid and the culture that he's built. But I think that the team has a lot of guys that want to do what it takes to win.
Patrick, as a Texas Tech alum, I get this question a lot, but could you explain to everyone what is a Texas Tech tortilla?
Yeah, it's tradition. I think that's the biggest thing is when you're on that football field and you get the tortillas thrown out the kickoffs or kind of throughout the football game or after big plays, it kind of just shows that the fans are into it, and it shows the love that the Red Raiders have for their teams. And so tortilla is obviously funny and something that people think is cool to see, but I think more than anything, it just shows the love of the fans.
Have you ever tried one?
I have not tried one. Not off the field, for sure.
Patrick, to your right over here. Is there a game maybe that you replay in your mind more often than other games, whether it's a loss or a victory, that maybe a game that keeps you up at night?
The Super Bowl versus Tampa. It's pretty easy.
Hi, Patrick. Here, look. At this stage of your career, how do you define success and how do you measure your progression? Is it only a matter of wins and Super Bowls?
Not necessarily. I think what I've always said in my career is that for me, success is leaving everything you have on the football field every time you have the opportunity to, if that's practice, if that's games, OTAs, whatever it is. And I don't want to have regrets at the end of my career. And if I can go out there and feel like I'll progress and I know that I'm putting everything I have into a football game, that'll be a successful career to me.
Hey, Patrick, NFL honors tomorrow night. Looks like Jaden Daniels is going to win Rookie of the Year. Just curious what you thought of Jaden's play this year and kind of the offense Cliff designed for him.
Yeah, I mean, extremely talented. But I think from watching the tape, especially watching the games that he played against the Eagles this year, it was cool to even see his progression throughout the season from the games that he played. And you could tell he got better and better. And that's what you want to do in the NFL is you can be talented, you can make all the throws, but can you progress and can you learn what defenses are doing to account for you and get better from that? And it seemed like he did that all year long. And it's going to be just the start of a great career. So extremely talented, great football player, and deserves all the honors that he'll get.
Patrick, here. Last year with Miami, Big Fangio used to blitz a lot against you. He was not very successful. Do you expect the same aggressivity on Sunday?
I mean, every time I've played Coach Fangio, there's been different change-ups and different things that he's thrown at us, and I think that's what makes him so great is he's not going to just do exactly what you saw the last time. And so I'm sure there'll be blitzes in the game. I'm sure there'll be times they play coverage. It's going to be a chess match, and that you want to go up against the best, and he's one of the best defensive coordinators in the NFL, and it'll be a great challenge for us as an offense and as a football team.
So you're right here, Pat. To some degree, is fourth down maybe your favorite down? When I look at the stats, it's maybe your best down statistically. What kind of goes into performing so well?
Just knowing that it's kind of like that win or go home mentality that you have in the playoffs. You have to go out there and execute at the highest level and the highest leverage positions. And I think Coach Reid has prepared us for those moments in training camp and throughout the season. He puts us in situations where we have to make those big plays. And so I think the preparation prepares you to go out there and execute at those high leverage moments like fourth down.
So you've been in many. So you've been in many harsh environments. How do you prepare for the harsh environments that you've played in? And what's the toughest environment that you played in? And how do you prepare with your coaches to play in an environment like that?
I think more than anything, you just focus on the guys around you. I've played in a lot of harsh environments. That's in Buffalo, in the cold, with the fans against you, or in Denver or Oakland or in Vegas. I mean, you always have fans that are against you in some of those away games, and so you focus on your teammates. You focus on going out there together, and it kind of builds even a closer brotherhood of it's kind of you versus everybody. And so I think it just comes with the experience that you just go out there and just be who you are.
Hey, Patrick, back here. Joe Thuney is a big piece to the offense. Can you talk about him, how he's grown? Obviously, he didn't allow a sack 2 years ago against Philadelphia. How you think he'll adapt again against them in a few days?
Yeah, I think, he's just such a tremendous player and a tremendous teammate. I've been saying for a couple of years now, he's just like a gold jacket guy. I mean, he's someone he's won the Super Bowls. He'll play at any position on that offensive line, and he'll do whatever it takes, sacrifice to win. And you need those guys. And so to have him jump out to left tackle this year and have a lot of success, it just shows the type of player that he is. And it'll be a great challenge for him going against this D-line. This D-line has great players at all the positions, and they rotate rotate in and they can stay fresh because they have so many good guys. And so just going out there and trusting those guys and let them go out as a unit, go out there and play their best football on the biggest stage.
Patrick, down here on your left. Travis said earlier in the week he wants to play for another 3 years. I just wondered what do you see in the facility on a day-to-day, maybe some of his routines that has allowed him to stay so healthy and allowed him to play so late in his 30s?
Yeah, he takes care of his body. He's focused on the ultimate mission of being the best football player that he can be. And I think more than anything, more than I think he wants to even do it for himself, he just loves being in the building with his teammates and being a part of that. And so he's like I said, he practices so hard and he keeps himself in such good shape that I believe that he can play as long as he wants to play. It's just going to be about how long he wants to play. And so hopefully he does play another 3 years, because that's always good for me.
Hi, Patrick. Andrea Sola from Azteca Deportes. Here.
Oh, yep.
Hi, how are you? We admire you because of your confident and calm in each situation. Do you have any secret or ritual for that? Or is there something that make you feel insecure sometimes?
On the football field, no. I mean, I'm so focused on just the process of making the best play possible for the team, and you don't worry about the moment or where you're at, the environment, or anything like that. You just go out there and just go about your process step by step through your checklist, and then make the play happen. And so, none on the football field I think makes you insecure. I probably couldn't think of anything in real life. I feel like I'm pretty confident in who I am, and I know there's a couple things here and there that people might make fun of, but I'm confident in myself.
Hi, Patrick. Right here. How would you describe the evolution and the development of your game from the 2019 season and your first Super Bowl to now?
I think just more experience, more of knowing what the defense is trying to do to stop us and getting the football out of my hand. And I was always looking for the big play, and that had a lot of success. It was a lot of fun to watch, but I feel like now I can kind of focus on the successful play. And you want to still hit those big plays and have those big touchdowns, but whenever it's not there, getting to the check down or the guy underneath and letting them make plays for us. And so I think that's been my biggest progression throughout my entire career.
Hey, Patrick, right here. This being your 5th Super Bowl, what do you remember most about this whole process with respect to the first Super Bowl? And when I say the whole process, I mean the preparation, not only for the game, but the media and all of that, as opposed to now. How do you kind of compare that? Is it still kind of fun for you?
Yeah, it's still fun. I mean, every Super Bowl is its own experience. But I think more than anything, it's just preparing because you know the process. You know what it takes throughout the week, and it gives you more experience and more calm where you're not worried, and you just continue to work to be the best version of yourself you can be and learn from your previous Super Bowls, and hopefully you can play even better in the game when you get out there on Sunday.
Thanks. Hi, Patrick. I've covered the NFL for over 40 years, and I've seen a lot of great quarterbacks throughout. But one of the guys that stands out to me is Joe Montana. He won Super Bowls with the 49ers, and he nearly got one done with the Chiefs. What are your thoughts about Joe Montana, and have you been able to learn anything throughout the years watching this guy play? Because he's certainly in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know, a legend of the game. I mean, I think what made Joe such a tremendous player was how calm he was in these big moments and how he could continue to elevate his teammates. And so I think that's what I've learned more than anything is just whenever you're in the face of adversity, don't show it. Go out there, just be who you are, and be cool, be confident. And I think that bleeds through the rest of the football team. And so that's what I think I've learned most from Joe Montana. Thanks, Patrick.
All right, so we were just listening into that press conference from the Kansas City Chiefs. You did just hear from quarterback Patrick Mahomes. We also did hear from head coach Andy Reid. And I also did want to just share this live look with you. This is outside of New Orleans right now. This is where the Super Bowl is going to be taking place. And as you can imagine, security is going to be pretty tight there after that New Year's Day attack that unfortunately killed many people. So the security plans are in place. Officials in New Orleans saying they are confident in those security plans that they do have in place for the Super Bowl. I did also want to let you know really quickly here, a programming note, that we are going to be showing the Super Bowl here on Fox. So you can tune in Sunday, February 9th for live coverage, all starting at 7 a.m. Eastern time. Again, that will be here on Live Now from Fox. I did want to pivot really quickly and just show you this other live image that we are awaiting on. And this is going to be Vice President J.D. Vance, he's set to deliver remarks at the International Religious Freedom Summit in Washington, D.C. This is a two-day event that gathers representatives from 90 U.S. and international partner organizations. This is set to start here, hopefully, in just about a few minutes or so. So what we're going to do right now on Live Now from Fox is go away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to hopefully jump right into that coverage, and that is just all 2 minutes away. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We actually do have a number of live events set to start here shortly, and it looks like it has just started. This is Vice President J.D. Vance. He is speaking at a religious summit in Washington, D.C.
And I want to give a special note of thanks, of course, to Ambassador Stan Brownback, my dear friend, to Katrina Lantos Sweat, Peter Burns, and other faith leaders, government officials, and of course many survivors of religious persecution. Thank you all for convening and participating in this summit, which is on a topic whose importance unfortunately grows with each passing moment, and hopefully our new administration can help. Now, please be seated. I always feel weird when people are standing up to hear me speak. It's not going to be that good, ladies and gentlemen. You can have a seat. Religious freedom, of course, is the freedom to practice one's own faith and act according to one's own conscience. And it's, of course, the bedrock of civil society in the United States of America and across the world. We know in America faith nurtures our communities. At home and abroad, it fosters a love for one's neighbors. It inspires generosity and service. It calls us to treat one another with dignity, to lift up those in need, and to build nations grounded in moral principle. In America, our founding fathers rightly recognized this, listing freedom of religion first among the liberties enshrined in our great Constitution. Before he was elected president, John Adams, who was the first vice president, I might add, observed that politicians, quote, may plan and speculate for liberty, but it is religion and morality alone which can establish the principles upon which freedom can securely stand. Now, of course, that's an important lesson for any lawmaker in this room, but for all of us in this room. But I'm here this morning in part to reflect not only on the words of our founders, but especially on those of their own intellectual forebears, the church fathers of classical Christianity to which we owe the very notion of religious liberty. And I know we have people of every faith here, but it is, I think, a conceit of modern society that religious liberty is a liberal concept, but we know that religious freedom flows from concepts central to the Christian faith in particular: the free will of human beings and the essential dignity of all peoples. We find its foundational tenets in the Gospels themselves, with Christ's famous instruction to render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and unto God that which is God's. Early Christians, of course, suffered greatly, and unfortunately, many Christians still suffer today at the hands of oppressive state power. It weighed heavily on the church's first theologians and apologists. Reacting to the persecution of his fellow Christians in the 3rd century, the early church father Tertullian of Carthage published an open letter to the Roman consul. In it, he advocated the freedom to practice one's faith according to his or her conscience, and I'm quoting, "It is only just and a privilege inherent in human nature that every person should be able to worship according to his own convictions. The religious practice of one person neither harms nor helps another. It is not part of religion to coerce religious practice, for it is by choice, not coercion, that we should be led to religion," end quote. Now, perhaps unsurprisingly, it was the same church father who is credited with first coining the phrase religious liberty. Decades later, another Christian apologist would go on to advise Emperor Constantine, quote, "Religion cannot be imposed by force. The matter must be carried on by words rather than by blows." And of course, this line of thought runs from the early church fathers to now the modern era, where we recognize that we can't force our faith on anybody. America's founders recognized that their own writings was in dialogue with these philosophical predecessors. In his personal correspondence, Adams himself made references to both Tertullian and other church fathers. Thomas Jefferson owned an edition of Tertullian's collected writings, which he marked up and which today sits in the Library of Congress. In fact, in a personal copy of his own Notes on the State of Virginia, Jefferson went so far as to handwrite Tertullian's quote about faith in the margins of a passage on religious liberty. This is the legacy that has guided America's political principles from the founding to this very day. We remain the world's largest majority Christian country, and the right to religious freedom is protected by the people for everybody, whether you're a Christian, a Jew, a Muslim, or no faith at all. But religious liberty is not simply, as we all know, about legal safeguards. It is also about fostering a culture in which faith can thrive, so that men and women can fully appreciate and respect the God-given rights of their fellow citizens. Because one of the wonderful apparent paradoxes of religion is that in connecting us to the sacred and to the universal, it deepens our commitment to the particular, to our neighbors, to our obligations to one another, to the individual communities that all of us call home. I know that many of you came from all over our country, and I know that many of you know that I come from a poor part of our country. And growing up, my family and I, we were Christians, but we weren't regular churchgoers. My grandmother, who raised me, was a deeply faithful woman in her own way, but she was skeptical of institutionalized religion and rarely attended Sunday services herself. But on the occasions when we did go, whether it was with her or later with my father to his Pentecostal church in southwestern Ohio, and certainly now as a member of my own congregation, I was always struck by what I saw. And I will tell you that my grandma once told me that in the area of eastern Kentucky where she grew up, even the Episcopalians were snake handlers. I don't know if that was true, but that was just Mama's little spin on her own community. But think about it. Church was a place, and still is, where people of different races, different backgrounds, different walks of life came together in commitment to their shared communities and, of course, in commitment to their God. It was a place where the CEO of a company and the worker of a company stood equal before their worship of God. It was a place where people united not just in the pews, but in acts of service, on mission trips, charity drives, and in rallying around one another in times of sickness or grief, or of course in celebration of new life. Are these not the kinds of bonds and virtues that lawmakers today should strive to cultivate? Well, I'm pleased to say that they certainly were in the first Trump administration, and they will be even more so in the second Trump administration. Now, in his first term, President Trump centered the cause of advancing religious freedom in his foreign policy. In China, across Europe, and throughout Africa and the Middle East, the first Trump administration took critical steps to protect the rights of the faithful, whether that was by rescuing pastors who were persecuted by foreign regimes, or bringing relief to the Yazidis, Christians, and other faith communities facing genocidal terror from ISIS. And in his domestic policy, President Trump's first term brought a new high watermark for religious Americans. He took decisive action to defend religious liberty, combat anti-Semitism, and preserve the conscience rights of hospital workers and faith-based ministries as they provided care to their fellow Americans, and to remove barriers for religious organizations and businesses to contract with the federal government. You shouldn't have to leave your faith at the door of your people's government, and under President Trump's leadership, you won't have to. Now, we are only in the third week of his second term, but I think it's safe to say we've accomplished maybe more in the last 2 weeks than a lot of administrations have in a few years. But this administration is intent on not just restoring, but on expanding the achievements of the first 4 years and certainly of the last 2 weeks. And in this short period, the president has issued orders to end the weaponization of the federal government against religious Americans, pardon pro-life protesters who were unjustly imprisoned under the last administration, and importantly, stop the federal censorship used to prevent Americans from speaking their conscience and speaking their mind, whether it's in their communities or online. Now, our administration believes we must stand for religious freedom, not just as a legal principle, as important as that is, but as a lived reality, both within our own borders and especially outside of them. In recent years, too often has our nation's international engagement on religious liberty issues been corrupted and distorted to the point of absurdity. Think about this. How did America get to the point where we're sending hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars abroad to NGOs that are dedicated to spreading atheism all over the globe? That is not what leadership on protecting the rights of the faithful looks like. And it ends with this administration. And I'd add that part of our protecting religious freedom initiatives means recognizing in our foreign policy the difference between regimes that respect religious freedom and those that do not. The United States must be able to make that distinction. We must be able to look at the catastrophes, like the plight of Iraq's Christians over the past 3 decades, and possess the moral clarity to act when something has gone wrong. Now, this administration stands ready to do so, and thankfully, President Trump chose to nominate as Secretary of State one of my dear friends, and I believe one of the great living champions of religious liberty across the globe, a person whose dedication to religious liberty flows from his faith in the same way that mine does. And of course, that's our great Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, confirmed 99-0 by the U.S. Senate. But both at home and abroad, we have much more to do to more fully secure religious liberty for all people of faith. I am grateful for the painstaking work that everyone in this room has poured into that effort. I pray that together we will be able to better protect the dignity of all peoples, as well as the rights of all believers to practice their faith according to the dictates of their conscience. So thank you all for your work in preserving religious liberty. Thank you for safeguarding the rights of faith communities across the globe. And thank you most of all for believing, because we know that the source of religious liberty is the recognition that all of us are equal under the rights and laws of God, and that principle will guide us in the years to come. God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
And that was Vice President J.D. Vance speaking at this religious freedom event held in Washington, D.C. And this is a summit. It's a two-day event that gathers representatives from 90 U.S. and international partner organizations. I did also want to direct your attention to the right side of your screen, another live event that we are waiting on. This House GOP press conference set to start here shortly, and we are going to take that in full once it does begin. But what we're going to do right now is go away for this 2-minute break, our final one of the hour here at Live Now from Fox. We'll be back shortly. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I do want to give you this live look at the United States Capitol as we are awaiting some other live events to begin here in Washington, D.C. One of them being this live look. This is going to be the House GOP press conference set to start here, hopefully within 10 minutes or so. What I did want to do right now is just talk a little bit more about a live event that is going on. We'll pivot back to the House GOP once that does begin. But we did want to share this live event with you. This is going to be the Atlantic Council's Europe Center and Geoeconomic Centers. They're hosting this discussion on the outlook for transatlantic economic relationships. This all comes after the inauguration, of course, of U.S. President Donald Trump, as there are some new expectations for U.S. policy on international trade and economic policies. A big topic of discussion here is going to be these tariffs here that President Donald Trump has taken executive action to impose or threaten new tariffs on imports from Canada, Mexico, and China. So what I do want to do right now is listen into this discussion. We'll pivot to the House GOP once that does start.
Boyden Gray, Senior Fellow of the Geoeconomic Center of the Atlantic Council. And we're very happy to have you here for a conversation jointly hosted by my center, the Geoeconomic Center, and the Europe Center on what's to come for transatlantic trade relations. This is part of our new series, the Transatlantic Economic Dialogues, where we'll be having a series of public and private discussions on what's going on, trying to host some really influential voices on trade, influential voices from think tanks, from journalism, from academia, and also from government, of course, on both sides of the Atlantic. So stay tuned to that. that, but this is a really exciting launch event because we've got some very influential and very knowledgeable voices on some of the risks that are presenting themselves to us, and hopefully some of the opportunities. So I'll go straight into a sort of panel with our 4 guests. I'll introduce them as they come to us, and then you should also prepare your questions for later on in this discussion. You can already submit them as ideas come to you on askac.org. So we go straight to France with Elvire Fabry, first of all, who's a senior research fellow on the geopolitics of trade at the Institut Jacques Delors. Thank you very much for joining us, Elvire. I was wondering if, to get us started, you could tell us what risks are being anticipated on the European side, how they feel at the start of the Trump presidency is going. Of course, Europe was spared some of the aggressive comments earlier on, but since then, Trump has made clear that he does intend to use tariffs against Europe. So what is the feeling in Europe? How are they preparing? And I was wondering if I could just push you on the specific Danish and Greenland case. How do you feel that's gone? Thank you.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you very much for the invitation to join this wonderful panel. Well, I would say that on the other side of the Atlantic, the mood currently is stay calm and prepare. There's a clear understanding that Trump 2 will be quite different from Trump 1. Of course, we see that the use of tariffs is going to be a common thing. But we have already seen that with the threats targeting Canada, Mexico, we're not talking only about tariff. Bluntly, we're talking about massive tariffs, and for China, it's just the beginning. So I would say that the Europeans at the moment are considering the big picture of what is happening. There are news every day. And the fact that those tariffs are applied not only for economic issues, the famous rebalancing of the U.S. trade deficit, but for other political purposes, and in addition, in a very what is considered here as a very predatory approach to take the control of some assets. You just mentioned Greenland. But I guess on the Canadian side, the fact that Canada could be considered as a 51st state of the U.S. has been really a humiliating message sent to Canada. But now we see with the declaration concerning the Ukrainian critical minerals reserves and more recently Gaza, that we can consider that those tariffs could be used and other measures could be used very, very largely. So, of course, the sequencing of those measures was surprising for the Europeans because we would expect that they would first target China. And we see that we are very, just behind China is what is considered as a small China is Europe and most notably Germany. So the Europeans are well aware that they will be targeted. The question is when, how, and I think that the mood in Europe has quite quickly changed those past, if not weeks, those past days, and that it is if for the moment the common, the approach, notably at the level of the European Commission, was to be a cautious approach, avoid escalation, avoid provocation. We already see that the space for negotiation could be quite limited if it was not only about rebalancing some trade deficits, but also targeting some European regulations. And this would lead us directly in a field of economic coercion, pressure, and that would be much more complex for the Europeans. And I guess the provocation concerning Greenland, which was, so surprising that you heard at the beginning that the first days there was not a unified European position. Now there's a much more clear awareness that the EU, as much on Greenland as for all the responses that would have to be addressed, needs to rally around a very common, strong position. And it's interesting to see the recent position taken, for example, by the the former Commissioner for Economic Issues, the Finnish Olli Rehn, calling for unity, coming from Finland, which is a very pro-transatlantic country. And yesterday you also had the declaration of the trade minister of the Netherlands, which is currently a far-right government, calling for unity. And as well, the Netherlands are well known to be very pro-transatlantic. So there's an increased appetite for cohesion and to build deterrence position before we head for any kind of negotiation.
Thank you very much indeed. A great introduction to all of these topics. I'm now going to move on to Dan Mullany, who is a non-resident senior fellow with us at the Geoeconomic Center and also at our sister center, the Europe Center. Thank you for joining us as well, Dan. You're a former U.S. Assistant Trade Secretary. You were in government the last time Trump was in power, and you were dealing with a lot of these negotiations, conversations with the Europeans. Do you feel things could get worse this time? I remind viewers that last time there were tariffs imposed by the Trump administration and the European response. But at least my feeling was that it didn't get as bad as it could have, and they reached a deal, a somewhat quick and dirty deal on we will buy things that you have and you will buy some of ours. So it didn't become a big tit-for-tat escalation. Can we manage to contain this time, or could it get worse? Could it even be better? Over to you.
Thank you, Charles, and thanks for those comments there. Yeah, I think there are some good opportunities for avoiding tariffs, but I think it is important to recognize that I don't think it's actually correct to regard the tariffs as a negotiating tack, which is something I've heard quite a lot of. I mean, I think there are many people in the administration who like tariffs, who are quite ready to impose the tariffs, and so I think we all need to take that seriously. At the same time, I think there's a recognition that tariffs are a very blunt tool, not the best tool for achieving objectives, and in fact that they inflict quite a bit of self-harm. So I think that does give some opportunities for looking at the objectives behind the tariffs and figuring out if there's another way to address those objectives. And those objectives include such things as goods trade deficit, as combating international non-market economy policies and practices, providing unfair trade practices. There are a whole series of things that I think the EU and the US can work on together and maybe better achieve the objectives than imposing tariffs. So I think the opportunity here is for some amount of proactive engagement. And I think it is important, as Adair said, that there is some cohesion on the EU side, but cohesion maybe in the direction of engagement and seeing if we can build up the transatlantic relationship. Because I think that the counter-retaliation, for instance, which you also hear spoken of quite a lot, it's understandable, but it's not necessarily a very effective tool for having the administration back down on these tariffs. So I think that some outreach from the EU side in a cohesive manner to the US side for how we can address unfair trade practices, how we can address some of the policies and practices that are problematic coming out of China. I think that can go a long way towards averting the crisis. I mean, it has been noted, I think, that we had a threat of tariffs, and we actually had tariffs on Europe, and then those tariffs were suspended. But the tariffs were imposed under Trump. For Trump 1, the tariffs ended up being suspended, but under the Biden administration, as we tried to reach deals on sustainable and market economy steel and aluminum, and on subsidies for large civil aircraft. So I think the suspension end of the equation was much more an inclination of the Biden administration than the Trump administration. But we saw quite a lot of evidence during the first Trump administration, and we see a lot of evidence in this executive order on an American first trade policy that suggests that there's an interest in discussing, in reaching some arrangement. The American first policy mentions that USTR is supposed to, the U.S. Trade Representative is supposed to investigate which partners are appropriate for a bilateral deal or a sectoral deal. It's also notable that even though tariffs were threatened at the outset, that those tariffs were not imposed, and instead there was to be a study of tariffs and a study of the goods trade deficit. So I think all of this suggests that there's room for discussion to avert things going south in the bilateral relationship.
Thanks very much for that take. Some optimism and also some very important context. I think it's important to pepper this conversation with not pessimism, but just a reminder of some of the old chestnuts in this US-EU relationship, some of the irritants. And I can't think of many better people to talk about all the many problems that have plagued this relationship than Penny Nass, who's also a non-resident senior fellow with the Europe Center and a sort of very influential voice on many of the issues in transatlantic trade. So Penny, if you could just tell us what you think the big risks are, where the EU and the US have fallen out in the past and how these could become even more aggressive discussions in the months and years ahead. And then feel free, obviously, to be optimistic, but I'd like to push you on some of the more difficult points. So Dan's already mentioned large civilian aircraft. I can think of a few more, but I'll leave it to you to set up the list.
So, hi, everyone. Thanks for that, Charles. So I think one thing that I think to kind of frame all of this is that you have a U.S. executive who is running at the country at the moment very much from an executive position. And when you think about Europe, Europe is much more of and particularly European Union is much more of an administrative power, regulatory power. And so there is inevitably a crash coming between those two types of leadership styles. And regulatory issues have been a long-standing trade irritant in many ways. Dan mentioned a few that he and I have worked on in the past, but there's a lot of things coming up, steel, aluminum, Airbus, Boeing, some of the old trade irritants that are going to be coming up for some decisions in the next few months. And then lots of new trade irritants. So with the rise of the technology community and moving over to be very supportive of President Trump and his agenda, I would think that there's a lot of technology related issues that are going to be coming up front and center and be very potentially problematic, whether it be implementation of Europe's digital, services, digital marketing, DSA, DMA, whether it be the issues around taxation for digital companies, for example, the digital sales tax. Those are all things that I think are going to come back up. And you saw the administration, I think, prepare for some of these things in the American First Trade Policy Executive Order, where, for example, they are kind of preloading the gun on some of the tax issues by going back to a 1934 tax law that allows you to double tax of foreign companies if there is a tax situation that arises negatively impacts your companies. So I think that we'll see a lot of those former regulatory issues, some of these environmental issues, particularly around corporate social responsibility, around the due diligence and supply chains. A lot of rules are supposed to be coming into line. But then when you combine that with the tech and the tax issues, you've got a pretty long list of potential trade irritants that I think will have to be resolved or are going to be contributing to the tariff situation. One final point.
All right. So we were just listening in there to the Atlantic Council as they are discussing President Trump as well as the tariffs that he is implementing or threatening. We do have a lot going on in Washington, D.C. right now, though. So what I did want to do is actually pivot to this live event that has just started. That is Senator Ted Cruz on your screen there. He's the chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. They are meeting to discuss the nomination of Howard Lutnick to be Secretary of Commerce. Let's turn up the sound here and listen in.
Our competition, we must, as Mr. Lutnick told us, stay in the lead. America must show the world what leadership is like, what a great economy is like. That will require decisive action. I am pleased that Mr. Lutnick will quickly direct the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, to reissue a biological opinion for offshore operations in the Gulf by May 21st. Yet I know he will also take the requisite time to listen and learn about the complexities of the Commerce Department. He will approach the job thoughtfully, considering all the relevant interests, as evident by the 44 different stakeholder groups all supporting him. I urge my colleagues to support his confirmation as Commerce Secretary. Even as my staff and I continue to investigate the cause of last Wednesday's disaster, we remain focused on our primary responsibility: passing legislation to improve the lives of the American people. Consider the Kids Off Social Media Act, which I authored alongside Senator Schatz. Today, families faced a challenge previous generations could not imagine: a rapidly changing digital environment targeting our kids. As social scientists like Jonathan Haidt have noted, the youth mental health crisis is correlated with the rise of phone-based childhood. Every parent who has ever heard, "But Sally has TikTok," or who is simply overwhelmed by the ubiquity of social media and the pernicious means by which it promotes harmful content in kids' lives, is looking for a solution. Technology is made for persons, not persons for technology. Kids need time to be kids, to experience the real world, not to get lost in the virtual one. COSMA does this by two means. First, it codifies what big tech companies already claim they do: keep children under 13 off of social media. And second, it removes social media distraction from schools. On top of that, it prohibits algorithmic boosting to kids under 16, which prevents big tech from pushing the harmful content that does so much damage to our children. I'm similarly proud to support the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act with Senator Markey. AM radio is a haven for people to express differing viewpoints, allowing free speech and a robust democratic process to flourish. It also continues to be the most reliable form of emergency communication during severe weather and power outages. It's not just entertainment, it's critical to keeping us safe. No wonder this bill is supported by over half of this committee. Safety is also at the heart of the bipartisan Fire Ready Nation Act, which will improve forecasts needed to help fight wildfires. It's a particularly timely piece of legislation from Senators Cantwell and Sheehy, given the Los Angeles fires. This bill, of which I'm a co-sponsor, will establish a fire weather services program at NOAA, equipping scientists and meteorologists with the resources they need to prevent the next disaster. Finally, my illegal red snapper and tuna enforcement act, which I worked on with Senator Schatz, will equip law enforcement with tools to crack down on poaching. I urge my colleagues to support all of the bills before us today, both Republican and Democrat, as we confirm Mr. Lutnick to be Secretary of Commerce. Thank you, and I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for today's markup and continuing the important work on so many policies that we tried to get over the goal line or out of the Senate and onto the President's desk. So much appreciate that. Let me, too, start by, in this forum, recognizing the tragic events of 2 air accidents in the last week, DCA and in Philadelphia. Mr. Chairman, our heart goes out to these families for the tragedies they are suffering, for the long-term impacts that they will have from this, and the remaining questions that they want us to answer. I am dedicated, Mr. Chairman, to moving quickly once we have information on resolutions of issues that will enhance the air safety of our system. Having worked both during COVID and in 25 days working with Senator Wicker, came up with a transportation solution to what we needed to do for our airspace during that time period, and also working with Senator Wicker in short order after the 2 MAX crashes to push and finalize through Congress a major aviation safety bill. It is imperative that we tell the families we are going to have the same fervor now in getting aviation safety enhancements that will prevent this from happening again. So I hope that we can work together in a very bipartisan fashion, along with our 2 colleagues, Senator Duckworth and Senator Moran, the subcommittee chair and ranking member, on doing that. And I take the president at his word. The president says he wants to see an increase in aviation infrastructure. He's frustrated by the fact that on a global basis, the system of digitizing our airspace off of radar has moved faster than the United States. So great, Mr. President, we will be calling on you for your help in that effort. On the Lutnick nomination, since the hearing last week, the Trump administration has taken a series of unprecedented actions that I find very concerning. I'm very concerned about the president's threat to our North American neighbors and a massive tariffs until we resolve problems. In fact, the Wall Street Journal, quote, called it the dumbest trade war in history, end quote. Tariffs and trade wars are a major problem for my state, where 2 out of every 5 jobs are tied to trade-related industries. My state imports $20 billion of goods from Canada, primarily oil, gas, lumber, and electric power, and making our northern border with Washington one of our largest trading partners. So we just got a reprieve for this 25% crazy tariffs that the Commerce Secretary has said he's advocating for the president's policy, would cost my constituents $5 billion or more. We need a secretary that understands that these products and these issues need coalition building, not throwing down gauntlets that will lose jobs for my farmers. Over the last 4 years, there has been much investment in infrastructure manufacturing that this committee has supported. Semiconductor expansion, $450 billion right here in the United States, thanks to the CHIPS and Science Act. And Mr. Lutnick, in various answers to various members of the committee, did not give a full commitment to making sure this money continues to go out the door. These awards are crucial to catalyzing domestic chip manufacturing states like Texas, New York, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. And we heard from many members on both sides of the aisle about whether he would make continued investments in other areas. Tech hubs, NOAA, which you just mentioned, makes up more than 60% of the commerce budget. When asked, for the record, if NOAA should be dismantled, called for in 2025 project, Mr. Lutnick would only say, if confirmed, he would figure it out. Given how central NOAA is for providing accurate weather forecasting, managing our fisheries, protecting our fishermen from Russian and Chinese illegal fishing, I was looking for a stronger commitment. And last week at the hearing, I asked Mr. Lutnick about the $19.3 billion illicit transactions for Tether and whether we needed to be more aggressive at doing something about that, given the unbelievable amount of volume of North Korean, South Asian, and various criminal activities on the Tether platform. He said at some point software will solve that problem. Well, having been in the software sector, yes, someday it might. But right now, I want to stop the amount of money laundering going through these organizations, and I would hope that he would commit to something much more aggressive than that. Lastly, I thought we had a pretty good answer in the Finance Committee to Mr. Pheasant when asked about the same issues of Treasury settlements. You cannot have the United States, someone advocating that treasuries could get settled on a foreign exchange at a time when we can't even raise the debt ceiling and then have them prioritize the debt away from the United States. I just can't accept his answer. So I hope that we will be proven wrong, but today my advice and consent is not to vote for Mr. Lutnick. I hope that, Mr. Chairman, we could come to some agreement in the future about FBI briefings. This is just not acceptable. In the past, the committee worked to try to give members as much as 7 days advance notice on the paperwork for both the OG paperwork and the FBI. I accommodated the committee with our Secretary of Transportation nominee and even helped move the hearing from 11 o'clock in the morning, which we didn't have the FBI paperwork, to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Somewhere that day we got the paperwork. Maybe you could think that that was a little less complex, that real world background isn't as interesting as Wall Street background. But nonetheless, yesterday at midday, faced with a briefing, not from the FBI, but from the White House, the counsel directly reporting to the President of the United States did the briefing. He told me that the FBI was just the ancillary collector of the information. I found that very interesting, challenging, tried to wrap my mind around it, but this hearing was already scheduled. So I hope that we can come to a future accommodation that we will at least give members 24 hours. I'd advocate for 7 days, but at least 24 hours before this FBI briefing process. Members have the information, they can communicate to our down dais members. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn to the bills at hand, and as I mentioned in my previous comments, I support this markup in 17 bills that are on here. 12 were advanced out of the committee in the last Congress, and 5 of those passed the Senate, so I hope we get them now through the House and all the way to the President's desk. And separately, 5 additional bills were negotiated with our House colleagues, which shows a great deal of bipartisan work from our colleagues and what they have done to try to move progress. I very much appreciate the S-99, Strengthening Support for American Manufacturers, by Senators Peter and Blackburn. I very much support the DRIVES Act by Senator Fisher and Duckworth and Blackburn, the Promoting Resilient Supply Chain that I authored with our colleagues, Senator Blackburn and Blunt Rochester, because I think this is a very ripe issue for our committee to continue to focus on. I so much appreciate the support of the Tickets Act by Senator Schmidt and Markey, the Fire Ready Nation by myself and Senator Sheehy. I look forward to working with him as the Pacific Northwest has been a pretty good, let's just say, I don't know whether Senator Sheehy agrees, but I think we probably have at least a 10-year run on everybody else already of dealing with this problem. So our ideas about technologies and solutions that have worked already that need to be expedited, I think we have a good viewpoint on that. And then the AM radio bill, Mr. Chairman, very much appreciate your and Senator Markey's continued push for this legislation. I represent a state prone to natural disasters. I don't know what to say, whether it's Mount St. Helens, whether it's the fires I just mentioned, unbelievable flooding given the big storms that we're hit with. And I like the notion that we are going to have good old-fashioned ham radio and car radios. I just think that we need to continue to have emergency response for people and think outside the box of how to scale that. Now, you think, well, that doesn't sound, well, go read the article that somebody wrote called The Big One. Is the big one going to hit the Pacific Northwest? Are we going to be at a point where we're going to be devastated from a grand implosion, volcano experience that might just cause a lahar from Mount Rainier? The consequences are as devastating as some of the major events in the Louisiana and the South. So I hope that we will do something that thinks outside the box on how to keep communication going and not just respond to some of the requests by people that think that the digital solution is just the only solution. And lastly,
all right, and you are taking a live look out of Washington, D.C. That's where this discussion is being held right now. The nomination of Howard Lutnick for Secretary of Commerce, one of President Donald Trump's cabinet picks. He was the co-chair of Trump's transition operation. He was charged, along with Linda McMahon, with helping the president-elect fill key jobs in his second administration. We're going to go away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to head back live to that discussion. We do have a lot of live events and news going on today, so you won't want to miss it. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. We have a lot going on out of Washington, D.C. today. One of these events that has just started is the House GOP as they're holding their weekly press conference. I do want to turn over there and listen in.
Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Good? Not quite as good as yesterday. The sun was shining yesterday, and it was a little nicer, but thank you all for being here. And I want to open the press conference today with a question. What is a woman? Ask the Democrats, and they'll probably tell you they don't know. I bring this up because today is National Girls in Women's Sports Day. House Republicans kept our promise. We passed a bill. I know it's hard to believe that we had to pass this bill, but we passed a bill to prevent biological males from freely walking into girls' locker rooms. It's ridiculous that we had to do it, but here we are. Democrats would rather allow men to compete in girls' sports than protect our little girls. They are truly out of touch with reality. And for those that support this insanity, you're allowed to live in your distorted reality. But that doesn't mean I have to live in your distorted reality. And our girls don't need to live in your distorted reality either. We fought for 50 years for women's rights. Now Democrats want to undo it. I can assure you that will not happen under my watch. House Republicans are committed to putting a stop to this madness. We are the party of common sense. The difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is that our agenda is about opportunity, about freedom, and about putting America first, while their agenda is about control, dependence, and America last. I thank Congressman Greg Steube and many others for their leadership on passing this legislation. Now, let's turn our attention to the fentanyl crisis at the border. President Trump has made serious movement towards ending this. He worked with 2 allies to stop the flow of deadly fentanyl from entering our country. The days of America getting walked all over, my friends, those days are gone. In just his second week, President Trump's deals with Canada and Mexico show his effectiveness. We finally have a president where his actions match his words. His ability to negotiate has saved lives. He's keeping the promise that he put forth to the American people. He's getting results, promises made, promises kept. And the House will follow his actions. We will pass a bill to increase the penalties for trafficking, particularly fentanyl-related substances. We sincerely hope the Democrats will join House Republicans in voting yes, in voting this week on the HALT Fentanyl Act. Last time, more than 100 Democrats voted against this bill. We'll see if they've changed their tune. They have a choice to save lives today. I applaud Congressman Griffin and Latta for advancing this life-saving legislation. And now, I'd like to turn it over to a colleague and a friend of mine, Monica Dela Cruz. Thank you. You're welcome.
All right, so we are just listening in there to House Republicans. They're holding their weekly press briefing. We did just hear from Representative Lisa McClain from Michigan. We're going to sneak in another break. When we come back, we're going to bring that back to you here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to head back to the House GOP weekly press briefing. We're going to hear from Representative Monica De La Cruz from Texas. Let's turn back over there.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak to all of leadership here. I appreciate it. And to speak on such an important day, National Girls in and Women in Sports. First, I want to tell you that I'm a mother. I'm a mother of a teenage daughter, and I will always fight for women to be with women in the locker room and women to play against women in sports. Let me be very clear. Young girls should never be forced to be in a locker room with men. Never. Period. In fact, this shouldn't even be a discussion, and it's appalling that we have to hold a press conference to tell people on the left that men should not be in a locker room with women and that men should not be in sports with women. Again, I'm going to tell you that that's wrong. I'm proud to be pro-women's sports. I will always fight for little girls across the nation to make sure that they do not have to have their dreams of playing sports squashed by men playing in their sports. In addition to protecting young girls, we're also tackling the fentanyl crisis. As you know, I live in a border district. I am honored to represent a border district where we have seen the chaos that has happened under the Biden administration. This must and will stop, and we are already seeing it stop under President Trump's administration. Just in the recent years in South Texas, our law enforcement made a stop. And in this stop, they found 3 gallons of liquid fentanyl that was seized. 3 gallons. We think of 3 gallons of milk in our refrigerator. Those same 3 gallons could kill over 5 million people. That is twice the size of Houston, Texas. Wrap your arms around that. And that was just one drug stop by our brave law enforcement officers in South Texas. That being said, I proudly support the Halt Fentanyl Act to help our law enforcement agents, not only in South Texas, but all across this nation. As a congresswoman, I have sat with many mothers like me that have young teenagers who have died because of fentanyl, because their child took what they thought was a candy or took a pill for an allergy or another ailment and ended up dying because of this. This act is so important, and I'm proud to support it. I'm proud to join President Trump and all of my colleagues to stop the chaos at the border, but to also stop the fentanyl that is crossing our border. I thank you for your time and for your attention. We must keep men out of women's sports, and we must stop the chaos at the border and the fentanyl that has come through because of it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Monica. Yesterday, President Trump hosted his first official White House visit with a foreign leader in his second term. And I can't think of a more fitting guest than Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The message heard around the world from Washington was clear. Israel is our strongest ally in the Middle East, and our support for Israel will not waver. Not now, not ever. Not only has President Trump promised to help bring the war in Israel to an end and the remaining hostages home, but he will also help secure peace for innocent civilians in Gaza. That is the kind of leadership our allies need and deserve after the Biden administration's foreign policy failures over the last 4 years. The president's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu also comes on the heels of investigations launched by the Department of Education into 5 universities that enabled anti-Semitism to run rampant on their campuses after the Hamas horrific attack against Israel on October 7th. One of those colleges just happens to be the University of Minnesota Twin Cities campus, which squad member Ilhan Omar visited earlier last year to champion the pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic protests happening across the country and to inspire more movements of hate. The far left's continued embrace of vicious attacks against the Jewish community has shown their true colors. There is no denying that today's Democrat Party is the pro-terrorist, anti-Semitic party. And now that we finally have a real leader in the White House, accountability is here. We've said this before, and we'll say it again. Anti-Semitism has no place in this country, not in our politics, not on our college campuses, not anywhere. Our House Republican majority, alongside President Trump and our Republican colleagues in the Senate, will fight every day to ensure that our ally Israel is supported, Jewish Americans remain protected, and anti-Semitism is eliminated once and for all. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership on this issue, and I know we're here on Capitol Hill, those of us that are here on Capitol Hill are also looking forward to watching Prime Minister Netanyahu tomorrow. The time to reassert American leadership on the world stage and stand with our allies is now. With that, I turn it over to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip. Good morning to all of you. Since Donald Trump took the oath of office on January 20th, you've seen the president work at a feverish pace to deliver on the promises that he made to the American people, to start fixing the problems that were created during 4 years of a failed Biden-Harris agenda. You saw President Trump take action to secure America's border, probably the front and center issue of the campaign. And we're already seeing dramatic results for the American people. You've seen President Trump work to open up more American energy to lower costs for families. You've seen him work to get cost savings from federal agencies so that American taxpayer dollars are not wasted in so many areas. Go ask USAID how that's working out for them when they have to now be exposed to the fact that they were funding to the tune of millions of dollars drag shows in foreign countries with Americans' hard-earned tax dollars. You're going to continue to see that level of scrutiny and that level of efficiency to get government working for the people again. And so President Trump has continued to work not only in the executive branch, but working with the legislative branch, working with us here in Congress. Just a few days ago, President Trump signed the Laken Riley Act, one of the first bills we moved out of the House because it was a bill that also fit not only with our agenda. We passed this bill last year. Chuck Schumer made it clear he didn't want to bring a bill to the Senate floor that actually stood up for people so that they're not victims of violence from illegals. Well, this new Senate under John Thune and the Republican leadership brought that same bill through the Senate and put it on President Trump's desk where he signed it. Just goes to show the American people how much difference it makes when you get leaders who actually will fight for them, not for Washington and the old guard, the progressive Democrat Party that's so out of touch with the American people. Today, President Trump will sign an executive order to do something that we already passed through the House, and that is to say that men can't play in women's sports. This is a bill we passed through the House twice now, almost on a party line vote, which seems bizarre. It should be something that everybody agrees to. It was talked about a lot during the election, and most Americans are with us in saying that women's sports should be reserved for women, biological women. President Trump will be signing that executive order today as the bill we passed hopefully goes through the Senate so it can become law in a permanent way. So we're going to continue to work with this president to deliver on those promises. A lot of those promises that we're working to deliver on are going to go through the budget reconciliation process. And I know y'all are following that closely. We've been working very closely with our membership. We got into very specific detail at our retreat in Doral where we shared with our members a lot of specifics of what the committees are working on. There are 11 committees of jurisdiction that are working on the details of budget reconciliation, but of course none of that can start until you pass the budget, till you open up the ability to do a reconciliation bill. And this year with a more narrow majority, unlike 2017 where we lost 22 Republicans on the budget, we don't have that luxury this time. And that means we've got to work very meticulously with our members to first make sure we have the votes to get a budget passed, and we can't have 22 opposing, we can't have 4 opposing. And so we're working through a lot more detail now on what reconciliation would look like on the front end before we actually get the budget passed. But we're working to get it done, and it's critical we get it done, to have more border security, to be able to deliver on better energy policy that lowers costs for families, to make sure there's no tax increase on working families across the country. So there are a lot of things that we're going to work to achieve and get done, along with real savings for the taxpayers of this country. And then, of course, this week we're going to continue moving our agenda, the Stop Fentanyl Act. You've heard about that. And, you know, Monica Dela Cruz is on the front line. She told you what it means to a district like hers to have this deadly poison coming into our country. President Trump laid this out when he issued more tariffs, using that as a weapon to get countries to work with us better on stopping the fentanyl. And you're seeing some of those countries actually respond and do a better job of stopping it from coming into our country and killing so many young people. We're also bringing a bill to say that no future president can ban fracking, like we saw President Obama push, President Biden push. So many in the progressive left that want to kill American energy, and hydraulic fracturing produces about 2/3 of the natural gas we use, about half of the oil that we use in America. And so if you had a future president go down that road of trying to kill the fracking industry, it would crush our ability to produce our own energy in America. And so
all right, so we were just listening into the House GOP speaking on President Trump's agenda and other topics. You were just hearing from Majority Leader Representative Steve Scalise, and he actually did mention this executive order that President Donald Trump set to sign today. It's going to be designed to prevent people who are biologically assigned male at birth from participating in women's or girls' sporting events. So that's mainly what this discussion has been on. We're going to go away for another break. When we come back, we're going to head back to that because we're going to hear from House Speaker Mike Johnson on all of this, that executive order based on women's sports, as well as other topics relating to President Donald Trump's agenda. We'll be right back. And welcome back. We're going to head right back out to the House GOP weekly press briefing. We are going to hear in just a moment from House Speaker Mike Johnson. They've been talking about a range of issues relating to President Donald Trump's agenda, as well as this executive order the president is expected to sign today related to women's sports. Let's head back over to this press conference.
Well, good morning. It's great to see everyone. An overflow crowd. It's as if there's a lot of news happening or something. I don't know. I want to start this morning by addressing a few things we've heard this week from our Democrat colleagues. It's been pretty surprising. Here's a few quotes. Shut down the city. We are at war. We're going to fight it in the streets, it was said. This is what the beginning of a dictatorship looks like. This is their reaction to the flurry of activity that's come out of the new administration, and the president is doing exactly what he said on the campaign trail that he is going to do, would do. And he's delivering on that, and we're a big part of that, and we're going to do it as well. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party truly is seemingly lost. They have no rudder, they have no vision, they have no clear leader. The only message they have is anti-President Trump, and we've all seen that that's a failed strategy time after time. And it's not just rhetoric. I mean, this week, Democratic leadership sent a letter to their members that you all saw, that the media characterized as a war plan to take on President Trump. In the letter, the Democrats laid out the foundation for a government shutdown. That's their plan, to stop President Trump. And the question we're all asking is, why do they want to stop him? Is it because President Trump is working to bring more oversight to USAID for its mismanaged spending? Is it because he's using the threat of tariffs to negotiate with trade partners and secure our borders? Is it because DOJ is looking at contracts and helping to carry out President Trump's promises of making government more efficient? By laying the foundation for a shutdown in the way that they are, the Democrats are changing their tune on government shutdowns. Remember, they're the ones that are apoplectic all the time about the terrible harm that it would exact on the country. But because President Trump is doing exactly what he said he would do, they've changed their tune. And I think you all should be asking them about that change of heart and the hypocrisy that is just on open display. When President Trump said he would unleash American energy dominance and reduce the size of the government and deport dangerous illegal aliens and make American communities safe again, he meant what he said, and that's what we're seeing. He made campaign promises, and now he's moving at a quick pace to deliver on them. What a concept. As I said in an interview yesterday morning, I think it was, that I think it's demonstrably true that President Trump has now done more for the American people in his first 2 weeks than his predecessor did in all 4 years. And that's going to continue. And in Congress, we're going to work, and we are working now, to codify that America First agenda through legislative action. You heard two examples of that here. What we'll be doing this week is continuing our efforts to protect American communities by voting on the HALT Fentanyl Act, which will permanently schedule fentanyl and all fentanyl-related substances as Schedule I narcotics. Why is that important? Because it empowers law enforcement to seize those deadly drugs and go after their producers and distributors and stop the flow. It is an unspeakable tragedy that has now gone on for over 4 years. We have more than 200 Americans lose their lives every single day on average to fentanyl. And it's a crisis that demands our immediate action, and that's what the president is doing, and that's what we're doing. The HALT Fentanyl Act builds on President Trump's efforts from earlier this week to secure our border, southern and northern borders, and keep illicit drugs out. And Republicans are taking decisive, strong, and immediate action to rid American communities of this poison. Elections have sometimes very positive consequences, and that's what you're seeing here. Meanwhile, we're also going to unleash American energy dominance. The Protecting American Energy Production Act is so important because President Biden and his administration clearly waged a war on American-made energy, particularly oil and gas producers, and we're going to make sure this doesn't happen again. So we pass this legislation, and no future administration will be able to put a halt on fracking, which produces so much of the energy in this country. It has to be protected. House Republicans are delivering on our promises, and there is a lot more to come. I'm sure you have a few questions this morning, so we'll do that. Let's start in front row.
Can you address this situation that President Trump is suggesting moving into Gaza? Is that an America First policy to send American soldiers into one of the most volatile regions in the world, and then suggest that the U.S. take control of a region that it has no claim to?
Look, there'll be more details forthcoming on that, of course. The initial announcement yesterday, I think, was greeted by surprise by many, but cheered by, I think, people all around the world. Why? Because that area is so dangerous, and he's taking bold, decisive action to try to ensure the peace of that region. It's a bold move, certainly, far bolder than what's been done before, but I think we've got to stand unequivocally in an unwavering manner, as the whip said, with Israel, our closest ally and friend in the Middle East. And I think if we could bring control of that situation and bring about a lasting peace there, it would do well for everybody, not just in the region, but around the world. It's a volatile place. And I think the strong and decisive move is an important step in that regard. As was noted earlier, Prime Minister Netanyahu being the first international leader to meet with the president in the White House is more than symbolism, but it is a symbol. And it shows the world that we're not going to equivocate. The previous administration did that. They tried to appease Iran and by extension its proxies, terrorists, and they frankly encumbered Israel in so many times. You're seeing a reversal of that now. That is very important development. I think our allies around the world appreciate that. I know because I talked to lots of leaders around the world, and they've been very nervous about the instability there. I think this could be a bold step in that regard. So let's withhold judgment on all of it. You'll see more developments as they come. Back row, back row. So here's the thing on the Federal Department of Ed. It's been a discussion point and a priority for our party for a long time. See, we believe in the core principle that education is best handled by the people closest to the kids. What does that mean? It means local school districts, local school boards. It means at the state level rather than the federal level. We think you empower parents when you do that. You give them more choice in that. So that's why we're advocates for school choice. That's why we're advocates for charter schools and innovative ideas. And I think you can return American education to a place of prominence and success if you allow those things to happen. The teachers' unions will viciously fight, of course, any idea of disbanding the Federal Department of Education. But I think the principle is one that is, the time has come. We've all seen the ratings. I mean, the U.S. is falling far behind other countries because the system is not working. So when President Trump ran for president and when we ran to hold the majority here, we assured the people that we would make big, bold decisions to change things. And I think that is an idea whose time has come. And again, you know, like everything else, we've got to wait for more details to be laid out. But you're going to see a lot of support among House and I think Senate Republicans for the general idea of pushing the decisions back down to the local level. I think that's something that would serve us all well.
I just want you to be clear, though. I know you said what the president said yesterday was bold and decisive, but yes or no, do you believe the U.S. should take control of Gaza? And is that a position you're going to reaffirm with the Prime Minister when he's here at the Capitol?
Well, I look forward to meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. There's a lot to discuss. I've been a very close ally of his, and to be frank, for the last 4 years, I think I was probably the highest-ranked member of the federal government who was unequivocally supporting Israel and the Prime Minister. So we'll have that discussion. I mean, he obviously has much more expertise on the issue than I do. But as I said earlier, we await further details on what exactly that looks like. This is a bold, decisive move, and I think you have to do something to eradicate the threat to Israel. Here's the problem. If you leave Gaza in its current form, there's always a risk of another October 7. There's always a risk of proxies of Iran, all these terrorist organizations, whose openly stated goal is to eliminate Israel as a state. So it just makes sense to make the neighborhood there safer. I think that's logical. I think it follows common sense. I think people understand the necessity of it. And we're going to stand with Israel as they work towards this goal. And we'll stand with the president on his initiative. Chad, last one.
Is there an inconsistency by Republicans? On one hand, where we've heard for years now, we want to not have unelected bureaucrats in charge of things downtown, and yet ceding Article I powers to the executive branch under Elon Musk. Is there not an inconsistency about calling for the elimination of the Department of Education, and yet we've heard from some of your colleagues here this morning, we don't want women be playing sports with men, and aren't you ceding back that power then as it pertains to education if you eliminate the Department of Education? No,
look, I got to challenge the premise of the question, Chad. You know me. I'm a fierce advocate and defender of Article I. I mean, look, we are the legislative branch. There's a reason the Founding Fathers put the Congress, the legislative branch, as the first article in the Constitution, and we're going to vigorously defend that. But what's happening right now, I think there's a gross overreaction in the media to what is happening. The executive branch of government in our system has the right to evaluate how executive branch agencies are operating and to ensure that not only the intent of Congress in funding mechanisms, but also the stewardship of precious American taxpayer dollars is being handled well. That's what they're doing by putting a pause on some of these agencies and by evaluating them, by doing these internal audits. That is a long overdue, much welcome development. That's what the American people demand and deserve. And that's what's happening. So we don't see this as a threat to Article 1 at all. We see this as an active, engaged, committed executive branch authority doing what the executive branch should do. They have broad discretion in all the funding, as you all know, because you follow this. When Congress funds an agency, they give broad discretion to the executive branch on how it's administered. They're using that authority right now in a way it hasn't been used in a long time, so it looks radical. It's not. I call it stewardship. I think they're doing right by the American taxpayer, and we support that principle. When it comes to the point of codification and legislation and all the rest, we'll be evaluating all those things. But right now, I think they're acting within the scope of their authority. There's be legal challenges. The courts will have some things to say about this. But so far as I'm concerned, Chad, this is not a usurpation of authority in any way. It's not a power grab. I think they're doing what we've all expected and hoped and asked that they would do. For years, members of the legislative branch in Congress, Senate and House have asked for details. They've asked for, the expenses of USAID. I mean, look, this is what was uncovered. 3 just quick examples. I mean, you tell me if this is unreasonable. Some of the stuff that the money was being spent on that we didn't even know. Crazy examples that came out. Look, $100 million on initiatives like expanding atheism in Nepal. That's what American taxpayers should be paying for? No way. Transgender operas in Colombia, drag shows in Ecuador? No way. The American people want us to, we have a $36 trillion federal debt. It is a serious threat to the future and security of our nation. We got to spend money better. And if this executive branch and this White House is going to take the initiative to dig in and find those details and expose them, we applaud it. We're all on board. Thanks so much.
Thank you. That was just moments ago, House Speaker Mike Johnson, as we were hearing from members of the House GOP speaking on President Donald Trump's agenda as well as other topics. And a big topic that you did hear them talking about throughout this press conference was this executive order that President Trump is set to sign today. It's designed to prevent people who are biologically assigned male at birth from participating in women's or girls' sporting events. Anything on that, of course, we will bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. Another live event going on right now that we are going to pivot to, the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform Chairman James Comer announced that this committee is going to be holding this hearing titled Right-Sizing Government. It's happening right now. And at the hearing, they're going to be looking at the dramatic growth in the size of the federal government and whether this has led to excess costs or inefficient services for the American people. On the other side of this will be my colleague, Stephanie Quinue. Thanks so much for watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Mattino. We're going to head over to that briefing right now.
Time here is the National Emergencies Act. We have spent $12 trillion over the last, since Bill Clinton, and it's 1/3 of our national debt. I would love to work with you in regards to cleaning these up, cleaning them out, and getting some aspects and assets back to the people. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes ranking member for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your consideration. Governor Reynolds, welcome, and your story is a very impressive one. I was the chairman of a county of 1.2 million people, 1/3 your population, and what you talk about resonates with somebody like me, hands-on, trying to make sure things work.
Right.
Iowa has a population, as I understand it, of 3.24 million people, and you've got a state workforce of 16,700 full-time employees. Is that correct? That's correct?
Yes.
Now, of course, with respect to the federal government, we're talking about 2.4 million. Mm-hmm. So it's not only a matter of scale. I mean, we're just talking about very different kinds of entities. That doesn't mean we can't learn from a state like Iowa, but I do think that the challenges we face at the federal level are, formidably different than what we face in my county or your state. As I said, doesn't mean we can't learn from it at all. And I listened carefully to you. Is my understanding correct that in order to effectuate the reforms you proudly championed today, you put on the payroll your wealthiest donor who came in and decided what agencies to abolish, which cabinet members were to go, how many people were to be fired, and other kinds of decision-making that was imbued with him or her. Is that how you did it in Iowa? Your wealthiest donor took that lead?
No, that's a complete misstatement. And first of all, we did it without any layoffs whatsoever. We made that commitment when we moved into our
No layoffs.
Absolutely no layoffs.
Well,
I was able to eliminate 600 open positions that had been open for over a year. But through the transition process and what we've been able to accomplish, we did that right now without laying off any state employees.
Excuse me, because my time is limited, Governor, I don't mean to be interrupting you, but so the idea that your wealthiest donor kind of shepherded all of this is false.
So we're listening in there as a House committee is talking about the size of the federal government. But right now, I do want to head over here live as House Democrats are now holding their meeting after the Republicans did theirs. We're going to listen in.
And Republicans in control, America will be less safe and more expensive. We are less safe because an unelected billionaire with controversial ties to China has access to personal information for every American, including potentially tax and Social Security information. We're less safe because President Trump released violent criminals into our communities, some with records of domestic violence, rape, and attacking police officers. We are less safe because hundreds of FBI agents are on the verge of being fired for not being sufficiently loyal to Donald Trump. Women who serve in the military are less safe today because of an executive order Donald Trump signed preventing them from traveling across state lines to seek abortion care. America is more safe because America is more expensive because egg prices are at an all-time high, and Republicans in Congress have not taken a single step to reduce the cost of living. The reckless Republican tariffs will increase costs for households by $1,200 each year. Everything from groceries to alcohol to lumber used to build homes will be more expensive. The Republican ripoff will increase health care costs by stealing from Medicaid to pay for tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. The American people voted for solutions to their economic challenges and instead got a corrupt White House and an America that is less safe and more expensive. Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. Leader Jeffries has laid out a 10-point plan to fight back against the lawless actions of the Trump administration. That plan has three themes. There's going to be a legislative strategy, a mobilization strategy, and a litigation strategy. To that end, over 25 lawsuits have already been filed. We expect that a number of these actions by the Trump administration will be reversed because all the courts have to do is follow the law. And in fact, if you look at what happened, a number of Trump actions have been stopped or the administration has simply folded. The administration wants you to think that they are invincible, that they are just rolling right along and doing all these things. That is simply not true. A number of times they have been stopped and they have had to back down. So, for example, on the birthright citizenship order, a Reagan-appointed federal judge declared it unconstitutional, put an injunction on it. And then with the OMB freeze memo, there was pushback from Democrats, from the American people, and they had to rescind that memo, and a judge also declared that memo to be illegal. And then most recently, you saw Trump's signature issue, the tariffs. He backed down because of the reaction from the stock market, the reaction from the American people. Basically, Canada and Mexico are doing what they said they were already going to do. So essentially, Donald Trump simply folded on that issue. So I want people to understand their power to shape public sentiment. And not only are the Trump administration's actions ludicrous, they are harming people. So I'll end on this example. In California, Donald Trump ordered the Army Corps of Engineers to release a whole bunch of water
from these dams when no one needed it. So over 2 billion gallons of water have now been wasted in California. This water from Northern California isn't even going down to Southern California. It's largely going to evaporate when farmers don't need it. And so Republican Congressman David Valadao is going to have to answer to his farmers when in the summer months they need water and they don't have enough. Those are the harmful actions of this administration, and I want people to understand that pushing back gets this administration to fold.
Thank you, Ted. Questions? Ryan?
Mr. Leader, the Republicans just accused Democrats of being willing to shut down the government if they don't get their way in terms of these negotiations and push back on Donald Trump. You mentioned the legislative component of your plan to push back against Trump. How far is your conference willing to go to try and prevent what you see as the usurping of congressional authority from Donald Trump? Could it lead to a government shutdown? Could it lead to the debt ceiling not being raised? What is the strategy there?
That's on our Republican colleagues. Look, we will meet with folks and we will try to find common ground where it is possible. But what we will not do is engage in an effort that gives Donald Trump money to direct our federal government that he has no plan to utilize or implement. When we pass something, and this is where I would just strenuously object with Appropriations Chair Tom Cole, who said appropriations isn't law, it's a directive of Congress. I think there's a number of past appropriations chairs who would disagree with that on both sides of the aisle. This is law. If we're going to pass law, we need to know that the law is followed. And it doesn't appear that House Republicans are in a position to push back against Donald Trump, to protect vital funding that supports our communities. And if they aren't willing to do that, they should just be honest with this. And so we will meet with them. We will talk with them about funding government and the issues of the day. But I think it's pretty clear, based on what happened in December, who they answer to. They answer to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And so we need the certainty that the legislative work that we do will actually be implemented and passed. And if we find thoughtful partners on the other side who are willing to do that, we'll engage.
Republicans control the White House, the Senate, and the House. It is completely on Republicans to not have a government shutdown. If they can't get the votes, they're the majority party, it is their fault if there's a government shutdown.
Mika, and some special guests.
Thank you, Shagda. I do want to ask, so I know at the same time that a lot of your members, and just now you mentioned attempts to find common ground with the administration and Republicans while they're in power. I just want to get your reaction to one of your members, Congressman Albany, filing these impeachment articles already. Do you think that's an appropriate step to take, given that Trump's only been in office now for 2 weeks?
It's not a focus of the caucus. Next, Cassie.
Two questions for you, one California focused. With the governor on the Hill today, are you hoping that these conversations he's having with leadership, as well as his meeting with the White House, will help with leveraging, California's position in trying to get some of this wildfire aid? And then more broadly, do you feel Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson are abdicating their constitutional authority by allowing the president to step on Congress's authority? And how are Democrats planning to push back on that?
I'll take the first part. Vice Chair Lieu and I were pleased and privileged to be able to join Leader Jeffries and Whip Clark, along with Brad Sherman and Judy Chu, to tour the fire devastation in Palisades and Altadena. Our hope, our focus is to make sure that we help our fellow citizens, our Americans across the country, when there are disasters, hurricanes, floods, tornadoes, earthquakes. All of that deserves an immediate response. We lift up the work that FEMA and the Army Corps are doing to help residents recover and rebuild. We need to keep the politics out of this, and I think that there are a number of Republicans who feel the same way. Thankfully, we'll work in a process that meets the needs of the American public who are going through disasters, no matter if they are in a blue state or a red state. So I appreciate the governor being here. It's important to talk about the needs that our residents have, that the residents of Southern California have from this recent tragedy, and so we'll continue to work to deliver. On the second part, look, I think it's very clear. I mean, the Constitution is pretty clear, both on spending as well as the role of Congress. And I do think that Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune are in a rush to deliver as much as they can for President Trump. That is who they answer to, not their constituents or their conferences, but that's who they answer to. And so we see that in everything that they do, from deadlines to bills to the issues of the day. As the Vice Chair mentioned, this is on them to deliver funding bills and to deliver for the President. If they can't do that, they have the votes to do that. We'll see if they can. Chad, then Michael.
Thank you. Good morning. You talk about the pushback by Democrats on President Trump and some of the things the Republicans are trying to do. What is the appropriate approach? Is it to ask Senate Democrats to, block all nominees if possible, at least slow walk them? Is it to, say, take over the streets of Washington, D.C.? And if that's the case, also, why then, saying this is not a focus of the caucus on the articles of impeachment from Mr. Green? I mean, it would seem that if you think that the administration is doing all of these, dastardly things, that's something that the caucus would want to get around, or is that bad to revisit since this guy's already been impeached twice and that didn't go too hot for the Democrats previously?
I think the Vice Chair mentioned it. Our focus, I can't speak to Senate Democrats. It's a different press conference that they don't invite me to. But I think what the Vice Chair outlined is very clear. Look, our focus is on, outreach, mobilizing our communities, being responsive to our communities, a litigation strategy the Vice Chair laid out. Each time these executive orders come before the judges, they've been beaten back or they've been pulled back. Donald Trump does not have success in the court system. I mean that both governmentally and personally. So it's very clear that the litigation strategy will be one tool that we can use. And then we have legislative strategies, and I'll let the leader outline those in the coming days. But we need to forcefully ensure that Americans' data is protected and that no third party can walk into the Treasury and start downloading information. And so we need to protect the public. That's what we're focused on. That's what House Democrats this week are focused on, and we'll continue to work through those.
But just to be clear here, I mean, and coming back to my point about Mr. Green, if you think that Elon Musk has, control of the Treasury system and so on and so forth, why wouldn't you then be behind an idea of impeaching the
Look, I get the question. I get the question. I mean, the Vice Chair and I are here to talk on behalf of the Democratic Caucus. I mean, the answer is still the same. This isn't a focus of the Democratic Caucus. We've laid out our strategy: legislative, litigation, outreach and communication, and that continues to be the focus. If there are more focuses or if there are new ideas that we feel have the support of the caucus, you'll hear us talk about them. Michael.
Following up on kind of the spirit of the caucus, Leader Jeffries has mentioned that all Democrats need are three, or having a small number of House Republicans to join you all to stop some of the chaos that's going on. Have you all targeted any Republicans that members can speak to, that you all can kind of communicate with, whether it's a private, to kind of discuss and get some feelers on, are there any Republicans who could, bypass their leadership, or kind of go against the Trump administration and survive a primary to work with you all to stop this? Or again, are you all saying because they control all levers of government, it's up to them? Leader Jeffries has mentioned a few times that he invites 3 Republicans to join you all. Is that something you all are talking about inside the caucus?
Look, absolutely. And each of us enjoys relationships based on our committees and based on when we came to Congress. The Vice Chair and I came together 10 years ago with Republicans. Some of the reasonable partners on the other side of the aisle who I've worked with on things have moved on, retired and left this place. And that's unfortunate. But look, we will continue to have conversations, but what you highlighted is incredibly important. What Republicans say in the hallways and in the elevators is often very different than what they're comfortable, saying and doing in front of a podium to push back against Donald Trump. And so we will highlight time and time again that it only takes a couple. If you want to protect Americans' data at the Treasury Department, join our efforts. If you want to ensure that essential cuts to education in the classroom are not implemented, join us. If you want to protect vital funding for people at nursing homes and young people to have health care, join us. We will engage and have conversations with them if it is around protecting funding and protecting our communities. Now, that will not change. What we hope changes is colleagues on the other side of the aisle speaking out and speaking up that they oppose this. We haven't seen that yet, but we're always hopeful. Nick and Joe.
Yeah, I want to ask about the Senate. Senator Trump is calling for a halt on all Trump nominees. I mean, do you want to see a more muscular response from the party to his agenda over there, where you still do have some leverage over Republicans?
Look, same answer. I'll let the Senate speak to their processes and procedures and what tools they have. I can speak to ours that we have here in the House. This is a majority-run institution, and so this is a little different. But we will use the levers and the tools available to push back legislatively and to communicate our message about the policies that we see from Donald Trump and House Republicans making us less safe and not lowering the costs that people pay. We'll continue to do that, and we'll use the levers that we have here in the House to do it. You'll have to ask the folks on the other side of the dome what their tactics and strategies are. Joe?
A couple more Newsom questions. Did he speak to the caucus today?
No.
And is the caucus going to be doing anything to help him as he's going around to talk to legislators today?
It's my understanding that he's talking to Judy Chu and Brad Sherman, the members who were affected by the tragedies. We all have a line and communication into the California team, and so we'll continue to uplift their needs as they arise. We met with FEMA last week. We talked about how much is in the disaster recovery fund, what that looks like. They didn't give us an idea on the timing for a supplemental and where it's needed, but they did stress the urgency and the importance of a disaster relief fund and how that is allocating payments to people who were affected. That all runs a risk on March 14th when government funding lapses, when Donald Trump turned off the federal funding, that also will have an effect on the FEMA recovery efforts. And so these are things that we're...
That Californians will receive that disaster funding to rebuild their homes and communities.
Look, I'm confident that they have enough money in the short term to meet their needs, that FEMA has enough money in the short term to meet their needs. I'm not... I can't speak to what is beyond that and the recovery, because Congress is going to have to act. It's my hope that we do so in a bipartisan way, just as we have in the past with disasters.
So literally less than 2 months ago, Congress passed disaster aid to states such as Florida, South Carolina, Oklahoma. We have a very simple ask. Just treat California disaster victims the same as any other American. Do not treat California disaster victims any differently. And we expect that Congress will do that, and we look forward to having disaster aid pass as swiftly as possible.
You mentioned mobilization as part of the strategy. What are you hearing from grassroots activists, from your districts? Do you think there's some fresh energy among Democrats here?
Well, I think that there's energy around the country, pushing back against some of these policies. We also need to channel that energy. We need to talk with our communities and folks in our communities about our efforts, our legislative efforts, and the litigation efforts that are underway. But we also need to encourage them. Look, I understand the anger. Help us get a couple more folks to support our efforts. Just like we said before, we're only 3 votes away. Let's work to deliver votes that can push back, that can protect vital funding, that can ensure Americans' personal information is secure at the Treasury Department, that can protect vital classroom funding from the Department of Education. That's what this is about. And so we're engaged in efforts to talk with members in our community about the importance of doing that.
Was there any discussion in the caucus meeting about the president's remarks last night on Gaza, and how does the leadership feel about spending any money for the sort of project he has in mind?
It shouldn't shock anybody that we don't run through everything that the president says in caucus to respond to. It did not come up, but it is very clear that what the president talked about would make our country less safe. An invasion of U.S. troops into Gaza would not make Americans more safe. It would make Americans a target. But this is very clear. I mean, I'm going to just take a wild guess that the president's plans include, hotels and resorts and casinos. Like, that's just who he is. But it is not. This is not a thoughtful strategy that would keep Americans safe or reduce our Defense Department costs. Back, last one.
Is there any frustration with the uncommitted movement for breaking with the Democratic Party in 2024?
No, look, we're focused on the future here. Our job is to build a big coalition that meets the needs of the American public, keeps people safe, lowers costs that everyday Americans face. That's what House Democrats are focused on. We welcome anyone and everyone to be part of our coalition in order to do that. But we will continue to talk about is House Republicans have no strategy. There's no bill on the floor that reduces the costs that Americans face. Nothing that they have outlined would lower grocery prices, make rents more affordable, housing more affordable. That's not what Republicans are doing. That's what the American public wants. And so we welcome everyone to be part of our coalition that talks about these issues that people care about.
Sure. Let me just follow up to what Chairman Aguilar said. This weekend, I went to the grocery store with my wife, and there were no eggs on the shelves. So the American people want solutions that help them in their lives, make their prices lower, make sure they have the items that they need at grocery stores. None of this chaos coming from the Trump administration is helping families across America. That's one reason the administration backed down on a number of these orders, because the administration is not popular. A reminder that Donald Trump won less than half of the popular vote. Donald Trump starts out, according to a Gallup poll, at 47% approval, the lowest of any president since the 1950s. And that's one reason he voted on terrorists, he voted on a freeze memo, that his birthright issue was blocked by the courts, because he does not have a mandate, no matter how much he tries, because he's just not that popular.
Thank you.
So right there, the House Democrats have just wrapped up their weekly briefing talking about President Trump's agenda, pushing back on what we just heard from the Republican House leadership right there. That has now ended. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to monitor a number of live events that we're going to head to, including this one right here. This is a live look right here from Washington, D.C. This is a rally that is set to get underway. And it's a rally involving members of Congress and former USAID, as well as State Department and Department of Defense officials. They are pushing back on the attacks, they call it, on USAID and foreign assistance. That's taking place right now in Washington, D.C. We're going to be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 11:26 Eastern, 8:26 Pacific. I wanted to share this live look with you out of Washington, D.C. You can see the U.S. Capitol there in the distance. You're taking a look at a rally supporting USAID and foreign assistance, and this comes after the Trump administration says that it is pulling almost all U.S. Agency for International Development workers off the job and out of the field worldwide, all but ending this mission to shore up American security. Now, the administration did notify USAID workers in emails and with a notice posted online. This comes after there's been a lot of questions when it comes to where this funding is going. And we do know that Secretary of State Rubio now taking a look at where all of this federal funding is going. And he now is overseeing right now U.S. aid. Now, the administration notified those workers, as I mentioned, in emails, and many of them are being told to return home unless they are deemed essential. This comes as some options included closures of smaller U.S. aid missions and partial closures of larger ones. Thousands of employees already laid off and programs worldwide shut down. This also comes as Elon Musk is taking a look alongside his Department of Government Efficiency at looking how to shrink the federal government. They have ordered a spending stop that has halted the U.S. funded aid and development work around the world. So we see this live look right here at the U.S. Capitol. You can see some people lining up with posters right there. No one yet taking to the podium, but we did want to let you know that this is happening right now out of Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, there's also a committee meeting talking right now discussing the size of the federal government and how to streamline it, allowing it to be more efficient. So that is also happening right now on Capitol Hill. A lot to get to. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break, continuing to follow all of these live events. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We're going to head back live to Capitol Hill, where happening right now, there is the very first speaker at a rally pushing back against the attacks on USAID and foreign assistance. We did want to at least dip into this coverage to share with you what is happening right now in Capitol Hill.
utilizing technology to detect felons before they start, to countering corruption, conflict, and terrorism abroad. USAID projects play an integral part of America's foreign policy objectives, and we do all of this with less than 1% of the national budget. I have been so incredibly proud of the work that I and my teams have accomplished working on USAID programs, and I am honored to use my voice today.
All right, so I did want to dip into this. The audio is not the best of qualities, and so we're going to transition away from this live event. We do see a speaker there at the podium, but the sound is very distorted. It's not easy to even hear what she is saying. We're going to see if they on their end are going to fix the microphone, as we did raise the audio. Very difficult to understand this speaker right here. We see that she's walking off stage. We're going to see if they fix it for this next speaker right here. If not, we're going to transition to another live event happening right now. Once again, though, let's listen in.
I'm proud to represent the great state of Maryland in the United States Senate. Any Marylanders in the House? So first, let's give it up for Isabel and all the patriotic Americans who helped organize this rally. And I want to hear it loud and clear. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Elon Musk has got to go because this, ho, ho. Elon Musk has got to go. Ho, ho. Elon Musk has got to go. Because this is about taking back our country and doing it now. Make no mistake about it. Elon Musk's effort to dismantle the Agency for International Development is a gift to China, it's a gift to Russia, it's a gift to our adversaries around the world. Putin's cronies immediately put on X, quote, smart move by Elon Musk, end quote. So this is not America first, this is America in retreat, and we are not going to retreat from American values. So it has nothing to do with government efficiency and everything to do with something that's going to harm our national interest. In fact, if you talk to American military leaders, they will tell you that AID is an essential and cost-effective part of our overall foreign policy and national security strategy, because AID makes us safer here as we save lives around the world. AID helps make us safer by providing greater stability in very combustible parts of the world. AID supports our values by helping democracy movements around the world. And AID fights disease around the world, which not only saves lives around the globe, but helps prevent them from spreading and killing Americans right here in the United States of America. So getting rid of AID makes us all less safe. It is also downright illegal. You know, I looked at the Constitution again the other day, and it's pretty clear that presidents are not kings. They don't get to decide to cherry pick the law. This is not like a la carte. The law is the law, and President Trump needs to obey all parts of that law. And Elon Musk, he may get to be a dictator at Tesla, and he is trying to play dictator here in our nation's capital. But he does not get to ignore the law, and we need to shut down the Musk operation. Now, some courts have already put a hold. They have temporary restraining orders on some of the other illegal actions taken by the Trump administration, like freezing important resources that flow to communities and very important priorities in our communities. And I am confident that we will also see the courts put an end to this illegal action with respect to AID. And make no mistake, what's happening in AID is just the test case. Is just the test case for what they want to do throughout the government, which is they want billionaires to take over the process. And so you're right, we should have no business as usual in the United States Congress. And Senator Schatz and I have said no Trump appointees to the State Department if they don't reopen AID. So this is part of a much bigger plan. Make no mistake, it's part of a bigger plan to replace hardworking federal employees who are sworn to uphold the Constitution, to replace them with Trump political cronies. And the end game that they want to secure is once they get the keys to government, they do want to provide huge tax breaks and big giveaways to the wealthiest in America at the expense of everybody else in America. Are we going to let that happen? No! Hell no. So I will end with this. We are witnessing in real time the most corrupt bargain in American history. Elon Musk paid over $250 million to help elect Donald Trump. And now Donald Trump is turning over the keys to the Treasury and the rest of the federal government to Elon Musk. We need to end this illegal power grab, and we are going to do it now. We are not going back. Thank you all for being here. And now let me turn it over to one of my great colleagues, Mark Warner.
Now, come on up here, Tim. Come on up here. First of all, any Virginians in the House? So, Chris, thank you. We were just at banking 10 minutes ago because in talking about the fact that America's reputation is based upon rule of law, it's based upon the ideas that nobody is above the law, and we all ought to be concerned. We have a banking committee that you've got folks we don't know anything about looking at potentially all of our personal information, all of the money flows that go out of Treasury. The banking committee needs to bring up those folks who are illegally in Treasury and have them testify. So, you know, I'm really proud of my activities on the Intelligence Committee, and Tim's on the Armed Services Committee. The national security of America is not simply based upon who's got the most tanks and guns. It is based upon our reputation. It is based upon the great work that AID does. We've got to make sure, and Tim has said this more eloquently, whether it is the folks who've been furloughed or the people who are taking potentially Trump's illegal buyout offer, which there is no funding for at all, to think twice. We've got to make sure we get the AID workers back, get AID reopened, because as Chris said, where this is being celebrated right now is Beijing. It's Beijing. And until we can end up not letting China into this spot, we are making America less strong. And look at who we are voting against and standing up against. Tim, take it.
Okay, do you guys want to hear what we're doing to stop this? Right?
All right, so I did want to play out some of those remarks at a rally is currently underway in Washington, D.C., supporting USAID and federal funding. However, just moments ago, this coming into our Live Now from Fox Newsroom right here, President Trump congratulating Pam Bondi as she is now the new U.S. Attorney General. He is providing some remarks. Let's listen in.
Hello, everybody. This is a great honor and a real privilege. I'm thrilled to be here today with our nation's next incredible, and she will be incredible, Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi. And I want to congratulate Pam. She's worked hard, so hard, and unbelievably fair and unbelievably good at law enforcement. I just want to congratulate you. Very special person. And I'd also like to thank Justice Clarence Thomas and his incredible wife, who's here someplace. There she is. Incredible, highly respected wife, too, I will say. I remember a couple of years ago, a little bit more than that, during toward the end of my first term, I was introducing a lot of people at a big event, about 5,000 people, in your biggest ballroom. You know what that is? And they were getting a nice smattering of applause. They were very important people. And then I introduced Justice Clarence Thomas. The place went crazy. And it was then that I realized that you are a very popular guy and respected guy. So thank you for being here. It's an honor and a great honor for Pam. Thank you very much. Pam was a career prosecutor for nearly 20 years and was one of the toughest and smartest and best and most successful attorney generals in the history of Florida. And I think, put it out this morning, I think she's going to end up going down as the most successful, or certainly one of the most successful attorney generals that this country has ever had. I really believe that. I know her well. A lot of people in Florida, if you're in Florida, you know her well. And it was all good. There was never a problem, no problem. As a prosecutor, she locked up drug dealers and gang members and human traffickers and was waging war all the time on the pill mills, they called them, that fueled the deadly opioid crisis. And she did better than anybody else. There was nobody like her in the country. She also won over $50 billion in lawsuits for the victims of financial fraud and devastating Deepwater Horizon oil spill, which was brutal, and she was the leader of that whole deal, getting that people taken care of. As Attorney General of the United States, Pam has a historic and urgently needed task ahead of her, and probably there's never been a time, Clarence, that's more important than right now. We went through 4 years of not such good work in many ways, not just with the president, at other levels also, with the president, obviously. She's going to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice and restore the constitutional rule of law in America. She will lead the Democrats. You know where they're going to, at least she's going to lead them right down. But I think she's going to be as impartial as you can possibly be. I know I'm supposed to say she's going to be totally impartial with respect to Democrats. And I think she will be as impartial as a person can be. I'm not sure if there's a possibility of totally, but she's going to be as total as you can get, Gianni, right? But she's going to be fair, and she'll lead the Department of Justice in crushing violent crime, demolishing the gangs, which are all over the place. If you look at New York, if you look at Chicago, if you look at Los Angeles, which is half burned down, unfortunately, because they didn't have the water and they didn't have what they were supposed to have. Destroying the terrorist cartels is going to be a very big priority for Pam, and that leads to crime and it leads to a lot of drugs. So she's going to take care of it, and she'll stop the invasion of our country and get fentanyl off our streets. And we're going to be working with her very closely. Christine Holm and Tom Homan and all of the people are going to be working very closely with Pam. She's going to end the weaponization of federal law enforcement and restore honesty and integrity at the DOJ and the FBI. And she's going to be working with Cash, and she's going to be working with a lot of other people that you've been reading about, writing about over the last few weeks. The role of Attorney General comes with immense responsibility, but I have absolute confidence that Pam will fulfill her duties with honor and courage and strength and fairness. She's going to be fair. She's going to be very fair. And now I'd like to invite Justice Thomas to administer the oath of office. And thank you all for being here. It's a very important day, I believe, in our country's history. Thank you very much.
Do solemnly swear
I, Pamela Bondi, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
Discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Says, I just want to introduce her very, very handsome husband. I hate being around him. He looks too good, and he's been a tremendous factor with Pam, and have just a beautiful relationship. Who's here? And Mother, look how good you look, huh? Look how good. So I just wanted to introduce them. And Pam, have fun,
President.
please.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. I've known you for many, many years, and I will not let you down. I am truly honored that you have asked me to take on this role, and I will make you proud, and I will make this country proud.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank all of my friends who are here today, my dear friends and my family, my mom, my husband, my pastor, Aaron Burke, is here. So many of my good friends and my colleagues. So thank you all so much. And I will restore integrity to the Justice Department, and I will fight violent crime throughout this country and throughout this world and make America safe again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. This is a great day.
Can we ask about your Gaza proposal? A lot of people are talking about, obviously,
Everybody loves it, but this is just not the right time. But we'll maybe do something later. This is a very important and, in my opinion, solemn occasion. So I don't think we want to talk about other subjects.
Mr. President, what is your top priority? What is your top priority, Madam Attorney General, for this new position that you've now been sworn into?
Well, I can just say very simply, for me, overall, very simple. Make America great again. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make America great again, and she's going to take crime out of the system. As much as anybody can do that, she's going to do it.
We're going to make America safe again.
Mr. President.
Thank you, everybody. We'll appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Come on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Come on. Go. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. President Trump introducing Pam Bondi as the new U.S. Attorney General. And we were hearing that you actually heard her being sworn in. We do see color bars right now, but now it does look like perhaps this is playback, as we have been receiving this for the very first time. You can see Justice Clarence Thomas right there. He was the Supreme Court Justice that swore Pam Bondi in as U.S. Attorney. She delivered some very brief remarks, as she did say that she was going to be restoring integrity to the Department of Justice right there. And you can see President Trump. I did want to just raise the audio. I do believe this is playback of what we just aired to you. This just appears to be a different angle, but we're just going to raise the audio again.
Then did I realize that you are a very popular guy and respected guy. So thank you for being here. It's an honor, and a great honor for Pam. Thank you very much. Pam was a career prosecutor for nearly 20 years and was.
So this is playback that they are refeeding into our newsroom right there. I just wanted to make sure, as it is a different angle right here. But this is President Trump introducing Pam Bondi as the new Attorney General for the United States. Justice Clarence Thomas swearing her in just moments ago. And she delivered some brief remarks saying that her mission is to restore integrity to the Department of Justice. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our live coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue our live coverage heading back to Capitol Hill, where happening right now, there is a rally right outside the U.S. Capitol.
Bring larger crowds. We're going to be doing this at every level.
All right, so you heard some of the speaker right there. These are individuals, lawmakers, advocates who are supporting USAID and foreign assistance, as we do know that President Trump and other federal agents are taking a look at how USAID funding is being disseminated to different countries and taking a look at whether the money they feel is being well spent. These individuals are advocating for the continuation of this assistance. Let's listen in.
Is that the Republicans, they are losing when they attack our healers. Our healers have been stranded all over the globe. USAID has kept the peace in the globe, and now we are going back. I want to be clear. I want to be clear that our democracy, and I hope you all agree with me, is on life support. In fact, it is in hospice. I want us to be clear that as Democrats who are coming here and standing in front of you, it is our duty to hold the line. It is our duty to act and not just talk. It is our duty to hold our votes. It is our duty to ensure that this administration doesn't take us back to an America in 1952, an apartheid America. It is important that we hold the line to accuse these folks of the laws that they are breaking. We are not colonizers. We are supposed to be a democracy that loves our neighbors. We are supposed to be a democracy that works to heal instead of kill. I gotta tell you one last thing. The Republican Party claims to love a Jesus that loves its neighbor, claims to love a God that blesses its people, to heal the sick, and to take care of the widow, to take care of the child with no mother, no father. We honestly must ask this party to reevaluate its own relationship with God. We will move forward.
I'm Congressman Jason Crow from Colorado, and I am here to stand with my USAID friends, those who spread out around the world to prevent starvation and famine and to spread democracy. You are seen, and we are here to fight with you and for you. Listen, this issue is extremely personal to me, like it is to many of you. I spent much of my 20s being sent to war under false pretenses. I was a paratrooper and an Army Ranger. I fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I was sent to war with my friends, with my fellow Americans, young men and women, many of whom I saw shed blood and die for this country. And they were sent there by billionaires and energy executives and others who sacrificed nothing, who made profit off of those wars. And that's why I'm actually standing here today. I ran for Congress to prevent that from happening again. And that's why many of you here today. Because we owe it to our young men and women, we owe it to our fellow Americans not to do that again. We know that the investment we make in foreign aid is not charity. Right? We know that extremism and danger breeds off of starvation and hopelessness and fear. And that the investments that we make and the work that you all put in, putting your lives on the line, your families on the line, dedicating your lives to this work, prevent conflict, spread democracy, and prevent our young men and women from having to go and fight more needless wars. So yes, the assaults of Elon Musk and Donald Trump and his billionaires and the energy executives is not an accident. They want to gut these efforts to make money, to make profit, to spread instability around the world. We will not let it happen. You have some fighters here behind me. We are here because we are prepared to fight. We will litigate. We will organize, we will communicate, we will use all the leverages available to us during the appropriations and budgeting process. We will fight hard with you and for you. Thank you. Let's get it done.
Thank you, Jason. I'm Dina Titus. I represent Southern Nevada. Let me thank all of you for being here today to speak out in favor of this wonderful agency that does such terrific work all around the world, from East Timor to Finland. You are on the front lines, and all the countries in between. And the people you serve, thank you too. They may not know you by name, they may not know you here, but they know their lives are made better by all the things that you do. You have read the latest memos calling people home, closing down offices, and what about the appointment of a person who stormed the Capitol, now saying he will send the Marines if you don't come home? Is right. We just have to ask, have they gone mad? Have they gone mad? Yeah. They seem to have forgotten that every dollar we spend on diplomacy keeps us from sending another soldier into harm's way. Keeps us from having to fight and finance another hot war. Keeps us at home where we are safe. Have they just forgotten that? Are they just going to abandon the Uyghurs and the women in Afghanistan? They don't seem to care. Are they not going to pay the people who are guarding the terrorists in the Syrian prisons or keeping law and order in Haiti? They just don't seem to care. Do they not value the expertise and knowledge that you bring to the programs where you serve around the world, and what a difference that makes? They just don't care. So the answer to the question is yes, they have gone mad. And that's why we have to be mad ourselves to stand up to them. You know, some of the pundits say, oh, don't make a stake on foreign aid. That's not the way for Democrats to come back. Foreign aid isn't popular with the public. They don't know how much we spend on it. Well, I say to that, bullshit. That is where we have to make a stand. Because without that, we have no country. We are not secure. We cannot protect democracy. And we've got to let the public know if they can do it in Mongolia, they can do it in Virginia. If they can close down USAID, they can close down Social Security. And if they can let some billionaire who's not elected have access to your information, they can cut your checks off. So if you think this isn't important, you are very misled. And that's why we have to stand up to them. We'll always stand with you. Let's get it done. Thank you so much. Bullshit.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. I represent San Diego. Proud to serve as the ranking member on the Subcommittee of Africa and Global Development. But most importantly, before I was in Congress, I worked on international conflict resolution with many of you. And it's clear to me that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have no idea how foreign aid works. And you know how I know this? Because I literally had to do a video teaching Nancy Mace why what USAID does prevents terrorism. Let's be clear. This is bad for people. This is going to hurt people all over the world. This is going to hurt our national security. But probably most importantly, this is illegal. What Elon Musk is doing is illegal. Only an act of Congress can eliminate USAID because Congress is who created USAID.
And that's why this week I'll be introducing legislation to push back on Elon Musk's illegal takeover of USAID. And when I do, I need every single one of you on the phones to all of these Republicans who for years have said they care about this and put them on the record. But let's be clear, this is illegal and it is a coup. It is a power grab meant to silence critics, and let's be clear, while USAID might be first, it is not going to be the last. But joke's on them, because who knows better how to work in an authoritarian country than all of you? So we are not going to sit back and take this, are we? We're not going to allow Elon to sentence millions of kids to poverty or death, are we? And we are not going to let an unelected billionaire take over and destroy our country, are we? Thank you all so much for everything you do. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to win this. Thank you again.
All right. Whoa. I don't know if I'm going to read my speech. Okay. All right. All right. Here we go. Hello. Hello, everyone. Well, you can see I'm from Florida. I'm pretty cold out here. Actually, I'm Lois Frankel. Let me see.
Take the hood off.
Okay. All right. Whoa. Okay. Hey, you know, I had this speech. I'm not really much of a speech maker, but I'm Lois Frankel. I'm from Florida. I am the lead Democrat on the... Okay, here we go. I said I'm not much of a speech maker, so here, but I'm Lois Frankel. I'm from Florida. I am the lead Democrat on the House Appropriations Committee that funds foreign assistance. You know, I really think I could just read your signs, and that would be my speech, right? Stop the freeze. When USA disappears, terrorists reappear. Defend democracy. Stop the coup. Jason, I want to tell you, I am a mother first. My son was a United States Marine. He went to Afghanistan. He went to Iraq. He was an artillery officer. Thank you. Wait, I want to just tell you. But he came back, and you know where he went next? USAID. And he will be the first one to tell you, just like some of Donald Trump's former generals, that when you are good neighbors and you spend money helping your neighbors, you spend less money on bullets, right? I want to... Your generals, you're right. They were your generals. So you see this little packet? This little packet, it's called Rough. And for a couple of cents, it can stop the starvation of a small child. For a couple of cents. And I tell you, I'm not only a mother, I'm a grandmother. And I will tell you this, I would do anything to keep my grandchildren from starving. And when USAID funds the program with these packets, how do you think the parents feel? The goodwill that we generate. Now I'll tell you one more story. Years ago, anybody here from CARE? I hear some people from CARE. I went to a small village in Malawi with CARE, and there I saw a small classroom of little girls being educated. And we saw a program of mothers learning how to make a living. Now, why should we care? Here's why we should care. Ladies, if you didn't know this, little girls grow up to be mothers. And mothers influence their children in a big way. And when you educate the girls and you educate the mothers and you breed economic opportunity, you don't breed terrorism, right? That's what your signs say here. All right, you know what? And here's one last thing. I don't know if I saw this sign, but what happens when we step out? Who steps in? When we step out, China and Russia is gonna step in. So let me just say again, to thank every single one of you, from the bottom of my heart, all of us, to thank you. Those of you who work for USAID. Yeah, okay. Those of you who care about their families, about them, and our place in the world. We must stand together, and we must fight back, and we must be good neighbors, because, not just because it's the right thing to do for people overseas, it's the right thing to do. Okay, here we go.
Elon Musk has got to go. You got it.
Got it. All right.
Ho, ho. Elon Musk has got to go. Hey. Ho, ho. Elon Musk has got to finish it up.
All right, so that was Representative Lois Frankel from Florida, as she and a number of other Democratic lawmakers are holding this rally right outside the U.S. Capitol building, pushing back against the funding freeze for USAID and federal assistance. That's happening live on Capitol Hill. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing our live coverage after that. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We are going to head back live to Capitol Hill, where Democratic lawmakers are holding a rally advocating for USAID and foreign assistance. Let's head back live so we can listen in.
Wins and our foreign aid is completely shut down. If Elon Musk wins and our foreign assistance completely ends, who will cheer and who will win? The cartels will win, terrorists will win, Russia will win, China will win. This effort is not efficient, it is not sane, it is not respectful, and it does not make America safe. So let's pull together and tell the real story of foreign aid and the ways that it saves lives, advances our values, and makes our world a better place. Thank you all very much.
I'm Greg Stanton, Congressmember from Arizona. They are cheering in Beijing and Moscow and every corner of the globe where our adversaries have been praying for a retreat of American leadership. USAID, AID isn't charity or goodness out of our hearts or a blank check for the world. For more than 60 years, USAID has been a cornerstone of strong and principled U.S. foreign policy under Democratic administrations and under Republican ones as well. Congress has passed a budget across party lines, providing robust funding for USAID, and it has always had Republican support before, because it is a tool that advances American interests and protects American lives. It fights famine and drought, helps after natural disaster, and promotes economic stability to lessen global migration to our borders. And to the China hawks across the aisle, you know that this action, illegal action by Trump and Musk, hurts our ability to compete with China's Belt and Road Initiative. If you want to have the strongest economy on planet Earth, utilizing our soft power is critical. The Chinese Communist Party understands all too well the benefit of soft power. If the United States is serious about winning this global competition with China, well, to borrow a poker term, that is the buy-in. Here's the simple truth. By killing USAID, this attempt by Trump, Elon, and Doge are making the United States less safe. And oh, by the way, they're picking on USAID first, but Trump, Elon, and Doge are setting their sights on the Department of Education next. Trump is not a king with the power to divert congressionally appropriated funding, abolish a congressionally appropriate agency. That is authoritarianism. And let me speak directly to my Republican colleagues across the aisle. You may be cheering this act by Trump and Musk, or maybe you're just afraid of Trump or Musk. But let's be clear. They're bypassing you as well, and the American people will hold you accountable. This doesn't stop until the public and members of Congress on both sides of the aisle stand up and remind Trump that we are co-equal branches of government and we need to restore checks and balances in this country.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cory Booker, and it is time for us to fight. And let's be clear. Let's be clear about how we can fight. The Republicans won the White House. They won the House of Representatives. They won the United States Senate. They have majorities across Congress, but we are not powerless. We have agency. And we all must join together and fight in these ways. But the first thing we cannot do is allow them to weaken us by us turning against each other. This must be a coalition that grows and grows and grows. There can be no bystanders in this fight. It is time that we understand the only thing necessary for wrong to triumph is for right to do nothing, for right to be silent. And so understand this. There are legislators walking through here, but these are the ways we're going to fight. First of all, in the United States Senate, we will not cooperate. We are joining the leadership. We are joining the leadership already stated by Brian Schatz of Hawaii, that we will cooperate with no appointments when it comes to the State Department, no appointments when it comes to foreign policy. The first thing we're going to do in the Senate is not cooperate with the illegal and unconstitutional acts that they are trying to do. The second thing we are going to do, and we met this morning, it is in the legal perspective. The second thing we are going to do is we are going to fight this legally in every way we can. We will fight their violation of civil service laws. We will fight their violation of civil rights laws. We will fight their violations of separation of powers. We will fight their violations of our Constitution of the United States of America. We will not shut up. We will stand up. We will speak up. We will rise up. It is time, as the African spiritual says, for us to lift every voice in condemnation of what's going on. We will fight legally, we will fight procedurally, and we will also fight legislatively. From the House of Representatives to the United States Senate, we will be introducing legislation to stop this assault on our Constitution and separation of powers. And lest you think I'm naive, do not categorize this as a left-to-right fight. This is not about left or right, it's about right and wrong. This is not about demonizing a political party. It is about telling the truth about Donald Trump's actions and Elon Musk's actions. We must as a people appeal to the consciousness of those moderate Republicans that we can get to stand with us on legislation to save USAID. And so again, and so again, we are going to fight procedurally and shut down any processes we can that are complicit in this. We're going to fight legally in the courts across our country. We're going to fight legislatively as well. But the most important way we fight, the most important things all of us have to do together, whether you are a United States Senator or a congressperson or just an American citizen who is pissed off. Let me tell you this. All of us must speak up. All of us must speak truth to power. This is still the United States of America. You have a voice. You don't just have a voice if you're a billionaire. You have a voice. You don't just have a voice if you're the President of the United States. You have a voice. You don't just have the voice if you're connected or elected. You have a voice. We have already shown as Americans that we can push back and stop Trump. We did it in 2006.
All right, so it does appear as though this audio is distorted, and we now cannot really hear Senator Cory Booker right here as he is speaking to the crowd. We're going to take an opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. Hopefully they fix the audio issues on their end, and we're going to head back there live as we continue our coverage. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 12:24 Eastern, 9:24 Pacific. We are going to head back live to Capitol Hill as Democratic lawmakers and advocates are supporting USAID and federal assistance. However, we do have some new video streams coming into our studio that I did want to get to as well. This right here is a live look into Guatemala City, as shortly we are expecting to hear from Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the president of Guatemala. They're going to be holding a joint news conference at the presidential palace. You can see both podiums set up ready for that conference that is scheduled to get underway in just about 6 minutes or so. Once this does happen, we will bring it to you as Secretary of State Rubio continues his 5-country tour in Central America, meeting with a variety of presidents, talking about cracking down on illegal immigration, stopping the flow of illegal drugs into the United States, and also talking about prisoners as well. Meanwhile, I also wanted to share this live look with you right here. This is a live look from Philadelphia. As you can see, the photographer right there walking with the crowds. This is a live protest against President Trump and Project 2025. This is happening out of Philadelphia. I did want to share that with you as it is happening right now. So we're going to head back to Capitol Hill as Democratic lawmakers continue to speak out against the attacks on USAID and federal assistance. We're going to head there live to listen in.
With world experts, and they are gone. Until 2 weeks ago, there was a TB team, and they are gone. Until 2 weeks ago, there were disease fighters, and they are gone. But they have not gone away. So we need you to demand that we let them work. 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 They have called this shock and awe. It is shock and destroy. You cannot dismantle a plane and fire the crew in mid-flight. But that's what an oligarch with unchecked power is doing to life-saving foreign assistance programs. John F. Kennedy founded this organization to win the hearts and minds of the world. Those people are being pulled out, taking their families. Our teams are being forced to pull their children out of schools, to have spouses lose their jobs and come home as if they're being treated as doing something wrong. Yes. We have 2 days to stop them being pulled out. Stop them being pulled out. We must demand that we let them work. 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 I will be with you all the way, and we will be together all the way. Thank you.
Let them work. Let them work. I'm Peter Welch from the mighty state of Vermont. All right. Somebody who's got to stop this lawless and cruel policy. Marco Rubio, he's the Secretary of State. He's got to take responsibility. Marco, let them work. Let them work. And I just want to say one thing. all of us are waking up wondering, how are we going to get through this day? That's what we're wondering. Everyone can't believe what is happening to our great country. But we only have one decision to make. It's to get up and face the day or pull the covers over our heads. And we are going to face the day. We're going to fight to protect our Constitution. We're going to fight to protect our brothers and sisters who are working on our behalf all over the world. We are going to face the day. And if we have any time to be discouraged, think of the great Martin Luther King, who every day faced a day where death awaited, where every day he faced a day where the forces were against him. But what he found was love and community with the people who worked with him to fight for civil rights. We fought to end the Vietnam War. We are going to fight to protect our Constitution and our democracy and the dignity of people all over this world. We are not going to let Trump destroy our souls and our hearts. Let them work. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, my name is Congressman Jonathan Jackson from the great state of Illinois. It is time. People ask, what can we do? Not only should we text and post and blog, it's time for us to show up and march and show our disgust at what's happening in our nation. It is time. And I am so sick and tired. Who elected Elon Musk to anything? It's time for the spirit of Mar-a-Lago, the billionaire bros, and all those that must go out of here. Elon Musk has not been elected to anything. Elon Musk should not have access to our personal financial records. We don't need people running our government that have not gone through security clearance. That same spirit that Elon Musk has coming from South Africa and Peter Thiel coming from South Africa. We're not going to have apartheid in America anymore. Forward ever, backwards never. Look at how this started. They started with a ban on our books. Then they started with a ban on women's bodies. Then they started with a ban on our medicine to the poor. Now they started a ban on the AIDS to those that need it the most. Now we're seeing the most powerful man in the world, Donald J. Trump. And we're seeing the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, now take money and food from the poorest woman and the poorest man on earth. It is time. It is time that we tell those in Mar-a-Lago, the billionaire bros, it's time for them to go. In the words of the civil rights, forward ever, backwards never. Forward ever, backwards never. Forward ever, backwards never.
So we continue to follow an event happening right now outside the U.S. Capitol as Democratic lawmakers and supporters are holding a rally talking about supporting USAID and foreign assistance. I also wanted to share this live look with you as we are expecting Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the President of Guatemala to be holding a joint press conference as Secretary Rubio continues his tour of Central America, speaking with presidents and leaders about how to stem the flow of illegal immigration into the United States, how to crack down on illegal drugs coming into the United States, among other issues. And so we are going to be airing this in its entirety as soon as it gets underway. We haven't seen much movement, although you do see both podiums there ready for this conference. So we're going to step away for that break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. During the break, we were continuing to keep a very close eye on this live look out of Guatemala City, which is in Guatemala. This is where Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the President of Guatemala will be holding a joint press conference. We did see someone during the break giving a mic test, so perhaps this will get underway shortly. We do see people there in the background, but no movement yet, as we are expecting this to take place. And the discussion that was between Secretary Rubio and the President of Guatemala. We're also keeping a very close eye on this. These are two live looks of events happening right now as nationwide protests are underway against immigration and Project 2025. On the left-hand side of your screen, that is an aerial view from Raleigh, North Carolina, as a protest is underway. On the right-hand side of your screen is a protest happening right now in Philadelphia. It does appear that these are planned protests, as I'm keeping another eye on another live stream of a protest happening in Austin, Texas. And so we did want to share that with you, as these are live events happening around the country. All right, so what we're going to do is, as we do await Secretary of State Marco Rubio to be joined by the President of Guatemala, we're also going to keep a close eye on these protests. We are going to head back to Capitol Hill, where we have been sharing with you in real time a rally happening, talking about USAID and federal funding. We actually see someone from USAID there at the podium, so let's listen in.
Political rivals. Among those who are openly cheering Musk's campaign against USAID are the Houthis in Yemen, are the former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev. They do not have America's best interests at heart. They know that if USAID is taken off the board, their jobs get easier, America gets weaker and less safe. I also want to address the people of USAID, you who have committed your careers and your lives to serving your country to advance the welfare of the world. You deserve better. What is happening is a brutal and a shameful betrayal of you who have served your country with bravery, with integrity, with dedication, and with honor. You have been forward deployed on reconstruction teams in war zones. You have brought the global HIV epidemic under control. You have fought famines. You have stabilized fragile economies. You have charged headlong into Ebola hot zones. The vest I'm wearing today, I wore every time I deployed to a crisis zone with USAID. When I put it on this morning, I found in there a pair of gloves that I got, plastic gloves, that I got on one of my trips to the Ebola response in 2014. That is emblematic of the work that USAID does in the world and the risks that USAID personnel take on behalf of their country. You at USAID represent the best face of America abroad, and you deserve better. I also want to issue a plea to Republican colleagues on the Hill. You know that what is being said about USAID is not true. You know the truth of this agency. Many of you have been on record many times praising the important work of USAID. Speak out. Where are you? Have the bravery, have the courage to speak the truth. Because if we lose USAID, it is a catastrophe for our foreign policy, it is a catastrophe for people who depend on us around the world, and it is a catastrophe for the Constitution. Thank you.
My name is Chris Milligan, and I served my country for 31 years at USAID. Like many of you, thank you for coming today. I hear that USAID is full of radical lunatics. Radical because we believe in the power of America, the power to change lives. We know that America is looked up to around the world, as a city on a shining city on a hill. Radical because we engage in a world with compassion, with American values, not only lifting millions out of poverty and oppression, but making America safer and making jobs back here at home. Lunatic? Lunatic. Well, we volunteer in war zones. We are in the most dangerous and challenging places around the world. Unarmed, famines, disasters, military dictatorships, without our families, without our friends, and at a cost. I'm reminded of that when I walk by a memorial wall, which has too many names of Americans who have lost their lives serving their country, our colleagues. Who would do this? Committed, patriotic, radical lunatics who put country first. I proudly served as USAID's counselor in the first Trump administration, and let me tell you something. We did incredible reforms, and we strengthened the workforce. What we're seeing now is quite different. So I ask, what's changed? Most programs now on hold supported President Trump's priorities in his first administration. In fact, every dollar spent is approved by the secretary and requested as part of the president's budget. So I ask, what's changed? The dedicated staff recently put on administrative leave served President Trump honorably during his first administration, and many were promoted. So what do we ask? What's changed? You know it. This denigration of patriotic Americans is a win for those who want to weaken our country. The creation of America began with these three words: we the people. Assistance should serve the American people, not be a plaything of the elites. Don't destroy what you don't understand. Every minute that assistance is frozen weakens America, makes us less secure, and costs us jobs. Let's stop the political theater. Let's protect taxpayers' money. Lift the freeze on foreign assistance. Let patriotic Americans serve their country. Let patriotic Americans serve their country. Untie America's hands. Let's make America safe again. Thank you.
And that was the very latest speaker out of this D.C. rally where Democratic lawmakers and advocates are voicing their support for USAID and foreign assistance. Before we head to break, though, I did want to share some new news with you, and that is this. Scott Turner, now confirmed as the House and Urban Development Secretary right there. This is a social media post from the House Republicans congratulating Scott Turner on this. He was confirmed today as the housing secretary. This is a role, a very central role to President Trump's domestic agenda at a time when most Americans say the cost of living and necessities are a top concern. So Scott Turner, if you're not familiar, he is a former NFL player. He is a Texas state representative, or former one now, and a White House senior aide. He was confirmed in a 55-44 vote. Now, HUD is tasked with enforcing and coordinating federal housing law. The vast majority of HUD's budget goes towards housing assistance for lower income families, the elderly and disabled, as well as community development and homelessness programs. And this department will be at the forefront of issues talking about rising housing costs to economic development in struggling cities and lowering homelessness rates, especially among veterans. So we did want to pass along that news as this was just released. Scott Turner now confirmed as the Housing and Development Secretary. So we'll step away for our 2-minute break. More live news to come. We are awaiting a number of live events to get underway here at LiveNOW from Fox as we continue to monitor some of these other events coming just into our newsroom right now. You're taking a live look inside the White House briefing room. We are expecting the White House to be holding a press briefing in just about 15 minutes or so. No doubt a number of major issues will come up, particularly with President Trump discussing with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu what he hopes to have for the area in Gaza, among other issues. So we did want to let you know we're monitoring this as soon as it gets underway. Of course, we are going to share that with you in real time right here on LiveNOW from Fox. We're also keeping a very close eye on this live stream right here. This is from Guatemala City. This is where Secretary of State Rubio will be holding a joint news conference with the president of Guatemala. The president and him have been talking about a number of issues, including immigration, including illegal drugs. And this is one of the countries that Secretary Rubio is stopping in during his first foreign tour as Secretary of State, focusing on Central America, focusing on those key topics I just mentioned, including immigration, crime, and illegal drugs. That was scheduled to get underway just about 20 minutes or so ago. It's running just a little bit behind, so we're also monitoring this as well. I also wanted to share this live look with you right here. This is out of Philadelphia. This is one of a number of protests happening right now, and this is protesting immigration and Project 2025. You can see folks taking to the streets in downtown Philadelphia right here. So we're also monitoring this live stream as well. As we do await both the White House briefing and the joint press conference between Secretary Rubio and the president of Guatemala, we're going to take this opportunity to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 12:52 Eastern, 9:52 Pacific. We continue to keep a very close eye on Wall Street. At this hour, you can see the Dow Jones Index in the green. So rallying at this hour, up about 137 points. We have seen Wall Street fluctuate this past week, especially with President Trump's discussions of tariffs. However, Wall Street seems to be feeling bullish right now, and I did want to share that with you. We're also continuing to monitor what we are expecting to happen in just about 10 minutes, and that is the White House press briefing. We see the podium right there and a couple of shots right here of the media. And you can actually hear, they actually just put the signal tone up. So I did lower that. As you can see, media is standing right there getting ready to be seated. As soon as this gets underway, we are going to let you know about it. And of course, we continue to monitor this live look right here from Guatemala as Secretary of State Rubio is expected to deliver a joint news conference with the president of Guatemala. Now, we have been sharing with you live from Capitol Hill a rally where Democratic lawmakers and advocates have been supporting USAID and foreign assistance. That actually just ended while we were in break, but I did want to share the conclusion with you, at least this live look, as you can see the U.S. Capitol there in the distance. As we await several of these main events, I do want to share a live event happening right now, and that is a committee hearing talking about the size of the federal government, talking about costs and inefficient services, and talking about how to streamline the federal government. That is a live hearing happening right now. After that, though, Karel Lahara is going to be your host to guide you through several hours of live events, top stories, and breaking news.
Evade the Constitution, or we will evade our own constitutional. In fact, it's not even an invasion. At this point, it feels as if y'all have just decided that y'all are going to castrate your constitutional duty and hand it over to someone who is unelected. It doesn't matter how many cheerleaders he had on the field campaigning for him. That doesn't mean that he gets to go in and sit atop any of our agencies. And the fact that we had a vote today and we asked to bring him in because we have a constitutional duty, we all took our oath, and maybe some of y'all just don't take it seriously, but I take it seriously when I take an oath to do a job, and my job is to look out and make sure that we don't have any kings or queens in this country. But it seems like y'all have decided that it's going to be Mr. King and his queen, and y'all can pick which one is which. But either way, I want to also talk about Governor. I'm curious to know if you know the answers to these questions. Which party controls the White House?
Republican.
Which party controls the Senate?
Republican.
Which party controls the House?
Republican.
Is that about what the makeup is in Iowa?
Yes.
And that has allowed you to be able to get your agenda across, correct?
Yes.
And you haven't had to bring in somebody to basically usurp any types of norms because you worked through the process, correct?
Well, I did executive orders,
Yes or no?
2080
Yes or
agreements,
no?
and then
Yes-
went
yes
to the
or no? Because
legislature
we've
as
only
well.
got
It wasn't all of the
I'm
above.
gonna reclaim my time because
All
we
of
only
the
got
above.
so much time left.
All of the
I
above.
also want to point out that you specifically talked about that you recently had 3 national declarations for disasters, and I want to enter into the record a unanimous consent. Trump moves to abolish FEMA, shift disaster response to states.
Without objection.
And my final unanimous consent I'd ask says that Mike Johnson's budget plan is at risk of collapse, even though we know that y'all control all 3 levers of government. So if this is what y'all want to do, then go ahead and clean it up and fix it and just go through the process. And honestly, there's nothing that we will be able to say about it. And with that, I will yield.
Okay. Without, all right. Thank you. Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Boebert from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The outrage here has been absolutely unhinged. As we've seen in the media, we're seeing Politico, who's laying folks off, and as they're being defunded of American tax dollars, they can no longer sustain themselves. And so the outrage is just going to continue from those who are no longer going to be able to support their businesses from American taxpayers, and we simply want accountability. We want oversight. This is the Oversight Committee, and unfortunately, Congress has done a crap job of oversight and accountability over quite some time, I would say decades, and that is why we have this new commission that is created, and Americans are grateful for it. President Trump campaigned on having this DOGE commission to have oversight and accountability, and it is our responsibility to codify what happens. I am pleased with the expedited efforts that have taken place to really get this out in the open and expose to the American people what their money is actually being sent to. And let's just be honest with the American people. Unelected bureaucrats have been funneling their hard-earned taxpayer dollars to ridiculous and even malicious causes. DOGE is doing the hard work to uncover the truth and make our government work for the people rather than funding policies that are actively hurting them. For example, Dr. Resch, in your testimony, you state that the recommendations from the Department of Government Efficiency will exacerbate public health crises. How is that the case when DOGE is advocating to defund EcoHealth Alliance, which was involved in the research in the Wuhan lab that created coronavirus, that created this global pandemic that killed people and ended the livelihoods of many others?
My statement was in reference to across-the-board firings without specific.
I think government employees have been given the option. They can have an.
And those that will be given the option will be more competitive on a private market basis than those that stay. So then you'll be losing your best public employees.
Were our best public employees at the Wuhan lab of virology?
We're listening here to a committee hearing happening there out of Washington, D.C., but we do want to pivot to another one of these priority events that we do have for you on this Wednesday. Thanks so much for being with us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Karal Lahara, and I'll be with you throughout the next couple of hours, guiding you through the day's top stories and also showcasing live events from around the world. And we are going international for this next event because we are seeing here just a couple of minutes ago, the president of Guatemala did step up speaking here at a podium, holding a joint news conference with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He is delivering some remarks in Spanish, but there is a translation. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Of economic productive development and investment to ensure tangible impact, positive impact for Guatemala. On the other hand, we know that border security is key to address these challenges. We understand that by protecting Guatemala's territory, we care for and protect the region, as we have been doing with initiatives like the Fire Belt with Mexico and the special forest operations in Petén, Guatemala. For that reason, we have shared with Secretary Rubio the creation, the protection for border control and protection task force in the northern border of our country, along the almost 300 kilometers of border, a combined force of the National Civil Police and the National Armed Forces that will protect and combat all forms of transnational crime, with a border that has been strengthened and which is secure. We guarantee the peace and security of our people. We have requested the reestablishment of cooperation programs in terms of development and security, and we appreciate the approval by Secretary Rubio to consider priority problems to combat transnational crime, including narco-traffic, and particularly combating the trafficking of fentanyl, the trafficking of persons, border security, and prevent the conditions that produce the Guatemalans' migration. In this regard, we thank Secretary Rubio for the letter dated today, where he expresses his support for the establishment of a partnership for the development of a priority infrastructure established by my government, ground infrastructure, air infrastructure, sea infrastructure, and rail infrastructure, including the metro. Secretary, we appreciate your expressions of support to democracy, respect for the sovereign decision of the people in the ballot, combat of corruption, and strengthening democratic institutions. Guatemala is a country of people who are hardworking, who are solidary, and who get ahead, a dignified people with commitment with the present and future of Guatemala. We will continue to act with firmness to build a safer country with dignity, prosperity, and democracy. And with these objectives, we know that the United States is a key partner. Thank you very much. We have heard the President of the Republic of Guatemala, and now we give the floor to Mr. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State of the United States.
Mr. President, thank you very much for having us, welcoming us so openly. You gave me so much time last night and this morning as well. I think this has been such an impactful visit that there was an earthquake that we felt. It's the first time I've ever felt an earthquake in my life. I was awake at 1 in the morning. I felt some movement. I thought maybe I was dizzy. I don't know. And then I realized this morning that no, there was a small earthquake. I'd never experienced that in Miami. So that was the impact of this trip. In all seriousness, thank you very much. First, I'd like to commend you for your commitment to democracy, to institutions. We said last night that democracy really is a modern moment. During most of the history of humanity, democracy has only existed for under 300 years approximately, and it's difficult. It's easy to write, hard to establish, because it's not hard to maintain, because it's not natural. The idea that people can govern themselves through the ballot box in a republic where they put the power in the hands of elected officials to determine the destiny of a country while always answering to the people again at the polls. That is not easy, and each era, each generation must defend it. And I'd like to commend you for your commitment to defending the institutions of a republic, and we will continue to work together with you so that you can achieve what you wish to achieve along that road. I'd like to thank you again for the commitment you've made regarding migration, which is an issue that affects us. Guatemala is a country that confronts all aspects of what's happening in our hemisphere. You are a destination. You are also a transit country, as well as you have had many people who have had to leave this country to seek out other opportunities. And on top of all that, you've had to face the fact that geographically you are in the middle of a massive drug and drug trafficking industry that uses your country as a transshipment point for moving this poison that is on its way to the United States. And I thank you for all of your cooperation, which we will continue to strengthen in order to intervene and prevent it not only from coming to the United States, but to prevent it from corrupting the institutions of this country and harming your economic plans. I'm very pleased to have signed that letter today in support of everything that we can do, but specifically the opportunity that exists for the Army Corps of Engineers of the U.S. to work together with your government to create preliminary plans that are necessary in order to build a modern port and everything that is necessary in order to have an economy that moves forward. These projects, as they progress, will create employment in the short term in construction and labor, which is important because that builds a middle class. But in the long term, it will position Guatemala as a hub of economic activity in the region, a vision that takes some time to build, but it will be something positive and really revolutionary for the future of this country. We'd also like to thank you, and we're doing everything we can. And finally, we thank you very much for your support and the relationship that you already have with Taiwan, another democracy. It's not easy in a world where there is a lot of pressure to change that recognition and to break those ties, but you have always stood firm, and we look for opportunities for that, not only to be diplomatic relationship, but for it also to be an economic relationship with investments and opportunities. So in all of these areas, we will continue to work together, two peoples who are not only allies and neighbors, but we are united by a long history, and there are so many things that we have in common in our cultures and our cooperation. So I'd like to thank you, and briefly in English, if I may, I'd like to say a few words. And he speaks English perfectly well, just so you know, if you didn't know that. His English is perfect. His English is better than my Spanish.
I just want to say a few words. First, I want to thank this very warm reception that I've received here from our allies, our partners in Guatemala, with whom we have a long history of diplomatic and economic and cultural engagement. We're not just neighbors, we're allies, we're friends, and I think that will be evidenced by the work that we've done here in the hours that we have been here.
We're listening here to Secretary of State Marco Rubio making some remarks, holding a joint press conference with the president of Guatemala. It's one of several of these news conferences. We've seen similar ones in the past few days as the Secretary of State works on his first international trip in the position throughout Central America. But we do want to pivot to yet another one of these priority events for this Wednesday. So we're heading over to Washington, D.C. A White House press briefing featuring Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has just gotten started.
Leader who solves problems that many others, especially in this city, claim are unsolvable. We've already seen the results from President Trump's bold peace through strength diplomacy on the world stage. In response to President Trump's tariffs this week, both Mexico and Canada took immediate steps to alleviate the illegal alien migration and flow of deadly drugs, particularly fentanyl, into our country. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum agreed to permanently supply 10,000 Mexican soldiers on the U.S. border who will be specifically designated to stopping fentanyl and criminal aliens from pouring into our country. And Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau agreed to appoint a fentanyl czar, list cartels as terrorists, and increase resources to assist the 10,000 frontline personnel at our northern border with Canada. In recognition of these steps, President Trump paused the implementation of tariffs for 1 month while negotiations continue and final deals can be structured. Throughout the transition and during his inaugural address, President Trump made it known that the United States cannot and will not allow the Chinese Communist Party to continue with its effective and growing control over the Panama Canal. Following Secretary Rubio's successful first trip and visit there over the weekend, Panama's president said he will allow its participation in the Chinese Communist Party's it will no longer allow the participation in the Belt and Road Initiative. That participation will expire. This is significant because Panama was the first Latin American nation to join Belt and Road and now becomes the first to back away from it because of President Trump. And to assist with the ongoing mass deportation effort, El Salvador's president has agreed to the most unprecedented migratory agreement anywhere in the world. Because President Trump is back in charge, El Salvador has offered for illegal aliens of any nationality facing deportation in the U.S. to be booked in his country's prison system. And finally, President Trump's envoy for special missions, Rick Grenell, traveled to Venezuela and not only secured the release of 6 American hostages, but Venezuela also agreed to accept the return of illegal alien Tren de Aragua gang members. All of these incredible victories prove how well President Trump's peace through strength approach is working. And the days of weak American leadership are over. In another success story this week, efforts to seal the border, halt the invasion, and carry out the largest mass deportation campaign continue at lightning speed. Customs and Border Protection has approximately 79 miles of new border wall projects already underway in various stages of construction and planning. The first flights arrived to Guantanamo Bay yesterday afternoon out of El Paso. And who were some of the passengers aboard, you may ask? There were 10 members of the transnational gang Tren de Aragua on this flight. And overall, our heroic ICE agents continue to prioritize the removal of violent criminal illegal aliens in communities across the country. On February 3rd, ICE Dallas arrested a citizen of Nicaragua who has been convicted of sexual assault, strong arm, and lewd acts with a minor and sentenced to 15 years in prison. ICE Los Angeles arrested a Mexican citizen who has been convicted of lewd acts with a minor and sentenced to 364 days. And ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Mexico who has been convicted of homicide by vehicle and hit and run and sentenced to 6 months confinement. And ICE New York arrested a Venezuelan national and known TDA gang member who has a prior criminal conviction for assault in the 3rd degree causing physical injury. Americans are safer every single time one of these criminals is arrested and deported from our country. On another important and ongoing topic, the Senate is working fast to confirm President Trump's exceptional cabinet nominees in the face of relentless media smear campaigns. As of right now, 12 members of the president's cabinet have been confirmed, most recently Pam Bondi, who, as you all know, I was just in the Oval Office for that swearing-in ceremony surrounded by Pam's lovely family, and we look forward to watching her serve as the Attorney General of the United States. According to CNN, President Trump is getting more cabinet picks confirmed so far than the average president in the modern era. Another success story. And we believe it's critical that Republicans in the Senate majority stay tough and keep their foot on the gas to confirm all of the remaining nominees as quickly as possible so we can continue President Trump's important work here at the White House and across our entire federal government. And lastly, throughout his historic campaign, President Trump pledged to restore common sense to our country. And he is continuing to deliver on that with an executive order that he will sign later today. The president will be signing an executive order keeping men out of women's sports to defend the safety of athletes, protect competitive integrity, and uphold the promise of Title IX. This common sense action from President Trump ends the disgusting betrayal of women and girls by the previous administration, who for years catered to radical activists who wanted biological males to be treated as women in workplace showers, competitive sports, prisons, and even rape shelters. Gender ideology insanity is over. Submissions from individuals across the country interested in participating in our new media seat at a future briefing continue to flood in. We are at more than 12,000 and counting. If you're watching right now and are interested, you can continue to apply on our new media website, whitehouse.gov/newmedia. And in the seat today, we have a longtime national television broadcaster. I'm sure many of you recognized her when she came in, Sage Steele, who is now the host of an incredibly successful podcast, The Sage Steele Show, on YouTube and all podcast platforms. And previously, Sage was a fixture at ESPN from 2007 to 2023, primarily hosting SportsCenter, which we all know well, before leaving the company to exercise her First Amendment rights more freely. We are honored to welcome her to the briefing room today. She will be joining the president at the big EO signing later this afternoon. I know many of you will be there as well. So Sage, why don't you kick us off on this very exciting day for women and girls across the country. Thank you for joining us.
It is exciting, and Caroline, thank you for welcoming people like me with a little bit of a different perspective, different background in this seat. It really does mean a lot. Thank you. Obviously, the House already passed the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which was a really big step for women and girls. So far, the Senate, as we know, has not brought it up to vote. We all know executive orders can be overturned, so I'm wondering how important it is to the president to get Congress to bring this, to pass legislation, so there are no instances like the past administration that really tried to destroy Title IX.
It's incredibly important that Congress immediately acts on this priority. I think the president is really setting the tone, making this a very immediate priority for this administration, just as he promised to do on the campaign trail. And I'd like to get into the executive order a little bit, because it is the news of the day here at the White House, and talk about what this executive action will actually do. So the executive order that the president will be signing later this afternoon, as I said, upholds the promise of Title IX. It also will require the DOJ to abide by the nationwide previous administration's illegal Title IX rewrite that would have dissolved single-sex spaces and opportunities. It also requires immediate action, including enforcement actions against schools and athletic associations comprised of schools that deny women single-sex sports in single-sex locker rooms. The executive order also calls for the convening of private sporting bodies in the White House. We want them to come to this campus so the president can hear in person the stories of female athletes who have suffered lifelong injuries, who have been silenced and forced to shower with men and compete with men on athletic fields across the country. Many of those women will be at the White House today. I encourage all of you in the media to actually talk to them, to hear their stories. And I would also just add one more thing. This is a wildly popular position with the American people. In fact, there was a new poll recently that showed the overwhelming majority of Democrats also support keeping biological men out of women's sports. And so I know the president is very excited about the bill signing that will take place at 3 o'clock this afternoon. You will hear from him more on that later, and we look forward to seeing you there, Sage. So thank you very, very much. Garrett, great to see you here today.
Thank you. On Gaza, the president has spent basically his entire public career criticizing foreign entanglements, nation building, sending American troops to fight abroad, particularly in the Middle East. This plan seems like it could ultimately involve all of those things. Can you explain this reversal and how building and owning Gaza squares with America First foreign policy?
I would reject the premise of your question that this forces the United States to be entangled in conflicts abroad. The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has also said that the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. His administration is going to work with our partners in the region to reconstruct this region. And let me just take a step back here, because this is an out-of-the-box idea. That's who President Trump is. That's why the American people elected him. And his goal is lasting peace in the Middle East for all people in the region. And as I said in my opening remarks, we've had the same people pushing the same solutions to this problem for decades. And it's been made very clear to the president that the United States needs to be involved in this rebuilding effort to ensure stability in the region for all people. But that does not mean boots on the ground in Gaza. It does not mean American taxpayers will be funding this effort. It means Donald Trump, who is the best deal maker on the planet, is going to strike a deal with our partners in the region.
He did not rule out American troops in Gaza last night. Are you doing that now?
I am saying that the president has not committed to that just yet. He has not made that commitment, and you know that.
And on the foreign partners, the Jordanians, the Egyptians, the Saudis have already panned this plan. What foreign partners, if any, have expressed any interest in being part of it?
Well, the president has said he's been socialing this idea for quite some time. He's been thinking about this. He said in his remarks last night, this was not a decision or an announcement that he takes lightly. And the president has already spoken to the President al-Sisi. In fact, that was his first foreign leader call. He's meeting with the King of Jordan, King Abdullah, next week. He spoke with the King of Bahrain. He spoke with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and he has made it very clear, he's been very vocal, that he expects our partners in the region, particularly Egypt and Jordan, to accept Palestinian refugees temporarily so that we can rebuild their home. I'd like to show you some images of Gaza that were taken. Fox News aired this. I mean, that is, as they put it, in an apocalyptic scene in Gaza. This is an uninhabitable place for human beings. Do you really think that families can live their dream in a region that looks like this, with no running water, no electricity? And the special envoy to the president, Steve Witkoff, recently traveled to Gaza, as you all know. And he came back with images that he showed the president of the dire situation here. And the president made this decision with a humanitarian heart for all people in the region. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. Are any officials here preparing to fight Democratic lawmakers in the streets?
Absolutely not.
So
thanks for the question.
Some elected Democrats are so steamed about Doge. Congresswoman LaMonica McIver says we are at war. Ilhan Omar says we might actually see somebody get killed. And Chris Van Hollen says we have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets. So what now?
And may I just point out, if you heard that type of violent, enticing rhetoric from our side of the aisle, from Republican leaders on Capitol Hill, I think there would be a lot more outrage in this room today. It's unacceptable, the comments that have been made by these Democrat leaders, and frankly, they don't even know what they're talking about. Because President Trump was elected with a mandate from the American people to make this government more efficient. He campaigned across this country with Elon Musk, vowing that Elon was going to head up the Department of Government Efficiency, and the two of them, with a great team around them, were going to look at the receipts of this federal government and ensure it's accountable to American taxpayers. That's all that is happening here. And for Democrat officials to incite violence and encourage Americans to take to the streets is incredibly alarming, and they should be held accountable for that rhetoric.
It sounds like something that they're most concerned about is Doge engineers with access to Treasury systems. Can you clarify? Do the Doge engineers have read-only access in these systems, so they are not allowed to write new code? No. They are not. Okay. No. And then one more thing. NBC is reporting that some of the illegal immigrants that we've seen rounded up and arrested are not being deported. They're being released with ankle or wrist monitoring devices, or they have to check in on the phone. So is the administration arresting more people than you have room for?
I have seen the reports, and I'm glad you brought it up because we want to address it. There have been a total of 461 illegal aliens. This is of this morning when I got this information from DHS that have been released from custody. Of the more than 8,000 that have been arrested since President Trump was inaugurated, it's less than 6%. And there are reasons for their release. Some of the factors include a lack of significant likelihood of removal in the foreseeable future, lack of detention availability, which is something this president and this administration has been incredibly vocal about. We are doing everything we can to deport and detain illegal immigrants, but we need Congress's help to increase funding for Border Patrol and for ICE to increase detention capability in our facilities. And then other serious medical conditions have also been the reasons for some of the release of these individuals. But none of them have final deportation orders. Many of them are probably contesting their immigration status. I'd refer you to DHS for more details, but I did get that information because I knew it'd be a question, so thank you. Sure. Yes.
The president and you here again today have made clear, given the devastation, you think Palestinians have no choice but to leave Gaza and go elsewhere. But Palestinians say this is their home. They don't want to go. The president last night said he's willing to use the military if necessary. Is the U.S. prepared to remove Palestinians from Gaza by force?
The president is prepared to rebuild Gaza for Palestinians and all people in the region, peace-loving people who want real economic development and opportunity in the region. This is a region that has been controlled by Iranian-backed terrorists, Hamas, who have brutalized not just Israelis but Palestinians too. It is because of Hamas that you see those images on that screen, that Gaza has become a demolition site because Hamas launched that brutal attack on Israel on October the 7th. And so again, I would stress, President Trump wants to ensure that this can be a place where all people can live in peace. He is a peacemaker in chief. He made that very clear in his first term. And as for how that will be accomplished, the president and his team are talking with our allies in the region to consider next steps.
But should the American people be prepared to see U.S. military on the ground fighting a ground war against Hamas?
Again, the president has not committed to U.S. troops in the region.
But it is an option.
I have said that the president has not committed to that yet. Sure.
If I could just follow up on that, though, why not rule out the idea of committing U.S. troops? This has been a long-standing argument that the president has made really over the last decade or so, talking about endless wars are not something the U.S. wants. Why not rule out troops?
Because I think the president is very good when he's making deals and negotiating not to rule out anything because he wants to preserve that leverage in negotiations. And so I think that's what he's doing here. Mary.
Follow up on that, though. He also said that everyone loves this plan. He said that in the Oval Office this morning. Sure. In fact, the Deputy Prime Minister of Jordan called it a declaration of war on the Arab people. So how does he square the fact that even some Republicans on the Hill are objecting to this or questioning this? How does he square the fact saying everyone loves this plan?
Well, King Abdullah of Jordan will be here next week, so I can provide you more context on the conversations he will have directly with the President of the United States after that meeting. And I would just point out that there's been a lot of leaders and officials all around the world who have doubted, I suppose, the deal-making ability of President Trump. You heard the Panama leader saying that he would not agree to some of the concessions that he has now made because of Secretary Rubio's visit. You had the Colombian president saying he wouldn't accept flights of Colombian illegal nationals who have entered into our country illegally, and those flights are underway. So actions speak louder than words. Dasha.
Caroline, you said the president has been working on this idea for a while behind the scenes now. Is there a written plan based on the president's proposal for Gaza? And if so, when was it drafted and who had a hand in that?
The plan was written in the president's remarks last night as he revealed it to the world and to the American people, and his team are continuing to be engaged on this effort. I saw the National Security Advisor this morning. He has a very busy day of calls, and they will, again, continue to engage with our partners. That includes Steve Witkoff as well. Mary.
Two questions for you on the news of the day. So how is today's executive order going to impact the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles? For example, would a man who thinks that he's a transgender woman be allowed to compete as a female on U.S. soil?
It's a very good question, and the president has actually mentioned this, that he does expect the Olympic Committee and the NCAA to no longer allow men to compete in women's sports. And I think the president, with the signing of his pen, starts a very public pressure campaign on these organizations to do the right thing for women and for girls across the country. Again, this is an incredibly popular position. There have been many notable female athletes who have had the courage to speak out against some very powerful institutions in this country. They deserve to have a voice and a say. The president is bringing their voice to the highest level at the White House this afternoon, and he expects these organizations to comply with this federal executive order that he'll be signing today.
Thank you. And one more, on media coverage of this executive order and the topic in general, what's the White House's view of framing that calls men transgender females or similar rhetoric coming from organizations like the ACLU and GLAAD?
Well, it's been very clear. The policy of this administration is that there are only two sexes, male and female. Pretty simple. Brian Glenn.
Yes. USAID has gotten a lot of attention the last couple of days with some of these bizarre things that we've been, taxpayers have been funding. Now it looks like there are a couple media outlets that have been dragged into this conversation as far as USAID funding as well. Does the president have any comment on that?
So upon coming out here to the briefing room, I was made aware of the funding from USAID to media outlets, including Politico, who I know has a seat in this room. And I can confirm that the more than $8 million taxpayer dollars that have gone to essentially subsidizing subscriptions to Politico on the American taxpayers' dime will no longer be happening. The DOGE team is working on canceling those payments now. Again, this is a whole of government effort to ensure that we are going line by line when it comes to the federal government's books. And this president and his team are making decisions across the board on, do these receipts serve the interests of the American people? Is this a good use of the American taxpayers' money? If it is not, that funding will no longer be sent abroad, and American taxpayers will see significant savings because of that effort. Thank you. I'd like to give some love to the back row. I've heard that unfortunately they haven't been called on in years past. So Reagan, why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, Caroline. The WHC announced that comedian Amber Ruffin, who has called the president a toddler with his pants pulled down, will be the entertainment for this year's Correspondents' Dinner. Does the White House have a reaction to this choice, and will the president be attending the dinner this year?
Certainly an interesting choice. I have the president's invitation on my desk. I have the invitation for myself on my desk as well. Haven't talked to the president about it. When he makes his decision, I will let you all know. But definitely an interesting choice of the comedian. I'll talk to the boss about it and see what we decide. Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, in the back.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Appreciate it. On the executive order set to be signed today, you said that this will be enforced. Can you spell out for schools and the public how exactly the administration plans to enforce this, even at the local level? And on top of that, there are human rights groups who say that this could expose kids to discrimination. What is your response to that?
I think kids have already been exposed to discrimination, especially young women and girls who have been forced to shower in locker rooms with biological men, who have been forced to compete on playing fields with biological men, which is incredibly unfair and unsafe, and again, an incredibly unpopular policy with the American people. As for the actions that this executive order takes, I already laid those out at the beginning of the briefing. I'm happy to give you a copy of this fact sheet so you can let your audiences across the country know.
What's your message to schools who don't comply with this?
They should, because it's going to be federal law in about an hour and a half. So your colleague to your right, to my left.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
Taylor with Spectrum News. You talked a bit about DOGE. Elon Musk is currently a, quote, special government employee who also owns companies that have billions of dollars in federal contracts. You said earlier this week that he has abided by all applicable federal laws, but what steps is the Trump administration taking to address that conflict of interest?
The president was already asked and answered this question this week, and he said if Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that DOGE is overseeing, then Elon will excuse himself from those contracts. And he has, again, abided by all applicable laws. In the back left, go ahead.
Trade advisor Peter Navarro, when asked about the External Revenue Service today, said, quote, we're going to collect a lot of tariff revenues and we're going to get tax cuts out of it. Is it the official position of the White House that tariffs will lower taxes for Americans?
The president has always been clear that he believes tariffs are a tax on foreign nations, and he's committed to cutting taxes for the American people here at home. He also believes tariffs are a great revenue raiser for this country, and that's exactly why he has committed to the creation of the External Revenue Service, which I think is a phenomenal idea. We'll just go down the whole row. Go ahead.
Tom Bateman with the BBC. Can you confirm that under the President's plans for Gaza, any and all Palestinians who want to stay in Gaza on their land will be allowed to do so?
I can confirm that the president is committed to rebuilding Gaza and to temporarily relocating those who are there, because as I've showed you repeatedly, it is a demolition site. There is no running water. There is no electricity. The president wants these individuals to live in peace. He is committed to doing that with this very bold new plan, and we will continue to keep you apprised of updates as we receive them. Ed Lawrence,
that's not an answer.
Yes, go ahead, Ed.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So now that the President Trump's policies are starting to take shape, how long will it take to cycle through and get some of the actual prices that Americans are paying to come down?
Prices at the store and at the grocery pump? Across the board, sure. Well, the president is doing everything he can, obviously, to reduce the cost of living crisis in this country as quickly as possible. That's why he signed a litany of executive orders across the board. In the first couple of weeks here, he declared a national energy emergency. He committed to cutting 10 regulations for every new one on the book. As you know, working for a Fox Business-related outlet, deregulation and energy independence are huge drivers of reducing inflation in this country. And I think Americans can be assured by the results President Trump had in his first term, when again inflation was 1.4% when he left office.
Is it months or is it a year? And will Americans have the patience to wait for it?
I don't have a timeline, but the president is doing everything that he possibly can to reduce cost of living for Americans at home. Phil Wegman.
Thank you. Is it worth risking the life of a single U.S. Marine to turn the Gaza Strip into the Riviera of the Middle East?
Phil, I'm not sure why you're asking me that question, because I've already said the president has not committed to sending Marines or any boots on the ground in Gaza. We'll bring it to the front row.
You're holding out the possibility?
Good to see you again here in the front row, Caroline. Two things. On today's announcement, Title IX, if he scales back the education department or moves to shut it down entirely, what entity will enforce Title IX?
As of now, this will be enforced through education, through Title IX. If the abolishment of the Department of Education continues, which, as the president said yesterday, it's something his team is looking at and considering. It's something he talked a lot about on the campaign trail. Then, of course, we will look at additional maneuvers to ensure that these very important policies can be implemented.
Okay, so the education abolishment thing's still on the table. Title IX.
The president talked about it yesterday in the Oval Office, and he has good reason to talk about it. I mean, look, our education system is failing students in this country. The Nation's Report Card, I brought it up in my remarks last week, it shows that fourth graders are not reading at the level they should. I believe it was 40% of them are proficient in reading. As the mother of a child, I want an education system that helps my child read and write, teaches him math, nothing else in the classroom. And the president is wholeheartedly committed to we can make academia great again in this country.
One other
Deanna.
Oh, thanks, Caroline. Does the president, is he looking at offering anything to these Arab countries that take in Palestinians? Is he willing to give them anything in return? And secondly, when the president announced his taking over Gaza policy yesterday, was Netanyahu aware of this, and what was his reaction when Trump presented that idea to him?
I won't get ahead of the president's discussions or negotiations on your first question about what would be offered. I think the president's made it clear that he expects these nations in the region to step up and to accept Palestinian refugees who will be temporarily relocated for the rebuilding of Gaza. As for whether Prime Minister Netanyahu was aware before the president's remarks, he was indeed. I wasn't present for that reaction. But again, this is something the president has been socializing and thinking about for quite some time. Nick, good to see you.
Oh, Jordan.
Jordan, sorry.
Thank you, Caroline. So Secretary Hegseth announced yesterday that Army recruiting levels have reached 12-year highs in December, 15-year highs in January. What is making young people want to serve the military under the Trump administration, and how does that contrast to Biden's failure consistently to meet recruiting average?
Yeah.
Does DEI President Trump's anti-DEI agenda play a role in this?
Well, first of all, the recruitment level for all branches of our military are at crisis levels, and it serves as a national security risk that our military branches are not fully staffed to where they need to be. And I do believe it's a culture problem within these institutions that the president is very much committed to fixing, as emphasized by the executive orders he has signed to root DEI out of the military. And I think when young men and women who are honorably signing up to serve in our nation's military see somebody like Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of Defense, who is a proven warfighter, who risked his life in battle for this country, who understands what it means to deploy and to defend the Constitution and your nation abroad and to put your life on the line. When they see a leader like that and a leader like President Trump, who is committed to peace through strength, that's very inspiring. And we look forward to seeing those recruitment numbers and retention numbers skyrocketing over the next 4 years. And I know Pete Hegseth is committed to increasing recruitment at all branches of the military. I would defer you to the Department of Defense on exactly what he plans to implement. Jeff.
Thanks very much. 2 questions. One, the president yesterday used the word permanent for permanently resettle Palestinians. I hear you saying temporarily today. Is that a shift or a specific change that you want to highlight? And my second question is, yesterday he spoke about the U.S. owning Gaza. Who owns Gaza now, and how would the U.S. acquire ownership?
Well, Gaza is currently run by Iranian-backed terrorists in the Middle East, Hamas, who we all agree, I think everybody in the region agrees, that can no longer stand. Just look at the events of October 7th and the events since. And the president, again, is committed to rebuilding the region for all people who want to return to it once it is no longer a demolition site and it's a place where people can actually live and thrive in harmony, as he said last night. His words, not mine. Daniel.
Permanent versus temporarily resettle? Can you just clarify
The president has made it clear that they need to be temporarily relocated out of Gaza for the rebuilding of this effort. Again, it's a demolition site right now. It's not a livable place for any human being. And I think it's actually quite evil to suggest that people should live in such dire conditions. Daniel.
Caroline, thank you so much. The Daily Guidance says that the president will be meeting with a pair of governors today, Governor Abbott of Texas and Governor Newsom of California. It comes after the president took executive action to turn the water back on in California. Billions of gallons are flowing now. What can you tell us about the 2 meetings and the importance of President Trump's actions to help people in California?
Sure. Those meetings will be taking place shortly, so I will get out of here to get to those meetings. We can always provide you a readout, as we always do. We try to be very transparent about what the president is doing in the Oval Office. Perhaps he'll even call you in to join him. We never know around here, as you all know. But Governor Abbott is obviously a great friend and an ally to the president. He has been on the front lines of the border crisis in this country. And as for Governor Gavin Newsom, well, the president is willing to work with anybody from blue states or red states to do what's best for the American people. And he really enjoyed, the president really enjoyed his trip to Pacific Palisades last week. He felt very inspired by the frustration of the residents there. And he has been wholeheartedly committed to ensuring that the water is flowing in California to prevent these wildfires, and also that people have access to their properties. And he has continued to apply tremendous pressure to Gavin Newsom and also the Los Angeles mayor to allow private residents and property owners to access their property. He believes that's their right to do so, and they should be able to do it. And one more thing before I wrap up, because I do want to get to these meetings, and I will see you all at the EO signing later this afternoon. I would just say that you brought to mind California and North Carolina, who continue to be on our hearts, and the president and this administration are committed to ensuring that these individuals get the funding that they need. And I would just say a strong message to Democrats who are out there pretending to be outraged about the long list of crap that this administration is cutting, federal waste and funding, like $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala, $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, $20 million on a new Sesame Street show in Iraq, $4.5 million to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan. I could go on, and I'm happy to provide this list to every single one of you. Democrats are outraged that the American people want to be, they want their taxpayers going to good uses, not stuff like this. But then they're very quiet about the fact that there are still North Carolinians and people in California who have lost everything, and in the last 4 years, this federal government did nothing to help them. This president will continue to put Americans first, and I think the successes of this week so far speak to that, and it's only Wednesday. So I'll see you guys later this week, and we'll see you this afternoon. Thank you very much.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt there wrapping up her remarks, taking multiple questions from several of those reporters that were inside of that room, mostly about some of the executive orders that President Trump is set to sign later on this afternoon. And we will bring you that footage as soon as we acquire it in our newsroom. A live now look at the Capitol building over in Washington, D.C. As we do want to step away for a quick commercial break, we'll continue to keep track of everything having to do with the president's administration and those initiatives when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, and I do want to take you back out to the briefing room over there in Washington, D.C., where just before the commercial break, we did showcase that White House press briefing featuring Secretary Caroline Leavitt. And the first question that she was asked there during this briefing is in regards to an executive order that President Trump is set to sign later today, aiming to keep transgender athletes from women's sports. I do want to give a bit more background on this, as we know that he is expected to sign that order at around 3 p.m. Eastern time. And it is going to be a tape playback from the Oval Office. So kind of similar to what we have been seeing the past few times that we have gotten these executive orders. We'll get it after the fact. But basically, President Trump is set to sign that executive order this afternoon to prevent transgender athletes from participating in women's or girls' sporting events. Now, he's scheduled to sign that measure at a ceremony at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Now, this is what we know. Today's order, which coincides with National Girls and Women in Sports Day, will involve how his administration will interpret Title IX, the law best known for its role in pursuing gender equity in athletics and preventing sexual harassment on campuses. So digging a little deeper, every administration has had the authority to issue its own interpretations of the Title IX legislation. Betsy DeVos, the education secretary during President Trump's first term in office, issued a Title IX policy in 2020 that narrowed the definition of sexual harassment and required colleges to investigate claims only if they're reported to certain officials. The Biden administration rolled back that policy last April with one of its own that stipulated the rights of LGBTQ+ students, that they would be protected by federal law, and provided new safeguards for victims of campus sexual assault. The policy stopped short of explicitly addressing transgender athletes. Still, more than half a dozen Republican-led states immediately challenged that new rule in court. But what does this new order mean for transgender athletes? It's unclear how this executive order could affect the transgender athlete population. You can see that the photographer here kind of panning across the room. So let me bring you this, a live look at the Capitol building in DC. And just a little bit more context here, that the president did put out a sweeping order on his first day in office last month that called for the federal government to define sex as only male or female, and for that to be reflected on official documents, including passports and federal prison assignments. The president found during the campaign that his pledge to, quote, keep men out of women's sports resonated beyond the usual party lines. More than half of voters surveyed by the Associated Press said support for transgender rights in government and society had gone too far. So we'll be looking out for that live feed. It's one of the top stories of the day, and we'll have all of that background as soon as we see that ceremony take place. Now, something else that the press secretary answered quite a few questions on was the future of Gaza. You may remember that just last night we did showcase for you in full, without interruption, that joint news conference that President Donald Trump held with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And in a stunning proposal he made during that to forcibly transfer hundreds of thousands of Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip and develop it. Now, this is facing a lot of obstacles and a lot of questions revolved how this was going to get done. But Press Secretary Leavitt continued to say that President Trump is not aiming to put boots on the ground down there in Gaza, just looking to what is going to happen really when it comes to all of the residents going back there, as it is really just destroyed. And some of the estimates say that it could take about 15 years for Gaza to be restored and to be once again habitable for its residents. A live look there at the Capitol building in D.C. as we continue to monitor some more of these developments. We do want to squeeze in one more quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, and we'll continue with more of these live events when we come back. Welcome back, and thank you for continuing to be with us here on this Wednesday as we tackle some of these live events that are happening, and a lot of them being over in Washington, D.C., much like what we saw yesterday. But before I move on to this first event, I do want to bring you this live picture that we are getting out of Philadelphia. So take a look at this. As we are seeing here several protests happening across the country, and we were told that this was going to be happening in several different cities. Now, viewer discretion always advised when it comes to these protests, because sometimes the signs, you know, they could have some graphic statements on them. It's looking fine right now, and I wanted to bring it to you just because we like to showcase everything that's happening all over the country and the world. This specifically is a protest against President Donald Trump and Project 2025, and also some of the immigration policies that have been brought forth by the Trump administration. And again, this is in Philadelphia at this time. We also have this as well. I do believe this looks to be a different protest, actually. Yes, so I think that this is a protest that is happening, I believe, in St. Paul, Minnesota, if I am correct here. And this is also in regards to some of these initiatives that have been brought forth by the Trump administration, a lot of which were detailed in that White House press briefing that we just showcased with Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. So we've seen quite a few of these happening throughout the day, and we would assume that they're going to be happening throughout the remainder of this afternoon and evening. So we'll keep an eye on all of these. Now, I don't have a live look of this protest, but we do know that another immigration protest is also happening in Austin, Texas. And I do believe that the president is meeting with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, a little later on today. We're working to get a transcript of how that meeting goes, and we'll bring you some of those updates when we get them as well. A live now look back in Washington, D.C., once again, of the Capitol building. And I want to tease ahead to some more of the coverage that we're going to have, because we also know that a director of the Department of Defense, Pete Hegseth, he is going to be meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That is set to happen today at around 3 o'clock Eastern time, so in about an hour or so. So we're going to have a very busy 3 o'clock hour, and make sure you're here with us. We're going to bring all of those updates live as we continue all of this coverage surrounding these breaking news headlines regarding President Trump's administration. Well, we're staying in Washington, D.C. for this next live event. I'll bring you back to this. We were showcasing it a little bit earlier on today before we took you out to Guatemala, where we heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the president of Guatemala. But back here, we're going to listen in once again to a committee hearing regarding the size of the federal government and really some things that need to be done, especially given the fact that President Trump is very keen on saving some taxpayer dollars and doing that by resizing and restructuring the federal government. So let's listen into some more from this hearing.
Proven to be overblown? Was there damage, if any?
There was not damage, and we haven't had really any pushback whatsoever. And I keep saying this, but even the employees and the agencies, they love the culture that we're creating. There's actually more upward mobility within the agencies because we've broadened their scope on what they can impact, and they love that. They like being a part of that.
Were people in Iowa ever allowed to work from home for years after COVID?
No, not for years.
That's part of the problem. I think that's what set the ball rolling of fear and opposition among a lot of the federal employees. There's so many in this town that are still working from home because of COVID years later. So they've been brought back to work. And now we're talking about bringing agencies in and letting them justify their existence and cutting agencies and cutting wasteful spending and eliminating duplicative services and eliminating duplicative agencies. And it's just created all this fear and mass hysteria with my colleagues across the aisle. But we're committed to work with this administration to reduce and eliminate unnecessary spending and wasteful spending, and hopefully we'll be able to do that like you did in Iowa. But thank you, Governor.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Ansari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. This is an unprecedented moment in our nation's history. Donald Trump and an unelected billionaire, Elon Musk, are illegally dismantling our government agency by agency and illegally stealing your data, your money, and your services. I would love for Mr. Musk to come here and testify before this committee so we can understand his qualifications to do this, because last I checked, running a social media platform does not qualify you for understanding how the U.S. government works and making sure that it can operate and serve the American people. One of my Republican colleagues just went after the IQ of federal workers. They want us to think that federal workers are faceless, nameless bureaucrats roaming the halls of Washington, D.C., when the reality is that over 85% of federal employees live outside of Washington, D.C., and they're your neighbors, your friends, and your families. More than 34,000 federal employees live in Arizona, and about 7,000 live in my district. They make sure that your highways are running smoothly and safely so we can get to work on time. They make sure your grandparents get their Social Security checks on time so that they can afford food. In my district, we have multiple VA health centers to make sure our veterans get access to basic health care. Maricopa County, one of the largest counties in the United States, has over 245,000 veterans who do not know if they're going to keep getting their benefits. That is absurd and disrespectful to so many Arizonans who put their lives on the line for this country. Because of the Musk funding freezes, I had constituents calling my office panicking about whether they would be able to get urgent surgeries. Renters on subsidies are distressed about whether or not they will get aid or get evicted and end up on the streets. Even after Trump realized how disastrous his misguided freezes were and reversed some of them, there are healthcare clinics in my district that are laying off staff and cutting critical programs like STD prevention and substance abuse care because they were labeled as DEI. Republicans want to take a vote about fentanyl later today, and yet they're cutting care to get people off of fentanyl. I previously served as the vice mayor of Phoenix, Arizona, the 5th largest city in the country, and I can tell you firsthand how much federal funding and agencies matter to a city like Phoenix. It literally keeps your grandparents and your children fed, your streets safe, your public safety and police and fire running, make sure public transportation is operating, and that air conditioning is running during our extremely hot summers. While Trump and Musk are allegedly concerned about making our government more efficient, they want to lay off and dismantle the very people and departments who are keeping the country running. These loyal, dedicated employees are doing more and more with less and have been for decades. This graph shows the federal workforce. It has remained at nearly the same level for 50 years, while the U.S. population has grown by 100 million people. The bottom line is that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are lying to you, they're lying to the American people under the guise of efficiency. They are dismantling every department. That's not efficiency. They are breaking down the government illegally, from U.S. aid that's vital for national security to the Department of Education, to the Department of Labor, to the Environmental Protection Agency. They are going after your healthcare, your schools, your safety, your data illegally and unvetted. And what is the ultimate aim for all of this? To distract the American people, to cut a little bit of money so that they can gift their billionaire buddies with massive tax cuts. Just watch them. Thank you. I yield back.
Would you yield to the ranking member?
I yield back to the ranking member.
No, thank you. Just real quickly, and does Elon Musk bring some specialty or some expertise in terms of ameliorating or cutting back or pruning or making qualitative judgments about the value of the programs you described that are being hurt right now? Does he bring some special expertise to that task?
He does not. He has not shown any interest in the issues that affect Phoenix or any other city that I've heard of.
And that would be quite different than the process that we saw unfold in the reform effort in Iowa, would it not?
What I heard from the governor was very different than what I've seen thus far. There were no funding freezes. Programs were actually being evaluated. It sounds like what was happening in Iowa was actually about efficiency, where this is about illegally dismantling our government and taking away from the American people.
I thank my colleague for yielding.
Pursuant to the previous order, Governor Reynolds is excused. And Governor, thank you so much for appearing here today. Chair now recognizes Mr. McGuire.
ask the governor a question, but I understand you have to go, but I just can't tell you how much our country is grateful to what you've done in Iowa, and I'm so excited that you want to continue that type of efficiency and work with DOGE and with President Trump's administration. We have a great country, and it needs to make sense, and I love what you said. We need the best practices and the right people. Thank you. So my questions, I'll divert those questions a little bit, but first of all, I would say is that I don't think we can remind folks, especially folks on their side, enough, is that through the grace of God, President Trump won a mandate on November 5th. He won the popular vote, the Electoral College, and the American people have spoken. And I don't understand why every time he puts in an executive order or makes a decision, it surprises folks, because every decision I'm seeing is what he campaigned on, and that's what the American people voted for. I would tell you this, there is a war on common sense, and it's really an effort for all of us to bring our country back to common sense. We have to have a meritocracy. We have to have the right people in the right place, or people get killed, and we don't have time to go over all the examples. I would say, as a small business owner, if the government was a business, the government would be out of business. We are spending more per day than we bring in per day, and that is not sustainable. If the government were to build a car, first of all, it'd be it would cost overruns. It would cost $1 million, and nobody in this room would buy it. It is amazing what the free market can do and how innovative it is. We probably saw Elon Musk created this rocket for 10 times cheaper what it would cost the government to do the same thing. And I heard some folks on the other side talk about these young people involved in what's going on with our data. But I want to remind them that young people are very capable. You ought to research the ages of our founding fathers like Thomas Jefferson when they created this amazing country. But if you look at young people saved the world during World War II on the Normandy beaches from Nazism. So young people are quite capable, and if you have the bright young minds, I don't care. I got to tell you, as a veteran, if you saved my life on the battlefield, I wouldn't care if you call yourself a Democrat, Republican, Independent. I don't care if you're young or old or pink or blue. We're all Americans, and we're in big trouble. And I think we're on the way to a sovereign debt crisis, because we're spending so much. And I hear this talk, and we all know the government's not efficient. Corporate America and the corporate world is talking about how people perform better face-to-face in an office environment. And so we want to bring people back to work, yet folks on the other side are saying it's a terrible thing to bring people back to work. I got to tell you, people in my district have to go to work every day, and they don't understand why people who work in the government don't have to go back to work. We also heard a testimony in this committee about a week or so ago about a guy it took him 3 years to fire. I talked to a very, very successful businessman on breakfast yesterday, and he said if we have a guy who's not performing, we get rid of him in 3 minutes. We need to make the right decision. So my first question, and I apologize if I pronounce your name wrong, Mr. Schatz.
Yes, sir.
We're listening here to a committee hearing happening in Washington, D.C., discussing the size of the federal government and the potential cuts that could be coming within this week. In fact, we want to step away for our first commercial break of this new hour here at Live Now from Fox. But before I do so, I want to touch on a developing story that we are following very closely and put up this social media post from Fox News correspondent Chad Pergram, in which he says, Fox confirms McConnell falls down Senate stairs after voting to confirm Scott Turner as a Housing and Urban Development Secretary. Unclear about injuries, but Fox is told he appears to be okay. McConnell was helped up by Senator Steve Daines of Montana and Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. A little bit more context as I also bring up this picture of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. So the latest we know is that former Republican Senate leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky fell on a small set of stairs Wednesday, that's today, as he was exiting the Senate chamber after a confirmation vote for Housing and Urban Development Secretary nominee Scott Turner. McConnell, who is 82 years old and a survivor of childhood polio, fell down the stairs and was quickly assisted, as you know, by a couple of senators who were on hand. It is not clear whether he suffered any injuries, but Fox News was told the former leader appears to be okay. McConnell's office did not immediately provide comment to Fox News Digital. So we're going to keep monitoring that story, bring you any developments as soon as we get them. We're stepping away for a brief commercial break at Live Now from Fox. We continue with more of these live events next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Karal Lahara, and I'm taking you out to Washington, D.C. once again for a different event this time, a news conference that has just gotten started. So take a look at this. We are about to listen to House of Representative Democrats and the family of Brian Sicknick. He was a Capitol Police officer who was killed in the January 6th riots. Now, all of these members are holding a news conference regarding some of the pardons that have been brought forth by President Trump for those who participated in the riots. Let's watch.
Criminals out there, just be sure to wear a MAGA hat while you commit your crime, and you're free as a bird because Orange Oprah will give you a pardon too. I will continue to speak out about the injustices I see being done to my family, to Brian's service and memory, and to his brothers and sisters in law enforcement, even though I may feel powerless myself. I will not let the true events of January 6th be forgotten or deliberately erased from history. I quote Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel, "What hurts the victim most is not the cruelty of the oppressor, but the silence of the bystander." Do not let what occurred on January 6th, 2021 be forgotten.
Thank you, Ken. You know, we can all sympathize with the Sicknick family, but we can't empathize with them because we don't know the degree of pain that they've had to address. But having to revisit these issues, having to live through these pardons, just reawakens and reminds them of the pain that they've had to go through. Now I'd like to turn it over to my colleague from Mississippi, the gentleman who has been the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, is now the ranking member, but the gentleman has used his voice as a chairman of the January 6th committee to investigate what happened in this country and that dark day, and has been a strong voice for all of us. Benny Thompson.
Thank you very much. Let me say I join in support of this resolution. because it speaks volumes as to who we are as a country. Anytime individuals attack this great capital of ours, anytime they assault law enforcement officers, they need to be called out. What you saw that happened on January 6, 2021, it really happened. It was not patriots. It was not people speaking their First Amendment rights. These were insurrectionists attacking their government. And in this democracy, that should never happen. So we are here in support not only of the resolution, but still letting the Sicknick family know that Brian's death will never, ever be forgotten. More importantly, what you see happening right now should give us all reason for pause. Now, the people who did the hard work of tracking these 1,500 people down are now being told you didn't do your job. Now, these people either pleaded guilty or they were found guilty. So many of them assaulted law enforcement people. And for now, they are being rewarded, and the people who are being patriots are being punished. And so this administration ought to be ashamed of itself. We will never let what's being done be forgotten. And as Americans, we're better than this. And so because we're better than this, we'll call Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and all his compatriots out and let them know that America is not for sale to the billionaires or the millionaires, because we all love this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'd like to hear from Representative Beyer, who actually was the member who represented Mr. Sicknick when he was working for the Capitol Police. I'd also like to mention, if I might, that we have other members with us here today. Abigail Spanberger from the 5th District in Pennsylvania, and Madeline Dean, who is from the 4th District in Pennsylvania, and Hank Johnson, who is from Georgia 4. And so we're just delighted that we are joined by them. We also have a face you all know, former Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn with us. Now, Mr. Beyer.
Thank you, Bonnie, very much. Let me also add that Mary Gay Scanlon from Pennsylvania is with us today also. And Bonnie, thank you so much for your leadership, for introducing this resolution. I want to thank Ken Sicknick for what he said, and express my support for him and the rest of the Sicknick family, Charles and Gladys, Brian's parents, his other brother Craig, Brian's partner Sandra Garza, and all the family. Brian stood for the service, sacrifice, and patriotism for the best of our country, and you have carried on his legacy. I'm proud to have represented Officer Sicknick and many more of the first responders who protected us and our democracy on January 6th. They did so at great personal cost. We all know what happened to Brian. I still remember getting the call to tell me that a constituent had died and learning more about him and what he'd done. It's heartbreaking. So I can never forget or forgive Donald Trump betraying the people by pardoning his attackers. He pardoned the people who attacked Brian, and he pardoned the officers, the people who beat and tased my constituent, Michael Fanone. He pardoned the people who gave a brain injury to my constituent, Jeffrey Smith, who tragically died by suicide days later. It was officially ruled a line of service death. Trump pardoned people who carried out these heinous crimes, which have devastated families across the country. It was not only a gross portrayal of their service and sacrifice, it was an embrace of violence and lawlessness. Trump's pardons make our country less safe and betrayed the law enforcement heroes who protected the Capitol at great personal cost. And now, Trump is attacking and purging the law enforcement who did their jobs by enforcing the law and by investigating and prosecuting this violent crime. I think about Speaker Johnson, who said the people who carried out the January 6th attack should be, quote, prosecuted to the full extent of the law. They were prosecuted. but Trump got them off the hook. And today, Speaker Mike Johnson refuses to honor or acknowledge the police officers who protected him on January 6th. Hundreds of those officers still bear the wounds, seen and unseen, that will never heal. And their families share those wounds. My thoughts today are, as always, with the Sicknicks, with Aaron Smith and her family, and with the families of officers Howie Liebengood, Gunther Hashida, and Kyle DeFreitag. And they're with Mike Fanone. And they're with the many other courageous officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th and their families. The people Trump pardoned are already committing new crimes. We're seeing this almost every day. Donald Trump knows that. And who knows what other crimes they will commit, emboldened by Trump's pardons. Unfortunately, we're all going to find out. Let me now introduce my dear friend and an American treasure, Jamie Raskin.
Get him, Jamie. So, I'm here to support the resolution to denounce the pardons of every convicted felon who violently assaulted police officers on January the 6th. And I would like to publicly challenge to a debate any of our colleagues who do not support this resolution, Democrat or Republican, in your district. I will come to your district, and I'm sure a lot of my colleagues will join me too, to come and debate whether we should be denouncing and deploring these pardons, or we should be backing them and supporting them, either openly or with our silence. Here's where we are in America today. I'm ashamed to say, in front of Mrs. Sicknick, Gladys Sicknick, my friend, who's Officer Brian Sicknick's mom, and Ken Sicknick, his brother. Here's where we are. They pardon criminals for violently assaulting cops, and they fire FBI agents and prosecutors for doing their jobs. That's where we are in America today. Brian Sicknick was 42 years old when he died. He'd grown up in New Jersey, the son of wonderful parents, member of a wonderful family. He was a good, strong cop who protected all of us, Democrats and Republicans, citizens who come to visit the Capitol, people who work here in the Capitol. And he was beaten up and sprayed in the face with bear spray and violently assaulted by Julian Cater and other insurrectionists who came to storm the Capitol at the behest of Donald Trump. Brian Sicknick died the next day after suffering 2 strokes at 42 years old. Now, in the immediate aftermath of the attack, as Congressman Don Beyer reminds us, Donald Trump did everything he could to denounce the January 6th insurrectionists. Like Mitch McConnell, like Mike Johnson, like Kevin McCarthy, they all denounced the violence. They said it was un-American. They said it was unpatriotic. They called it terrorism. They did that in the immediate aftermath because of the huge storm of public protest. But Donald Trump steadily began a process of trying to redefine the meaning of the events of January 6th, to whitewash the atrocities that took place that day, to cover up and to shroud in doubt the violent assaults that took place on the police officers, to make people believe that it wasn't Donald Trump's MAGA mob that attacked us, but that it was Antifa, or even more scandalously, the FBI itself. All of them lies. Donald Trump called the people who attacked us and chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," and came to assassinate Nancy Pelosi, patriots. They weren't patriots. The Constitution in 4 different places opposes and condemns insurrection. It says Congress has the power to call forth the militias of the states in order to suppress insurrections in Article 1. And Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which has been read into oblivion
by the hacks Donald Trump put on the Supreme Court says that anybody who swears an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution and violates the oath by, quote, engaging in insurrection or rebellion shall never be allowed to hold federal or state office again. If you engage in insurrection, you are not a patriot. You are an enemy of American democracy and our Constitution. He called them hostages, a scandalous insult and offense to people who've actually been held hostage. A hostage is someone who's been illegally abducted by a terrorist or criminal group and held for a financial or political ransom. These people weren't hostages. They were defendants who were arrested and prosecuted for their crimes. And the vast majority of them pled guilty to their crimes, and the rest who went to jail were convicted after having every measure of due process, including the right to counsel, the right to appear in court and to speak publicly if they wanted to. Most of them did not. The right to cross-examine witnesses against you, and the right to hear all the evidence against you. What made them hostages? What made them political prisoners, as Donald Trump called them, likening them to Alexei Navalny, who was killed by Donald Trump's filthy compatriot, Vladimir Putin, in Russia? What makes him like Nelson Mandela, a freedom fighter? But no, they pardoned more than 1,500 of them, including Julian Cater, who pled guilty to 2 counts of assaulting police officers with a dangerous weapon. He was serving a 6-year, 8-month term in the events that led to the death of Officer Brian Sicknick. And now he's freed. More than 1,500 of them have been freed and pardoned by Donald Trump. And meantime, they are engaging in a massive purge of the Department of Justice. Firing prosecutors, firing the prosecutors in the District of Columbia in the U.S. Attorney's Office who prosecuted the January 6th insurrectionists, demanding investigation of thousands of FBI agents across the country who participated in the investigation of this attack on American democracy and the Capitol and the Constitution. So here's where we are, my friends. At the beginning, the first few weeks of the Donald Trump administration, they pardon violent criminal felons who assault police officers, and then they try to purge, fire, dismiss prosecutors and FBI agents for doing their jobs. And a lot of them Republicans, by the way. So what's the message? Don't participate in the prosecution of any crimes that you might think Donald Trump approves of. Don't get caught enforcing the law in a way Donald Trump might not approve of. That's where we are right now in 2025. But I want to say all across America, it's not just this brave family, the Sicknicks. All across America, people are standing up against these outrageous assaults on the American rule of law and on our Constitution. And like Don Beyer and like the Sicknicks, I'm keeping Officer Brian Sicknick right in my heart when I go out and I protest these injustices and these savage attacks on our constitutional order. And I guess I'm turning it back to you, Bonnie.
Yeah, don't move. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you of a couple of things. Number one is do not forget what Donald Trump said when he was running for office when they asked him if he wanted to be a dictator. And he said, well, maybe on the first day. Well, we've also now recognized that it's more than the first day, and that what we are seeing is the beginning of a dictatorship, and that people of this country have got to stand up against it. So we are now willing to take some questions about the Republican ripoff and lies and the dictatorship that we're experiencing. We'll fight back vigorously against.
Can Ken and Mrs. Sicknick
We're listening here to a news conference being held just outside of Capitol Hill featuring several members of Congress and also the family members of Brian Sicknick, who I do believe you see stepping up to the microphone. Let's go ahead and continue to listen in, actually. Brian Sicknick is the Capitol Police officer who was killed during the January 6th riots.
One of the things that we've done over the past 4 years is I've slowly gotten off of social media. I am no longer on social media, so I don't see a lot of that stuff purposely. When this all started, I used to go look at the articles, and I also used to read the comments, and it was hurtful. Both those defendants at the sentencing, and the judge even pointed it out, showed no remorse even at the sentencing. There was no apologies. There was no, I didn't mean to do it. I got caught up in nothing. So, they were getting GoFundMe funds for defense while they're on trial. So and I assume most of the 1,500 defendants that were released, none of them are going to have remorse. I know of one or two. I've heard interviews with them that they have remorse and they don't want the pardons, but out of 1,500, that's a nothing percentage. So it's hurtful. Unfortunately, I can't let these people be living in our heads rent free. They're going to do what they're doing, and unfortunately, like I said in my speech, we do feel powerless in a lot of cases. And what are we going to do? It's a tiny blue collar family going against the President of the United States.
You're not alone. Yes. You're not alone.
I don't think I can stand sitting next to him. I couldn't do it.
And if I did, I would end up in jail.
Mrs. Sicknick, could you speak to your emotions just a bit throughout this entire experience?
So as we continue to listen in to this live event happening over there in Washington, D.C., we do want to take this opportunity to step away for a brief commercial break, a closer look at the Capitol building. I do believe this particular news conference is being held close by. And then we also have a live look over at the White House, where coming up in the next hour, we are expecting to see President Donald Trump sign some more executive orders. So a lot more still to come here on Live Now from Fox. Stick with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carl Lahara. And we're going to continue with the event that I was showcasing just before that last commercial break that we took. So we're heading over to Washington, D.C. Oh, it actually just wrapped up here, but I'll give you a look at the scene anyway. We were listening to some members of Congress, Democratic members of Congress, most notably, and also family members of Brian Sicknick. Brian was the Capitol Police officer who died due to the injuries that he sustained during the January 6th riots. Now, during this press conference, this news conference, we heard family members and also these Democratic Congress members talking a lot about the pardons that have been given by President Trump to some of the folks who participated during that Capitol riot. You're seeing here the shot switching out. So let's head over to this, a live picture over at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. And we're going to stay in Washington, D.C. Really for the next several minutes. I'm going to take you to another live event that is still going on. But I also want to preview that we have this brand new feed coming into our newsroom. This is out of Miami, Florida, where we are expecting to hear from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis discussing several parts of legislation that he's working to bring to the state of Florida. Not entirely sure exactly what the talking points will be, but it's just one of the live feeds that we have for you here on this Wednesday. And then we also continue to go back to this live picture that we have of the White House, because coming up in the next hour, in the 3 o'clock Eastern hour, noon Pacific, we are expecting President Donald Trump to sign a new executive order. And this has to do with his aim to keep biological males or transgender athletes from playing and participating in women's sports. So the president is scheduled to sign that executive order today preventing transgender athletes from participating in women's or girls' sporting events. A Wednesday's order, which coincides with National Girls and Women in Sports Day, will involve how his administration will interpret Title IX, the law best known for its role in pursuing gender equity in athletics and preventing sexual harassment on campuses. At the same time, we also have this picture a little bit closer down there in the White House. And I do believe that this is where we're going to be seeing Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. He is going to be meeting and welcoming in Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We saw a similar scene yesterday when President Trump also welcomed the Prime Minister before they held that joint news conference where they discussed several of the ideas that they have going forward regarding the war that continues to happen between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. But as I mentioned, we're going to stay in Washington, D.C. Let's head back to this committee hearing, because here at Live Now from Fox, we really do prioritize all of these live events, no matter where they're happening around the world. And this particular committee hearing has to do with the size of the federal government and some of the layoffs and some of the budget that is being proposed here with the new Trump administration and how that may downsize some of these federal departments.
Families. And so if I may, I would ask unanimous consent to again send this letter.
Without objection, to ordered.
Thank you. You know, I want to cut through the BS because I am from Detroit and we like to speak truth to power and be very honest. You know, the American people feel very much we're in a constitutional crisis. They cannot understand, you know, this billionaire. I don't even know really how to describe him. Of course, he's the richest man in the world. And to think that he can just walk in to an agency that I can tell you for many of my families from the Social Security, the Medicare, I mean, it is literally part of how they survive in our country. And it's not just about the private information. It's about the fact that this person who they have no way of, they didn't get to elect him. He's not held accountable to them, the community, the public. And so they are very much living in fear right now. And we are in a constitutional crisis. One of the things that I continue to talk to our ranking member about and thinking about even the folks that voted for the president and others, if I was to ask the American people, do you think Elon Musk cares about you? Do they think that he cares about your disabled child that relies on Department of Education services through the IDEA Act? Do you think he cares for any of our families right now? No matter how hard they work, they're still in survivor mode, not thriving in our country.
The disconnect that his own lived experience will never ever be able to connect to that family in North Dakota, to the teacher in Detroit, to the child living and trying to survive through the education program, living with autism, and so much more. And so I'm just curious. I mean, really, this is my, do you think Elon Musk cares about the American people, Mr. Shades?
I don't think that's the issue. I think the question is what is going to be done about the $36 trillion debt and the $2 trillion.
So you want to talk about the
annually.
debt, but the Congress, they're in control. Why not go through the public process? If you want to make cuts, then vote to cut it. Why are you having this person do it? Are you giving him your power as an elected person representing 750,000 people? You represent equal number of people I do. I want to get a chance to vote on this, hear from my constituents, have it be done in a public process. You want to deal with it, you're in power. You have a trifecta, the White House, the Senate, and the House. But no, you want to do it this way, the cruelty of it. The fact that even American people, no matter in their political affiliation, I'm telling you right now, feel like they have no control over the decisions being made. Why? Because members of Congress have circumvented and said, hey, we're good. Go ahead and do it for us. Go ahead. Even though they know it is going to impact farmers, veterans, disabled residents, folks living with disability, and so much more of these infrastructures that they don't understand support all of our families. So you can keep talking about the debt. They have control. They can deal with the debt if that's really what they want to do. Instead, they're just yielding their power to Elon Musk, who has, again, been unelected, and we can continue to say that. But one of the things you can go around the country is they don't want Elon Musk making that decision. They want their member of Congress that is elected making that decision, Mr. Shades. That's the problem. And I will never, and Mr. Chair knows this, vote your district. Come here and vote your district. If your district wants you to cut these various programs, go cut a public education, Department of Education, then go ahead and vote on it. Introduce a bill to cut the Department of Education. Do not say, hey, I don't have no custom. You're just literally giving it to this person. It doesn't make any sense. Dr. Resch, do you think the American people think that Elon Musk cares about them?
I don't think the American people should really care what he thinks. They should have someone making decisions who's taken an oath to the Constitution.
Oh, that's actually very important, isn't it? You know, the Constitution gives Congress control over the spending, not the president, and certainly not Elon Musk. And the American people need to understand why that balance of government is there. It's to protect all of us from these kinds of decisions that are hurting people now. And Mr. Chair, just know this. This is the same man that continues to want to cut, but he has $20 billion in federal contracts. Can I get our money back? Because he is the richest man on earth, and he's still taking a handout from us, the public. $20 billion, Mr. Chair. If it's really about that and not about hurting these public infrastructures, which really are critical and important for, I guess, the most vulnerable, and really, you'd be surprised how many people in your community and in your districts, no matter, again, political affiliation, will be harmed by these decisions that, again, overpass the congressional public process. It's our constitutional duty and responsibility to be able to authorize spending and cuts. We should be able to do it, not Elon Musk. With that, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. That concludes our questions. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I'm now going to yield to the ranking member for some brief closing remarks.
I thank the chair and I thank our witnesses. You know, we've spent the entirety of this hearing under the rubric of right-sizing government, as if we all know presumptively what the right size is, which of course nobody does. In fact, it's not even necessarily a sensible question. But we have ignored half of what should be involved in any enterprise, business, nonprofit, or government. And that is the revenue side of the picture. You cannot right-size, whatever that means, government by only looking at expenditures and investments. You've got to look at how we finance it. Does anyone think that Elon Musk, in running Tesla, had a meeting when he took it over and said to his management crew, whatever we do, we are never again discussing or modifying the price of a Tesla? Whatever it is today, it's frozen forever. And all company profits will be derived from spending, expenditure cuts. Of course not. I heard the governor of Iowa say we ought to run government like a business. Well, then run it like a business. And that means there are two sides to the ledger, revenue as well as expenditure. I also heard the governor of Iowa say that there's nothing wrong with looking at the enterprise and making recommendations. I couldn't agree more. But that isn't what Elon Musk and company are doing. They're taking a wrecking ball to the federal government. They're firing people. They're intruding in very sensitive databases. They are threatening to close down entire departments and agencies of the federal government without any mandate, without any confirmation by the U.S. Senate, and without a howdy-do by the Congress of the United States. This committee and Congress cannot be supine in the face of that threat. We must play our legitimate role. And if my colleagues on the other side can muster a majority to, in fact, shut down these agencies, then so be it. But it cannot be something delegated to an unelected billionaire oligarch from South Africa. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I must say, there's been a virus that has been spreading throughout the inside of Congress for the past 4 years. It's called Trump derangement syndrome. But it appears over the last week it's mutated now into Musk derangement syndrome. And all we have here is a business guy, an outsider, much like many outsiders and many business people on the local and state levels all over America that have been asked essentially to serve on a board to make recommendations to make government more efficient. What a noble idea on the federal level. And we welcome Elon Musk. We welcome any individual in America who has ideas on making government more efficient. But I will say this publicly, to make government more efficient and to live within our means, which is what the American people voted for in November, we're going to have to make cuts. We're going to have to reduce the size of government. And that's not going to be an easy task. It's easy to spend money. Everybody's popular when they're spending unlimited amounts of money and doing check presentations and things like that. But when it gets to making cuts, that's tough. That's what people in the private sector have to do every day. That's what people who work and pay taxes and struggle to make ends meet have to do every day. They have to make tough financial decisions. Congress has been immune for that for a long time.
We're listening here to a committee hearing discussing several of these points when it comes to making the government more efficient, including some of the concerns that several Congress members have and other representatives regarding Elon Musk's role within this new Department of Government Efficiency and how that's really going to be impacting a lot of these government and federal government sectors. And we're listening a lot to the fact that to make it efficient, there is going to be downsizing. At least that's what we've heard throughout this entire committee. So it remains to be seen really how these cuts are going to be affecting thousands of employees there in the federal government. But we have heard that some of those layoffs could be coming very soon. And then most recently, we heard that President Donald Trump has even offered this buyout to any federal government employee that is willing to take it before those layoffs commence. And you can see there that that meeting has just adjourned. A live now look, a picture over at the White House in D.C. as we continue to tackle more of these top stories and live events. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thanks for continuing to be with us here at Live Now from Fox. Let's head back out to Washington, D.C. Another live event continuing to happen right now over on Capitol Hill. We are seeing senators discuss some of President Trump's nominations for these key positions within his cabinet. You may remember that just last night we brought you the breaking news that Pam Bondi officially confirmed to be the next U.S. Attorney General. Right now, it seems that senators are discussing another one of President Trump's pick for his administration, Ross Vought. Let's listen in.
But what did we hear from the White House after all those illegal executive orders were put out? Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said, Russell Vought told me to tell all of you the line to his office is open. So here's Mr. Vought basically saying, I'm really the power already at OMB. My line's open. Call me. Well, Mr. Vought, if you would quit breaking the law and advocating for breaking the law, you would know you shouldn't be in the Office of Management and Budget essentially acting as if you have been confirmed when you haven't been confirmed yet. Again, it's a confirmation of the inclination of this individual to say the laws don't matter. I will do what I want, no matter how much damage it does the law or the Constitution. So we did send a letter saying to Mr. Vought, are you on the payroll currently? Do you have a title? Have you been hired as a senior assistant? Is that legal, given you're up for nomination to run the place? Is it legal for you to be hired as an advisor and then act as if you are running the place? Is that legal? We didn't get any answers. Another reason to vote no, the file is not complete. He hasn't answered. Why does he not want to answer? Because you wouldn't like the answer. The American people wouldn't like the answer. That he is over there running OMB at a time he hasn't even been confirmed by the Senate. So he doesn't answer. That too should bother colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Because we didn't have answers, the Democrats on the Budget Committee wrote to the chair of the Budget Committee and said, delay this vote. Delay it for 2 weeks so we can get answers to questions and get a complete file. Well, that's a reasonable request in this situation because both sides of the aisle have often worked together to say nominees have to complete their paperwork. They have to answer the questions raised by the committee. But we were told no. This position is so urgent. The president so desperately needs the architect of Project 2025 to be the engineer on the train that we can't actually wait and get answers and have the file completed. I certainly disagree with that answer. I think it disrespects the entire membership of the Budget Committee. And then the vote in committee was scheduled without the file complete, and it was scheduled to be done in a little room off the floor over here where the public cannot attend and where members would not be allowed to talk to each other and share their observations or concerns, which basically violates the whole premise of members on a committee sharing their observations to try to get to a better answer. Now, I was told that as the ranking Democrat, I could make a few comments, but the rest of my committee, or all the Democrats, or even the other members of the Republican side were told they couldn't make any comments or attempt to influence each other. So we said, no, that's not right. This is such an important nomination. And his background is so troubling, and his current actions are so troubling. Hold that conversation about the vote in a public forum. Just that morning, we'd held just such a public conversation on the ambassador of the United Nations in the Foreign Relations room. Each member was asked, do you want to add anything? as we consider whether or not to send this nomination to the floor? Well, the ambassador to the United Nations is a pretty important role. But you know, the chief engineer of the Office of Management and Budget, the architect of this entire strategy that Trump is laying out, that's very important as well. So we asked for a public hearing or discussion so that members could talk to each other, share their concerns, maybe persuade each other, though not often enough we listen to each other. And the result was from the chair of the Budget Committee, no. We're not holding a public dialogue about whether people think he should be confirmed. So the vote was held, tiny room. I think one reporter was allowed in. No public was allowed in. No expanded press corps. No dialogue between the members. We asked a reasonable request that this be done publicly, and that was denied. I'm sorry to the American public that you were excluded, because you would have heard then what you're hearing from me now, and you'll hear from members of the Democrats over the next 30 hours, how fabulously unfit this individual is to serve in any government role.
We're watching here live out of the Senate floor in Capitol Hill as senators continue to convene and discuss several of these nominees for President Trump's administration, as we will see some more of these confirmation hearings happening later on this week. I'd like to thank you all once again for staying with us here at Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday, February 5th. I'm your host, Corella Hara. But my time at the desk has just about come to an end. Right after this next commercial break, though, my colleague Mike Page, he'll be in the anchor chair guiding you through the day's top stories and also showcasing live events from around the world. One of them that we do expect to get started very soon. You can see here a live picture over in Washington, D.C. So there's a lot of commotion happening here because we know that very soon we are going to be seeing Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. He is going to be meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and it is believed that he's going to be making some comments with the Prime Minister ahead of that closed-door meeting. So the photographer there on hand trying to get situated so that we can get the best picture and vantage point here. But yeah, this is just one of the pictures that we do have for you, and we will bring it to you as soon as it gets underway. And a reminder that coming up at about 3 o'clock, within the 3 o'clock hour at least, President Donald Trump will be signing a brand new executive order. We'll have all this and more coming up.
Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. A live look right now at the White House, because sometime in this next hour, 3 p.m. Eastern, coming up in just moments, so we will have President Trump signing an executive order. It is the Keep Men Out of Women's Sports Executive Order. So we'll be featuring that for you as soon as it does get going right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. I'll be with you here for the next couple of hours, bringing you the latest live feeds, top stories, and headlines. And of course, when breaking news happens, you know we have you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. But we are going to keep going with the live feeds that are coming in. Let's go out to Miami, Florida. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking right now. We'll be keeping an eye on the White House. As soon as we see that tape playback of President Trump, we'll be sure to go out to it and bring it to you in full right here on Live Now.
Have entered the market in the state of Florida over the last 2 years. California, that's not happening, and other states, it's not happening. You see companies that are leaving. You're never going to have a stable market if people don't want to come in and do business here. So we said we got to have a stable market. We got to fix some of the things. We can't control storms. We can't control inflation nationwide. There's a lot of things that are beyond our control, but providing a solid marketplace is one. And what happens is, if some company's overcharging you, if you have 4 others to choose from that can give you a better deal, you choose it. And then people vote with their feet, and there's a competition for your business. If you're in a place like we were years ago where you may not have any option, well, they raise it. What can you do? You have no other option to be able to do. So I really, really think it's good that we've had 11 companies come in. And so I think the upshot of all this is not something that just happened. The legislature here in Florida has done more to address these issues over the last many years than any time in the history of the state of Florida. You know, there'd be major things that are done, and sometimes people act like none of this has happened. The reality is, when you're dealing with a complex market, you can't just do something and all of a sudden flip a switch and problem is solved, because there's so many factors that go into this. But just think about what's been done over the last 6 years. 2019, the legislature passed and I signed HB 7065. What that did was it addressed this. Really, it turned into a cottage industry of assignment of benefits. And so you have an insurance policy, you make a claim, you want to get the claim paid. Assignment of benefits, a third party would come in, they'd ask you to assign the claim for them, and they would do litigation, and they would try to run up the costs and do whatever they can to benefit themselves. Well, that's not something that's going to be good if you want to have stable or lower premiums. That's going to help drive the cost up. And so we were able to do that. The legislature did that. And that had a